morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Occy Grom Comp. We are here at the beautiful Snapper. It is 7:30 in the morning. I am in the booth with Stacey G and Liliana Barry. Good morning.
Morning, Lil. How are you? That's the energy we needed this morning on this fresh Sunday morning here on the Gold Coast. Yeah.
Feel the westerly.
It's
cold.
It is. It's cold, but it's nice. It's like, I'm very fortunate here. It's cold for about 20 minutes in the morning, and then, very much the same up on the Sunshine Coast. As soon as the sun comes out, it's just pretty much bikini and board short weather. So, another cracking day on our hands here at Snapper.
Another cracking day. And what do we have up first?
We've got the under-16 boys up first. I saw, just before we jumped on air, I saw Maverick Wilson get a few waves.
Okay.
So we'll catch you up with a few scores there. But the conditions are looking pretty fun. The swell, I would say, has picked up a little bit overnight, but look, I'll be honest, maybe not as much as what we were hoping. So we'll see how the morning plays out. I know some spots around the world, the swell comes up with the sun. I don't know if I could say the same thing about the Gold Coast, though.
And can you give me an example? Like, where?
A lot of crew in Hawaii say, you got to wait for the sun to come up.
Okay.
You don't really go for an early in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Not like here where you want to be out there at dark.
Yeah.
I think G-Land's kind of similar too. Like anywhere where the trade wind has a big effect on the swell, and say that maybe the night before it might be a bit ruffled and it has that typical morning sickness. I think that's probably more to do with it, more the wind than the sun. But I guess it's a time of day, and with the sun a bit higher, the air gets a bit hotter, and it brings in that wind. So I wouldn't say that about here though.
Yeah.
I think here earlier the better, less people.
Well, there you go. It is only 7:30 this morning, and I've already learned something.
We learned something this morning. We learned your technical coffee order.
I didn't drink coffee.
Tea, sort of caffeine. Does Earl Grey have caffeine?
It does.
It does, yeah. Your caffeine order. Well, here's some little waves. There's definitely a bit more energy in the water today, but it's one of those things where I guess, as surfers, we all want to look for those clean conditions and beautiful groomed conditions, but I actually think yesterday afternoon with just the end of the day there, a couple of those ladies' heats, with the onshore wind, it made it really fun and had a few more sections to it. Whereas today, I think we will really only see the set waves being ridden. Whereas sometimes when the wind comes up and it's a bit more onshore, you can kind of grom out, as the groms were doing yesterday. Some big wave counts. You can kind of catch any wave and it might double up down the line. So I think this morning the wave selection is going to have to be key.
Yeah, awesome. And let's have a look at the scores right now. Who is in the lead? Stacey, did you watch the finals last night?
I tried my best. I didn't stay up super late. What about you?
No, you and me both. I watched the semis and then I was like, sorry guys, I've got the Occy Grom Comp tomorrow.
Totally, yep. Pretty awesome results though. The final five is, on the men and the women's side. There's a bit more of a gap in the women there. With Katie Simmers, I think, is about a semi-final ahead of Steph Gilmore. So that's and the women's side, that's not such a big deal actually because their draw's quite small. So, but there's a bit of a gap there. But with the men, it's super tight.
Yeah. So
I think it's going to be fantastic next couple of events. I think pretty much everyone, judges, staff, athletes, they all left Brazil last night. Yep. They would have had that flight booked a long time ago just because they knew they were going to run those last 2 days. So if they're not out of there already, they will be out of there today, and everyone will be heading straight over to South Africa from Brazil.
Yeah, wow. And how long is that trip?
You can go two ways. You can fly straight from Sao Paulo to Johannesburg. You can just go straight across, like the bottom of the Atlantic, or if you need to get tricky, you have to fly up to London Heathrow and then back down to South Africa, which is they're used to it. I'll put it that way. For people that maybe don't travel a whole lot, it's a big mission. But I think a couple of flights to go somewhere is pretty much par for the course on the world tour. But it just depends who you've got your airline status with and what routes they offer you.
Yeah, well there you go, guys. If you need to go to South Africa from Brazil, Stace knows.
I've done it once or twice. It's two completely contrasting locations, and I think that everyone everyone will be lugging 2 board bags around for the next little while because the events are kind of back to back, and they'll be taking, board shorts and singlets from Brazil into, puffer jackets and snow-like equipment over to J-Bay. Because when you go to J-Bay, you want it to be cold. Cold weather means good waves, and it's certainly a favourite spot on tour. Young Jai Neeld here, up and riding, Snapper Rock surfer. I'd say he's probably spent more time out here than just about anyone in all the draws combined. So he'd be pretty stoked with this wave to get his day started.
So Jai, that was his backup wave. He opened up with a 5.23. There is just under 10 minutes remaining. I'm sure there will be a couple more waves throughout this heat, but I think that was a good backup wave.
Yeah. I think like what we saw yesterday, Lil, anyone that can get 2 waves, in that first half of their heat just sets themselves up nice for the back half. They can just play the priority game now, and I'd much rather be, in front early on a day like today rather than sitting and waiting for that wave to come through. I just, these type of conditions usually kind of frighten me as a coach and as a surfer. It's beautiful, it looks nice, it looks really good in photos and great on a video if you get a wave, but those good quality waves just aren't that frequent in a 20-minute block. So yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see these under 16 boys in comparison to the under 14 and 12 boys we watched yesterday in regards to the priority, and see if things are different, if they actually wait longer, if they sit somewhere else. So I'm excited to see that today. Yeah,
I think you're spot on. I think yesterday we saw some really, really big wave counts with not a lot of quality. A lot of 1 point rides, a lot of half a point rides, a lot of kicking in and out, which is fine. That's what you do when you're a grommet. You froth out and you try and catch anything that moves. But as you're right, as the kids get a bit older, they get a bit more mature, and you can even see in this heat here that the boys don't look too frantic. They know when a set comes that's pretty much all they're going to be dealing with today. There's no real sneaky inside double ups to be getting decent scores on. So, and that you're right, that just comes with that maturity, and I think we'll definitely see that displayed today throughout the 16 boys and girls as we move into their round a little bit later.
Great.
How do you go first heat of the day? I know we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but it's always a tricky one, isn't it, when you're kind of the guinea pig heat for the event?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all for earlies, but at the same time, look, I am not a waddy wearer. So in days like this, if I was the first heat of the day, I would probably go out a bit earlier, come in, get changed again, and go back out. I do need a surf before my heat, so I can, feel my feet in the wax.
Definitely,
and I get a bit frantic because I like watching the boys more so before I surf to see how they are, see how they surf it. But at the same time, it is also a great opportunity to I take it as an opportunity to mold it for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
For the people surfing the rest of the day, say the younger divisions, and hopefully, make a good kind of role model.
Have a good swing at it. Yeah. And so you mentioned that you have to have a surf before, say if you were in that first heat, you do like to have a surf.
Yep.
How old were you when you kind of realised that was your sort of routine and something that you liked to do?
Only recent, probably in the last 2 years.
Yep.
I was always on and off because one day I'd feel like not surfing in the morning, but now I'm just like, okay, I actually need to surf. My thing is even if I get one way, I just need to do one turn. That's it. Just to see how my technique's feeling, how my body's feeling.
Yep.
And if it's off, then I can come back in and fix that.
Totally.
And just just regroup with my coach and be like, what's going on?
Yeah, totally. Yep. Yeah, you kind of that makes a lot of sense to me. Some surfers do like that. They just paddle straight out for their heat, and good on them. But I always think it would be nice to do your first turn not on the very first wave of your competitive morning.
Exactly, and just wake the muscles up and engage in those muscles because you're going to be using them all day. So you better use them right and early in the morning when it's cold and So at the moment there is 6 minutes remaining. Is Maverick Wilson in the lead with a 4.17 and a 6. Jai Neild's last wave was a 4.03, which did back up his 5.23. Jai Kelly in third and Lincoln Dell in fourth. It's
certainly a really competitive heat. Jai Kelly sitting out there with a 4.83, so he's certainly poised to strike. And then young Lincoln Deli's just opened up with a 3.27. He'd need to put the best wave of the heat on the board if he really wants to stay with this heat as the clock's counting down. As we see a couple little lumps moving in here.
Yeah, and Stacey, you asked me yesterday, are you one of those people that like to get the first wave of the set? And I think today in particular, I think the answer is yes.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of those things. I think keeping it really simple. If you like the look of the wave, you really should be trying to ride it as best you can. I don't think it's really a day where you want to get too technical with the wave selection, just because I'm not too sure. You know, the swell's coming from a long way away, so it's like not a guarantee that it will be, you know, a 2, a 3, or 4 wave set. Which, you know, when that does happen, it's still such a trip to see 3 people out on a day like today. And then still such a trip to see 3 people out on a day like today, and then no one else.
Did you see it? Did you see how many people there were this morning?
Oh, I didn't see this morning. I was actually a little bit just snuck in the back door, actually, as that horn went off. But yesterday afternoon, I hung around and watched a few free surf waves, and yeah, it doesn't take long for that lineup to get pretty crowded.
I can imagine. Yeah, no, this morning it was so cold. I was just like, okay, 5 minutes to go until we start, and I'll just hop in the back door.
You happy with the winners in Brazil last night, Yago Dora and Katie Simmers?
I was. I love watching Katie.
Here we go, Jai Kelly from the east end of Newcastle, up and riding. He's a big, tall lad, got plenty of power. Nice turn there to start things off, and another. He's picked a great wave here as he makes his way down the line. And this is a good-looking wave for Jai. He'll be stoked. Series of turns there. And unfortunately, that wave just running off on him there. But I tell you what, he got a lot of work done before that moment. And looks like there might be another wave in this set outside. This is young Jai Neal. He's done well to get this wave, because I don't believe he would have had the higher priority out the back there. So the boys have obviously let this one go, thinking there wasn't much in it. Jai thought otherwise. And he'll kick you out of that one.
So Maverick Wilson holding the highest heat score of the heat, with a 6. I think that one was a bigger wave, so I think he's out there now waiting for another one of them, but he is quite comfortable in the lead. Jai did only need mid-4. Can you see how that exchange
It's a
turns
crucial little exchange, because you'd have to think Jai Kelly's score, he only needs a 4.44 to go to second. You'd have to think he's going to get that and some. So if you bust out the abacus, I think he probably only needs a 5.33 to actually go to the lead, which I'd have to think it's right around that number. So it's yeah, there we go. 5.9 for Jai Kelly. So it's put Maverick Wilson into second. That leaves Jai Neal now chasing a 4.95 on that last wave. And I'm not too sure if that's come in or not yet. But if it has, it's a 4.73. But I'm not too sure if we're waiting on another number there. But a super, super tight heat either way. So next minute is going to be crucial, as we see the young fellas for the next heat getting ready here. They could pretty much have a 20 or 15 second paddle out on a day like today. There's not going to be a lot of room at the takeoff spot there. So any competitors tuning in this morning and that are coming down later, just be mindful of when you're paddling out. Obviously these guys here have still got some time left, and they got a pretty important exchange with 30 seconds to go if a set comes. At the moment, Jai Kelly in the lead, Maverick Wilson in second. Jai Neal, the local lad, chasing a 4.95. I believe his last wave was that 4.73, so just falling short of the number there. Unfortunately, it's Lincoln Neld who's only been able to find one opportunity today, and I could feel for him. It's sort of there isn't a lot of big quality set waves, and when they come, you know, it is sometimes a little bit of luck, just whether that priority or not sits in your favour. Unfortunately, he just didn't have that on his side today. We probably want to try and start this next heat as quick as we can. as we see more waves coming in. They'll be potentially linking there after the heat, so that won't count. Big Larry, unfortunately, coming unstuck there, but he'll come in and regroup. We're going to take a short break here. That was heat number 1 of the day. The waves are fun, trickling in. Don't go anywhere. We've got another massive heat coming right up.
Okay, hello everyone. If you just tuned in, we are on day 2 of the Occy Grom Comp. We are in the water with the under 16 boys, heat 2. I'm here with Stace G. I'm Leona Barry, and we're in the booth. Hello.
How are you, Lil?
Good.
Enjoying your first day and night on the Gold Coast. Some great flat baits. You and Duncan McFarlane having a great time across the road here.
Yeah, we watched WSL last night, and
there would have been a lot of Ryan Callanan and Ethan Ewing froth up in that house, I bet.
Yeah. I was like, Ethan got through.
Yeah. Ryan got through. Yeah, it was all happening.
So this is the first wave of the heat. This is Will Mayer. It's a nice little wave. This is a little runner. Like we said previous heat, it is crucial, I think, this morning, getting that first wave of the heat. Thought she didn't ride out of his last turn there, but it is good to just get something.
Definitely.
Because we saw someone from the last heat only get one wave, unfortunately.
Yep. And look, I don't think that'll be the first time that happens today. It's just the way that, there probably is maybe only 7 quality waves in a 20-minute bracket day, sometimes maybe less. So you're absolutely right. Just to get something going, it's probably not a bad idea this morning. Obviously I know a lot of the kids will be down here counting waves. Parents and coaches will be counting waves as well. And if you feel like you've got a good read on it and you've got a good timing on when the sets are coming, of course, back yourself in. But if you're not from here and you're a little unsure, I think sometimes you've just got to lean on the fact that we are dealing with Mother Nature and ride a couple of waves and see if something comes your way, which no one really knows, do they? But you've got to give it a chance. And I think that sometimes, sitting and waiting on a day like today, definitely has a few potential issues with it, doesn't it, Lil?
And were you one of those people that, time sets or use the watch in heats?
For sure. So I've worked a lot as a coach. I never really competed a lot. I was always either judging or coaching, and it definitely something, at some of these locations around the world, like Snappers, not so much. Snappy's usually got a bit more consistency than this, but different spots around the world. Jeffreys Bay, Bells Beach, things like that, where it is literally flat.
Yeah.
And then the sets come.
Yeah.
So you've got to be really, really onto it. And again, their number of wave in the set. Which one do you feel you could ride to your best? Does it suit your surfing? All those types of things are things you've got to weigh up. But it's a minefield. If that's not how the athlete likes to operate, then that can sometimes almost confuse them. And sometimes people have a real natural ability to be able to read the ocean, and they don't necessarily need the stats or the numbers or the wind direction or any of that. They're just really in tune with what's going on, and I think sometimes you've just got to encourage that as well. And I think a day like today is probably not a bad idea to, like I said, if you're not necessarily from here, there's only so much you can learn in the 2 days that you come here before the event, so you've got to be realistic about what you know about the wave. And sometimes you've got to be honest and go, oh, look, I don't know much. I'm just going to try and ride a few waves, which I think is not a bad strategy in 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I know personally when I compete, I have to use my watch. I think it's very controversial. I think within, I don't know, a few of my friends, it's like, I don't want a watch. I don't need a watch. And it's like, how do you not need a watch?
Yeah.
Like, how do you know if it's only 1 minute or 5 minutes ago? The last 30 seconds, like I said yesterday, is the most important 30 seconds. It's either the longest or the shortest 30 seconds of your life.
Totally, yeah.
And it can turn from there. So I think, what do you think?
I almost think it's like using a tee in golf. Like, if you've got the opportunity to use it, why wouldn't you use it? It's one of those things. Look, obviously, probably the most, the best to ever do it, Kelly Slater, he doesn't use a watch.
Yeah.
He does now. But, prior to that, prior to the Apple Watch system coming on the world tour, he never used a watch. So it's, it's definitely an interesting one. But I think it's important to know what, where you're at in the heat and what sort of you can kind of expect with the time remaining, because, you don't want to be chucking your hand up every 2 minutes. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at?
You definitely cannot. You can't rely on the commentators.
No, they're there as a service, and they do a great job. Beach commentary all around the world, and different places around the world, like massive towers of huge speakers, so that the sound gets all the way out the back to these surfers. But at the end of the day, it is the surfer's responsibility to know kind of where they're at and what's going on in the heat. So you're spot on, and I definitely like to think using a watch is a pretty good idea. And in your training too, like a lot of kids, they'll turn up to training and they won't wear their watch, or they won't bring it, or what have you. And I'm like, well, if you wear it in your heat, I'd wear it at training.
Yeah.
It's all part of it.
Yeah, those Apple Watches are insane. I'm good friends with Sierra Kerr, and she wears her Apple Watch surfing, and she'll get a wave all the way to Kirra, message her mum to come pick her up on the e-bike, straight back to Snapper.
So good.
And this is a backup wave for Will Mayer. He got his 4.43 opening. I think this will be a great backup wave. He's getting a few nice turns in there. This one's a little runner. Trying to milk it through the inside. few slashes, and we'll see if this one, if he can get an end turn on it. And he did pretty well to finish that.
He did well, yeah. He did well to get through that dead bit of water there in the middle. And so, yeah, he'll be he'll be the surfer with the 2 best waves on the board with under 10 minutes to go now, which is a fantastic position to be in.
Staying busy absolutely would be crucial today.
There it is, a 5.83. And so that's sort of a situation where, in my mind, I unfortunately I can't see the priority, so I don't know if Lockie Argyros actually paddled for a wave, so he might not have priority. But if he did, there's no way that he shouldn't have really been on that wave. It's maybe a bit of an error of positioning there that he wasn't on that ride, because there's just, with how slow it is today, in a perfect world, it should be every surfer gets one wave, and then then everyone gets their second turn. So for Will now, he's done really well to kind of either break away from the pack or identify that wave was going to have points on it when the other boys didn't. And he's done some damage here, so he's in a great position. So he'd be feeling pretty good running back around.
Great. And I see, he is sitting on the inside. He is waiting for a wave in white, Lachlan. I think this is where most people would get a bit antsy, as everyone's gotten a wave, and unfortunately he did give that one to Will, so I wonder what his decision making would be from here. I do see him paddling down the beach, down from the point where he was originally sitting. And it'll be really interesting as well today to see the paddle out. Like I said, there's a 20-second paddle out, but it'll be cool to see, people's strategies in order to get the inside for the first wave.
It is just a game of inches. Like with the set waves, they will break behind the rock, but there is that little current that just runs out next to the keyhole there. You can see it kind of bubbling away. The surfers are actually sitting right in the middle of that current now. And ideally, you want to be on either side of that current, either coming from behind it and surfing your wave, or taking off on the other side of the current. And I think if you're sitting smack bang in the middle of it, there's a little bit of deep water there, and you can see people get kind of hung up in the lip. We saw it a lot yesterday, and they don't actually get into the wave. Just at this size, it's just something to be mindful of. You don't want to be, letting any opportunities go today, and especially not at the takeoff spot like that. But yeah, I like where white and red are setting at the moment. The judges have put a note out this morning. If you can't see the judging tower, they can't see you. As we see Lockie here, this is his first ride. He's done well to get across that flat bit at the start, and this one's got some run on it down the line. Yeah, it's pretty much job well done there with the time remaining on the clock there. He's done well to get something on the board, and now he can join the next exchange. But yeah, the judges have made a note, like if you can't see the judging tower, they can't score you. But look, I might be a bit naughty here and just say, look, I think it's fine to be sitting behind the rock, because you won't be doing a turn behind the rock. It's just the takeoff. It's the moment you stand up, you'll be in vision. So yeah, but just something to be mindful of there. If you're going to get in a paddle battle, and you want to make a claim that someone's pulling your leash or something, no one can really see it. So you're on your own if you go behind there. But I think as far as scoring potential is concerned, with the tide getting lower throughout the day, that will be where I think we will see people taking off.
And I must say these boys are doing really well to create speed in order to do turns on these tiny waves. Just as we saw Lachlan just now, he did just get a 4.57, which was his first wave, and he could get he needs a 5.7 to get into first, but I think that's a great opening. Everyone's, it's better than a 3.
Totally.
I think most people we've seen so far in the first heat, those guys did open up with a high 5 or high 4.
No, you're spot on. Like, I think in his mind, if he was just to jump on his first ride and get anything around maybe that 4.33 of Will Meyer, he's done his job now. Like, and I think that he's done he's even done better than that with the 4.57, and he's put himself right into contention here. The issue for him is he will have 4th priority, so he's going to have to get creative and try to not look too excited when a wave comes his way, and then have to put on a good poker face and swing and go.
Yeah.
How's your poker face in the lineup, Lil? I get excited. I'm very excitable. I don't think I've got a very good one.
I'm always like kind of serious. I don't want to, show too many emotions. If I get a good wave.
Yeah.
Is this Lachlan now?
How was your last one? Yeah, it was all right.
I don't like to show too much emotion. If I'm excited, I'll just like, I say, if I was doing really, if I was needed a wave and the person that was winning showed much excitement, I'd feel pretty shitty. So I kind of do it for the other competitors, just
Too kind.
I'm just chilling, I'm
Yeah.
cruising,
Yeah.
and then I'll show after my heat,
I'm right there with you. If someone dropped a 9 on me and they paddled back out and said it to me, I'd be pretty sad.
Yeah, it's just, I just like, back myself, and it is what it is. I just say to myself, whatever
Yep.
happens, happens.
Totally.
If I'm in sync with the ocean, I'll know it. I don't need to tell anyone. I don't need to show that. I'm here for myself and myself only.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is 4.5 minutes remaining, and Jack and King only need just under a 2. So it'll be interesting to see what goes down.
Yeah, I think we might have, I think Lockie Argyros got a little wave off the end there. Yeah, there it is, a 3.17. So he's just put himself a little bit more of a buffer between Jack and King now. They're chasing, low 4s, low to mid 4s. So, well done there to just get something off the edge of the bank and put up a score.
And just like earlier, a 3.6, 3.3, those low 3s, those high 3s, they might not be too high, but as a backup, if, for example, with Lachlan, they will be important today.
For sure.
They're in a normal snapper day, they'd be throwaways, but today they will be, definitely important.
I will think throughout the day we will see some better quality waves individually here and there, like you said, but I'm not too, at the moment it's just been a little bit slow this morning, so you're spot on with just having those little numbers on in your scorecard there, So if you get the chance to maybe get a 6 or a 7 at the end of the heat, which we have seen those waves come through, they're just not super frequent. At least, like you mentioned, you're going to be able to build off that. Just coming under 3 minutes now, and no doubt if the boys weren't already tense out there, this is where things get real tense.
Absolutely.
So we've got Lockie Argyros off the edge here. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on his first turn. There was probably a few points on that wave down the line there, so he'll be a little bit upset at himself. He wasn't able to put the cherry on top of that little grower down the line. And King having a look at this one.
I think he might be using his priority on this one. That does look like a nice wave, a nice carve to start it off. Oh, and we're going back to the point. Yeah, we were talking about priority earlier, and as we've seen with Lachlan, being under priority could also be an advantage today. Sitting down further of the bank, and also being first priority, waiting for those good ones of the set, but at the same time, it's all about decision making and backing yourself in these situations.
For sure, I know what you mean. Like, I think being in second priority would be pretty hard today.
Absolutely.
Do you sit and wait to get the top priority, or do you just keep looking at anything?
Yeah.
So you've got Lockie Argyros
Well,
down
that
the
was
end
a
here.
Great wave from Mophie.
Why does he keep panning off the surfer?
And there is 50 seconds remaining, and you can see the surfers walking out to the lineup. There we go, last of white. Lachlan, 6.53. He's come all the way from the bottom in the last, let's say, 7 minutes.
Hadn't had a wave with like
Yep.
8 or 9 minutes left. Well, yeah, 7. Yeah, like you said, that's yeah, you'd be feeling pretty stoked with that. It's a commanding heat win right here.
And claps to him. I mean, that comes with backing yourself. And that is not an easy thing to do, especially at this age.
Totally.
Making those decisions and telling yourself, it's okay, I'm going to do this. And he did it.
Yep. It's okay to make a few little, errors in judgment. They're going to happen. It's how quick you can put them to the side and move on. He's certainly done that.
So there's 10 seconds remaining, but I just did see Will trying to block King, but King's gotten one here. He does need a pretty big score. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be it. Oh, that'll look a disappointment.
All right, we're going to wait for some scores to trickle in there. We will take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Got heat number 3 of the under 16 boys just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, good morning. In Indonesia, we say selamat pagi, but we are here on day 2 of the Occy Grom Comp.
Of this event, hosting everyone for dinner last night.
Love a good schnitty.
It's a little slow at times, but the kids are definitely making the most of it. And we just wrapped up heat number 2. It was Lockie Argyros getting the win over Will Meyer. Unfortunately, King Cairns and Jack Lindsay out of competition, but they'll likely regroup and head down the coast, I would say, in this one. Firing up already, we have Benzonata Cray, and here up and riding, this is Dylan Dean, Will Coxon.
Wow, what a style.
Beautiful
and the flow.
style. Amazing hair as well.
Yeah, I think it's still dry now.
Well, you probably could go dry all heat today if you don't fall off. There's not much duck diving going on. And then in the white, Soren Smith, and in the yellow, I think we saw a bit earlier, Jesse Ferguson.
Jesse from Noosa.
Noosa boy.
Yeah, really good friends with Jesse, his lovely family. Shout out to Archie, Krista, Charlie. And shout out to Vanilla Mozzie. They're actually family business. Really good mozzie repellent, but it's really good for the environment, good for your skin. Shout out to them. Jesse, yeah.
I love that, a camping essential.
Absolutely. So I'm excited to see the scale of that wave for Dylan. I really liked his flow and what he put together on that wave. Finished it nice and smoothly, and that was his first wave, so I think that would be a great opener.
Do you think you can teach style?
I don't think so.
No, me neither.
I think I've
I thought you were about to say yes then. I was like, I'd love to hear it. I think you can refine things, but I think at this age, some kids just look like they were meant to be on a surfboard, Lil.
Yeah. And I definitely are. Look at Steph.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I have seen, some people try to surf like people, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
And it just doesn't work. And that's an example of you can't teach style.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. I think as you see surfers sort of go out of the Pro Juniors and in the Challenger Series and then even onto the World Tour, it's once you factor in, you get bigger and stronger and you're carrying a lot more speed through your surfing. Mm-hmm. That's where you see who really truly has that natural style and whose style goes out the window once they start sort of attacking steeper sections and stuff like that. And there's obviously, you mentioned Steph. I think Katie Simmers is another one.
Oh, Katie. I could watch her all day.
Ethan Ewing. They just don't, whether it's 10-foot sunset or 2-foot snapper, they look the same. Yep. And I think that's a really undervalued skill to have. I think surfing, it's a very, very, very free and open sport. You can surf however you want, but I still think there's a couple of non-negotiables.
Yeah.
It's not like a football or an AFL or something like that, where it's like very regimented and very, technique is very important in surfing. But there is more than one way to go about it for sure.
Absolutely, and I grew up around Harrison Roach and Thomas Baxon and Matt Cudahy and. Growing up, I watched them, and I was just like, I want to have style like them. And I didn't teach myself. It just came naturally because, that's.
You're just lucky that you get to watch them surf. They don't have to talk. You just watch them, and you go, okay, yeah. And then if you're lucky enough to grow up with them and you see them, Yeah, it is. It is a very, very stylish part of the world where you're from up there.
Absolutely. And it's definitely warmer than anywhere else.
Most.
To surf,
I think so, yeah.
But definitely this morning I felt that westerly, a little bit of west and southwest winds this morning. This is Soren Smith. Will be his first wave. I think it's a pretty good wave choice for his opener. It is offering him some sections. I think it's really good to see, and the boys know what waves they're getting this morning, the ones that have that little bit of steep somewhat in the waves, because if you don't get those ones in one turn, and you'll probably have to kick off.
For sure, yeah. But you mentioned there, that westerly, it's the southwest this morning, and perfect offshore everywhere on the coast except for snapper. You just saw that chatter in the wave as Soren was paddling into it, and it's pretty ruffled at the takeoff and the top of the point there, but as the waves start to bend into the bay here, the wind has less effect, but it just sort of prohibits the surfers from like really attacking the lip. You've sort of got to treat it with a bit of care, just because it's almost like a bit of fake news. Like the lip is there and then it disappears, and then when it is there, it's got this little chatter in it. And yeah, so far this morning, everyone's done a really good job of negotiating that, but it's definitely something to be mindful of. You're probably not going to be turning as high up in the lip as what you would be able to if the wind was, say, coming from behind you, or even an onshore wind. So it's something to be mindful of. But I think this age division, they won't have too much trouble. They're still probably only 50 kilos dripping wet, so they can kind of sneak in between the chops, I would say.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of downtime in the water, some lulls this morning. We've already seen that. It'll be cool to see how athletes at this age deal with that in their decision making.
We were talking about, I think, the Brazilian athletes yesterday, most of them bilingual, even try. How many languages have you got under your belt?
I can speak Indonesian.
Yeah.
And I know a bit of Italian.
Nice.
And
how'd you end up knowing Italian?
School.
Epic.
I'm one for learning languages. I love learning languages. I'm so passionate about learning about culture. And so when someone teaches me language, I really put my mind to it. And a little bit of Portuguese too.
Awesome. Yeah. That's sick that you learned Italian.
Yeah. I haven't been to Italy, and I don't plan on going to Italy for a little bit, but one day. What about you?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of Greek under the belt and a little bit of Portuguese, but enough to get through a dinner order and maybe a direction somewhere, but not much. But it, like you mentioned, like going to places is the best place is to learn and listen to the language. It's most people around the world are pretty keen to help you out. So it's certainly, I think, it's something as a travelling surfers, it's sort of the least we can do, to try to, like you said, educate yourself on where you're going and the culture of the place and languages associated to those different places. So, yeah, but particularly the Portuguese on the World Tour, like, it's just so impressive to me that, like, Samuel Pupo, Jao Chianca, Mateus Hurdy on the CS, like, they're all young. They're
like
20.
Tatiana and Luana, like.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
Ben.
Oh, he's smashing this wave.
Nice hits. Like I said, this is one of the good waves that hold up, have those steeper sections, and when they present themselves, those under 16 boys, they're just hitting those sections. He's flying down the line.
Oh, sick.
And that was a really nice wave of Ben. That will be his second. He already opened up with a 4.17, which would be a great opener for today. So it'll be really good to see what the judges scored that. That is a bigger wave. I think one of the biggest waves we've seen so far this morning.
For sure. That's the best wave I think I've seen break all day. The day's only, what have we got, 45 minutes old, but or a bit more than that, nearly an hour. But that's one of the better waves we've seen. And Ben did not muck around. It's going to be easily the best score of the heat. There it is, a 7.17, and rockets him into the lead. So now he's sitting in a very favourable position, and I love this position that Dean Wilcoxon is in. It is so World Tour-like, and the reason I say that is I don't want to put the mocker on him, but I would say he's going to get one more chance.
Yeah.
And he's only stood up once. He's got a good score. He doesn't need much to go to second. He could also go to the lead with not a big score.
Just under 6 minutes, so I think that is enough.
I think it's enough time for him to get one more, quality wave. And so that the trick is, does he wait for the really quality one, or does he just take a look at the next 2.43 and go? And now there's really no right answer. He just needs to make a decision on which one it is going to be. So the hard thing is when the 2.43 or the score that he needs to go to second, when that wave presents itself, which is obviously not going to be a very quality wave because it's not a huge score. Do you swing and go that one and just get yourself into second, or do you maybe use up all of that 6 minutes, or now it's only down to 5, and wait for a score that's going to take you to the lead? And I think that, you see that these are the kind of, these are the kind of things you got to deal with on the World Tour, and the amount of pressure that you got to get to deal with. So this is, a really interesting scenario here. And if you're Siren and Jesse, just trying to hope that one swings a little bit wider and goes nowhere near Dylan, because he's in my mind he'd definitely have first priority. And
you're absolutely right there, Stace. Like, there have been times where I've needed a really low score, and it's like, I only need a low score, but do I aim for a 2.4 or do I aim for a 10? Totally. Yeah. So, yeah, you're so right on that. And I have been in those situations, and I've seen people in those situations where they've just gotten a scrappy wave, but then that could give, second priority an opportunity right after you. So here we go. Dylan just let that one go. Arguably, it does have the 2.43 on it. So now he's watching Siren tee off on this wave, doing some really good surfing, and he'd have to be sitting at the back. There has to be the doubt, has to creep in. We're only human, but it's how you manage that now. So Siren's done a really good job on that wave. He's looking to better a 3.7 as his lower score. Now here goes Ben Zanata-Cray, a big air there to finish that wave. But unfortunately, can't ride out of that one. We're going to see a little paddle battle here. Benny looks like he'll get the jump. That wave did look a little bit overhead.
Yeah. There was some size in that one. But, 3.5 minutes now. And we're waiting for a score of potential consequence for Siren. There it is, a 4.07. So that pushes Dylan's requirement up to a 2.8 and then Jesse's requirement up to a 4.23. And as we see Siren off the end here, just looking to improve now on 3.73. Nice first turn. Little board looking great under his feet. Little DHD there, getting up in the lip. But no more action on that wave.
I get a bit nervous watching his voice.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I know. I'm super nervous.
Really, for Dylan, I'm just from Jesse.
So how do you feel sitting out the back? And he had a little look at that wave, and then he watched it, and then you hear the score get read out, and he still hasn't had another opportunity yet.
Yep.
As a competitor, what's going through your mind?
In my mind, I think I just stay calm. The worst thing I can do is panic. And again, it's literally just all about backing yourself and knowing that you have the ability to get it. And it's just, like you said, we're dealing with Mother Nature. It's not necessarily your fault. I mean, I think Dylan did kind of make a mistake there by letting Siren get that wave.
Yep.
But he's just going to have to take that and deal with it again and regroup. And there's still 2 minutes, which is a really long time, in my opinion. 30 seconds is a really long time, in my opinion. He could get that. He could paddle on the shore and get a 2.8. So it'll be interesting to see what he does from here. Totally. No, you're spot on. Off the end here again. Wow, Ben getting some really nice waves. He is looking to better 4.17. Has already got a 7.17, so he is quite comfortable. There is a minute 30 remaining. He's just having fun now. See a little rip curl sticker there. I think all these little waves must just have Dylan's head on a swivel. Should I have been on it? And same with Jesse too. Like Jesse could, be on these waves as well, but they're just a little bit further up. Yeah. Jesse's requirement is a little bit, higher, obviously, than Dylan's. Even though Jesse's in third, Dylan has the higher single score. So obviously we only count 2 waves here. So once Jesse replaces that 3.17. Excuse me, the 3.57 is obviously about a 1.5 lower than the 5, so that's where that discrepancy comes in there. Once Dylan stands up on his second wave, that scoreboard will likely change around. So it's 2 totally different types of waves that the surfers in third and fourth are looking for. Ideally, they're both looking for the wave of their lives behind the rocket snapper, but I don't think that's going to happen today. As Dylan lets that one go, I'm really backing his patience as Jesse takes this one. Maybe Jesse couldn't have had priority. Yeah, no, I think Dylan is in first priority and Jesse was in second. I think if I was Dylan right now, I'd be paddling on the inside. So I didn't realise there was only a minute left when that wave come through. You'd have to think he's got to go something soon. Oh, wow. Here he is out the back, and he's down. But I'm completely on board with what you said. I still reckon you could get 2 waves in 20 seconds. Quickly grab your board and jump on top of that wave. Wow,
exciting end of that heat there. We are... the score come in for Jesse on his wave. It was a well-surfed wave, and he did improve his position. It was a 3.4, but it was Soren Smith who did well to get that 4.07 there with about 5 minutes remaining. It turned out to be the difference in that heat. Unfortunately, Dylan Dean Will Coxon opened up with a bang, but could not back it up at the end. And it was Benny Zanata-Cray who pretty much had command on that from start to finish, Lil.
That was a really exciting heat from the boys, and I'm sure Jesse and Dylan will come back in and talk about it and regroup, but you're always learning.
Absolutely. Great start to the day, Lil. Thanks for your time. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. We're going to welcome in Vaughan Blakey and the 78 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. It is day 2 of action here. It's a lovely Sunday morning here at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast in beautiful sunny Queensland. Feels a bit wintry this morning, but the last couple of days, once the sun pops its head out, have been absolutely magic. Stace Galbraith in the booth with young Bugsy Malone. Bugs, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good morning, Stace. Yeah, it's a nice
lovely
crisp...
number you got on there, mate.
Yeah, Billabong have looked after us with a nice little outfit for the day?
What brands haven't you been a part of, Bugs, over the years?
Oh.
It's probably an easier question to answer.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty cool,
Yeah.
you know, doing the commentary as we go around and we get outfitted.
Yeah.
The summer gear, the winter gear.
Mate, I just thought I'd get you started, mate.
Yeah,
I know
thanks,
you like
mate.
to start easy, but now we're going to bring in the main show.
Oh,
Mr. Vaughan Blakey. He's made the trip up from beautiful Lennox area, and it's a bloody great morning to have everyone in here. We'll get 3 headsets at some point and make this thing work. Morning, Vaughno.
Thank you, Stace. Morning, Bugs. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, good, mate.
How's it looking out here?
Oh, look, it's crisp offshore.
Oh, dreamy.
It's a bit slow, but there's some nice little runners.
Mate, have you and Stace been over last night's events in Brazil?
No, I've just come on. Stace did the early shift.
Oh, fantastic. Well,
So give us a rundown.
What about the Australians? They did really well. Ryan Callanan and Ethan Ewing surfed a semi-final.
Yes.
Eth into the final against Iago Dora, who did an amazing job to overcome John in his semi.
Yes.
And then Iago, mate, big 10-pointer, second 10-pointer of the year in the final as, no doubt inspired these grommets out here this morning. You can't watch events like that and see moves with that level of commitment. Have you seen the turn?
Yeah.
Oh,
Incredible.
brother, what a springboard. He
Yeah,
just absolutely sent it and greased that landing.
He's one of my favourite surfers, and
Yeah, good,
has
isn't
been. Yeah, so good.
And are you mates with Leandro as well, who's been helping Jack Robbo's world title campaign? Obviously works with, kind of the architect of Adriano de Souza's world title as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Jack's got a real champion in his corner there.
Mate, what a legend. He came on an Ain't That Swell. You've been on the live show with us, and Leandro and Smithy were doing capoeira when he got onto the stage.
Yeah, that's right.
It was cool. Fighting spirit. Congratulations, Iago Dora, and another massive result for Ethan Ewing. Jeez, he's building beautifully into a real campaign year, Bugs.
Well, it's all about making that final 5, and
It is.
He's solidified his position now.
He's looking really strong.
But coming into these next 2 events too, there is certainly everyone's looking forward to seeing him at J Bay.
It's amazing, isn't it? Like you think back to Ethan's first stint on tour, and just like Andy, had to find his feet. But look at these little runners, Bugs.
Yeah.
Wow, this is Bowie Robinson.
Yes.
So under 16s are finally out there. Heat number 4. And Bowie Robinson, Felix Burns, Josh Kelly, Cade Martin.
Yeah, it's a tight little heat, this one. And certainly the use of priority has been paramount this morning. A bit slow out there, Vorno, but when they come, with snapper, every wave, even though the bank's there, every wave hits it slightly differently. And there's if there's 2, 3, 4 waves in a set, which there really hasn't been, you get that nice draw off the bottom as the set rolls on, and you can actually get a really good barrel if it's not a barreling sort of day to day. It's not quite big enough.
Nah,
but
we're going to see tubes in this event
sometime,
mate. It's coming. This morning, Bugs, I got up super early. It's weird that I'm late, but I got up really early this morning. Went for a bike ride to the top of Lennox Headland. And the swell lines, mate, are deep and clean. You could see the whole, that whole refraction around Lennox pushing up the coast, real south.
Yeah, real south.
And, mate, there's plenty of swell and plenty of juice. It's sort of not quite hitting snapper, but it's going to sweep around in these next couple of days for sure.
Yeah, we kind of, if it depends how south it is, we kind of get a bit of a glancing blow on a real south.
Okay.
If it's a bit, if the low's a bit further out to sea, it can swing to the southeast and it comes in really nicely.
Yeah, excellent. I wonder how it's going to fill in, because there's nothing better. I mean, the whale migration season is in full swing. You cannot believe it. When you're up on top of those headlands, mate, you are just seeing plumes of ocean mist just getting shot up all over the place. One of the real just natural wonders, that annual migration.
Yeah, it was a really classic character in Australian surfing. Captain Ron Bligh Ware, a descendant of Captain Bligh.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'll tell you a bit of his story. It's a classic story.
Oh, Josh Kelly's getting some work done here. A couple of nice snaps. Long and lean, mate.
So Captain Ron Bligh Ware, when he was a younger man, Ron Ware, was a good surfer back in the 60s. But he prided himself in standing on top of Cape Byron and seeing the first whale of the season every year. Yeah,
that was one of his go-to moves, was it?
Yeah, it was a throwback to Captain Bligh.
It's classic, man. It's weird that you bring up Captain Bligh because
you've been reading about him.
Well, he's just popped up a bit lately. I had friends just go to Lord Howe Island where I think one of the Bligh mutinies went down.
Yeah.
2 mutinies
against
Captain Bligh.
Yeah, he wasn't a popular captain.
No, I think he was notoriously grumpy and none of his team really backed him. He lost the room.
Off he went in a rowboat.
I know.
That survived every time.
Amazing. Yeah. And, one of the... How's this for another weird little surf tie-in to that little chapter in history? The guy who led the mutiny against him in Tahiti.
Christian Fletcher.
That's right, Fletcher Christian. Years later was... that's who Herbie named his grommet after.
That's all time.
Christian Fletcher. So all these little tie-ins to oceanic history bugs.
And, of course, one of the mutinies there, Captain Bligh rowed the boat they didn't have the outboard back then, and no jet skis either, but to Java. So he probably went around G-Land or something.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, he got mutineered again by John MacArthur in Sydney in the real early days once he was the governor of Sydney. So far out, mate. Gee whiz, what an unlikable character. Here we are giving history lessons at a Grom comp. They've all switched off, Bugs.
Oh, well. Felix Burns has hit the lead, though, with that 5.33, pushing Bowie Robinson back to second. So Bowie is in second, but he's only got that 3.77 and 3.10, so it's a tenuous second. Cade Martin sitting down there with a 4. So he's still looking pretty dangerous in the heat. They're all in this.
Wow, this as the tide drains out and you start looking at that bank, even those little inside runners. Wow, man! I was talking to Occy yesterday just about mind surfing. No wave is too small to mind surf, Bugs.
No.
You can have an absolute ball. Just look at that. You're on that little one, just hugging the rocks there. And I think we all dream. One of the great things about having such an active imagination when you're a grommet is just the mind surfing you do.
That's right.
You're world champ 15 times over in the mind surfing category.
Yeah, at school drawing barrels.
Oh, big time. Yeah, my school books were just classically graffitied up with surf logos, tubes, and in the old days, mate, when I first started working on surf mags, you had to draw every single photo into a blank box so that the printers knew which photo to put in which box.
Yeah.
And so that made you really good at surf drawings as well. But as you say, mate, this is our main division. This is what everyone's here to see, the under-16s boys.
Yeah, it's a blue ribbon division.
That's right. The Occy Grom Comp is the #1 under-16s event in the world. And named after probably the greatest 16-year-old surfer ever.
Yeah, that's right.
Occy really exploded onto the scene, was on tour by 17, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
So it's hard to imagine that. A year older than these Groms.
Yeah, a year older than these Groms. He won a CT, the bow repairs, at Cronulla. And, that was a massive breakthrough win.
Set him on his way to, one of the all-time surfing lives and reaching the pinnacle in 1999. Man, I mean, how did you feel seeing Occy lift that world title trophy? You would have been ASP president at the time.
I was.
Yeah.
And it was just wonderful because it at that time, I believe it actually represented the most amazing comeback in the history of sport, like all sport. It was so amazing, and it was wonderful because he'd come runner-up to Kelly 2 years before that, so he was back in the frame. Because he'd had a few years off, a bit of a sabbatical.
That's right, yeah.
And then came back and second to Kelly, and then 2 years later won the world title. It was amazing.
Incredible. And just personally for you, mate, having seen, that little Grom win the bow repairs.
Yeah, it was. Well, actually, I was staying with the family, and after that, Occy and I drove to Bells together. It was classic. Yeah, it was all time.
Oh man, so much joy. Occy has brought to everyone's surfing lives. Like fans of just pure power surfing. You'll never hear them talk about anyone like they talk about Occy. And goofy footers. Oh, mate, he's still the benchmark, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And, he just had that natural power. And it was a time when, just before that era, it was really dominated by regular footers. Mark Richardson, Sean Thompson and Dane Killow and Shane Aran, Michael Ho, Simon Anson. It was unreal.
Endless.
And there was like Terry Richardson right in there amongst it, but he was nearly like the sole goofy. And then Joe Baran came along. But then came along this era, and it was, Mark Occhilupo, Tom Carroll, Bart Lynch, Damien Hardman, Derek Ho. It was to name a few.
Oh yeah, far out.
To name a few greats.
Those are all the huge greats. And Martin Potter, he was in there, not a goof obviously, but he's another Grom. 16, 17, left home, went on tour.
Well, that was a classic. The 82 2SM Coca-Cola Surfabout, major breakthrough, beat Mark Richards, I believe, in the quarterfinals at DY Point.
Oh, my goodness.
And then, made the semi-finals. It was like one of those, yes, I'm here, I've arrived.
Mate, it's so crazy because when you see kids do that, they almost, it hasn't changed. Tyler Wright won an event when she was 14. Yeah. I mean, that's... I don't know if we'll ever see that again.
No,
that's too crazy.
That was amazing. And, Stephanie Gilmore won, and Chris
17
Moore.
as well, yep.
She got third out here when she was about 14. It was absolutely amazing. So, but the Tyler one and the Lane Beachley event, that Lane had magnanimously given her a wild card, and then I think she actually had to beat Lane in the first round because she was the lowest seed.
That's right.
It was just one of those amazing stories.
Yeah, Lane is so legendary, man. The amount of, just fighting for women's surfing that she did, but the opportunity that she provided, not just as an inspiration, but the actual physical opportunity by running her own events, giving these up-and-coming stars wild cards. It reminds me a lot of you, mate, just being able to see that there needed to be pathways created so that these grommets not only got the experience, but got the right experience.
Yeah, that's right.
So, mate, 2.5 minutes remaining, and as you say, a little bit slow.
It's interesting. Cade Martin, he's the goofy footer with the red singlet. Oh, that wave ran away at him. So that's he didn't need much for it. He just needed that wave. He just took off a bit too deep.
2.87.
Oh, and there's Yellow Bowie's going down. That was another potentially scoring ride. Yeah, at 2.77, he just needed a wave that didn't run off. Now, if he had priority, it was probably a little bit of a mistake. He didn't have to sit so deep with the priority. He needed to get in front of that wave, particularly being on your backhand out here. It's pretty small, and on your backhand, you've got to get up early and run with it and get in front of it. Then you can go to work.
That's right.
Bottom turn, top turn.
Well, Cade's going to just sit way down the beach now. He's got like a minute and a half. Dead last priority, so he's just got to sit down here and hope that anything swings a little bit wide there, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a
doable score for sure.
It's a smart move. It's the only move he's got. And, you look out there and you're nearly saying, is these swell lines? But they're kind of wind lines. But there is a little bit of I think there's a little set brewing here.
Far out, mate. These are tense times, even these Groms, even though, the whole family's come on holidays, they base their school holidays around taking part in these comps. It's a lot of fun. It's a great time to spend with your family, but you must feel a little bit of pressure. You don't want to, get here, from somewhere else. Here he goes. He's found something, Bugs. Wow. So he's really used some good tactics here, and he gets a couple of turns off. And out the back, we've got, a little bit of a...
Yeah, we don't know what the situation is.
Well, we saw Bowie on a wave before, so this could be...
Yeah, this could be trouble.
This could be trouble.
We did see him on a wave before, so he may not have had the priority to have this wave. We'll check this out. Got the head judge having a good look at this too.
20 seconds remaining. Bowie, he committed to that ride, so it's interesting to note whether there was a paddle or a change of priority out the back, because he was pretty confident in taking that one. But Cade Martin, mate, he found that one down the end. You called it. You're like, he's only got one chance, and that's miles away from all the other surfers, and he somehow picked up that little swell line. Wow, good little finish to that heat.
Yeah.
It's classic, mate. Sometimes, when there's a bit of a lull and the screw starts to turn, it just builds into these really tense final moments. And, there's no waves coming, and you can feel the energy of everyone's pressure starting to mount up.
Yeah, it certainly finished like that.
All right, well, we'll get back to these results in just a moment. We're going to take a break from the Occy Grom Comp. Bugs and Vorno back after this. Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp here at Snapper Rocks. It's 2023, 18 years since the Occy Grom Comp first blew that hooter, sending the Grom scattering out into the lineup. A pack of little chipmunks. Absolutely rabid to get into it. Vaughan Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 78 world champ. Welcome, Bugs. Welcome home. This This is where you live. This is where your heart is, mate. And it must stoke you out so much to see the next generation of grommets getting out there and ripping in.
Yeah, it's a great little morning for them, and it must be so exciting for them to go. Wow, I'm going to have a heat out at Snapper. That's pretty incredible for them.
Mate, we've been talking so much about pathways, and there he is. There's King Jay.
Yeah, well, there's the president of Snapper Rock Surfriders, and Jay is just such a master out here. The most decorated surfer the club's ever had. He's won more heats for Snapper than I think probably, be rivaling the Hog. Probably the Hog and Jay are probably the two most successful surfers, as Nathan Hedge, of course,
mate,
for their respective clubs in history.
There is some crew who really step it up for their clubs.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hog is such a team man, and same with Jay.
Yep.
And classic, mate. I remember when Jay, when that Pro Junior Series very first started, the Billabong Pro Junior Series, Jay was number one. It was him,
Yep.
Davo,
wow.
Nathan Webster. There was a bunch of those guys from that era that were just superheroes already when they were just little groms. Yeah. And these kids are the next wave. George Messiter out there in the yellow, Taj Air in the white, Maxi McGilvray. Wow, he rips, man. He's out there in the red from Evans, I believe. And then Nathaniel Johannes out there in the blue. So Nat and Maxi, Taj, and George are going to be doing battle. Classic, mate. Yeah, Jay Phillips. I remember he was just a real Billabong poster child in his younger days. Had that beautiful style, absolutely smooth as, and first guy to really control tail blows. Pre-Taj Burrow era, and had that ability to just whack the lip and really extend the board up and over and just send, fans of spray, and beautiful, beautiful style as you expect from anyone bred on these points. Oh, Maxi.
Yeah, that one ran away on him. He just didn't, maybe a few little nerves for Max there on that one.
It's classic, mate. Evans Head hasn't really... There's surfers who have come from that region, but it always happens in little clusters. Cal Robbo's from there.
Oh, yeah.
And now Maxi on the back of him.
Yeah.
And who knows what else could come out of these little coastal towns. They're like satellite towns to really powerful surfing regions. Byron, obviously, a lot of power. Lennox, a lot of power. Goldie just up the road. But these little towns, Scott's Head's another one that churned out 4 or 5 pro surfers all in once. Asher Pacey, Paulie Evans, Trent Munro. It's weird that it happens like that, isn't it?
Yeah, little crops coming through, and there's no doubt about it. It's a lot harder to do it just one off, but if you just got someone to bounce off, you just go hard at each other, and then next minute you pop your head up and you've gone past everyone.
Well, it's always been that way in Australia too.
Yeah.
Sydney was, the hotbed of talent in that midget era, and then all of a sudden the Gold Coast starts blowing up.
Yep.
And then, I think in more recent years, it keeps shifting. We had that big push out of Sydney, then WA had an explosion.
Yes.
Then the Cooley kids came, and
unreal.
It just moves around, doesn't it?
It really does.
Central Coast and Newcastle in the past few years. Yeah.
Newcastle's had several crops that were amazing. You go back to the Hoyo, Simon Law, Luke Egan, just amazing crop of surfers coming through there in the wake of the great Mark Richards.
It is, and it all comes back to, I think, a really strong club culture, mate. We are so blessed here to have, competitive, high-level surfing, mentors and heroes, and just great local surfers, all showing the way for each new generation of Groms.
Oh, so true. Yeah, club surfing is the backbone. And, a lot of these clubs are, 60 years old now, and so they've been around a while. They're an institution.
Yeah, mate. They've got their own clubhouses. Who would have thought of that back in the day?
Oh, gosh.
You used to get your boards taken by the clubbies and locked up, didn't you, if you didn't have a registration sticker or something like that? You used to have to get surfboards registered back in the day, didn't you?
Yeah, well, what it was that it was just that some of the, back in the clubby surfy wars were pretty classic because they'd put the flags right where the good bank was.
Oh, always.
And Greenmount was the classic because, Oh,
wow,
yeah.
this is nice.
Oh, just went a bit too hard in the second one. And, here's yellow.
Georgie. And, that's a good turn. Really got it up into the lip. Bit of tail release now on the power game. So this is a nice ride here from George Messiter. You get the feeling that he knows what he's up against here. Maxi McGilvray is a pretty well-known name in these under-16 divisions. Every year at the Burleigh Single Fin Bugs, I get to go up there, and they've got a junior division, and far out, mate. Some of the Groms in those divisions up there on the single fins, the surfing they're doing.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but what did they do at Greenie, mate? If you lost your board?
What had happened, it would be that you'd be on that, back when the Greenmate used to run down the natural point, you'd be on a wave, and then you'd get to a certain point on the wave, and there would be a line of buoys, of buoys, and suddenly you're in the swimming area, and it was really full on, and that's where they would actually confiscate your board and lock it in the shed.
Oh, mate.
Yeah. It was like you'd have to go, well, hang on, have I got some bolt cutters here, for the morning surf?
Oh, man, that is so heavy. I can't even imagine that happening now.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that would actually be war if someone was taking your board and locking it up.
And it was also, pre-leg rope. So if you lost your board, that was gnarly because, the current would just maybe take it into that area, gone.
Now, did I read in your biography that that's where you get a lot of your early surfing done when you're a Grom around here? Because if you lose your board on one of the points, it's a long way for that person to swim in.
I used to do that at Kirra, and the guys would be surfing Kirra, be on the longboards, pretty crunchy wave and a lot of wipeouts, and so I'd be just there, and as soon as the board came in, I'd get it, I'd paddle it out, surf the shorey on it. The guy would come in going, "What's going on?" I said, "I just saved it from going on the rocks." So I didn't own a surfboard, and I rode a lot of different surfboards, and I'd get a full surf out of it.
That's so good. So good. Well, a couple of threes here. So George is getting it done.
Yep.
3.83 for his last wave. It wasn't one of those real runners, but the first turn that he did was really nice, getting up into the lip. And, Callum Robson, probably a big hero to Maxi McGilvray. Man, oh man, hasn't he been a revelation on tour, Bugs? Like, real working-class surfer, just no nonsense.
Yeah.
Not a lot of fanfare around him, but has probably surfed, in my mind, the best wave of the 23 CT season.
Yeah, that was, and it was a real clutch situation too, and he needed it, and wow, what a wave.
Yeah, big 10-point ride over in Portugal.
Huge. On a gnarly day.
Scary. Super 2 boss.
Sure. Scary day.
Have you surfed over there, mate?
Yeah, I went there with Morris Cole way back. We all jumped on a bus at Hossegor and took the bus ride down there.
Who put you onto it? Because it's such an odd spot, isn't it?
Yeah,
he just did a lot of exploring.
Yeah, Morris Cole.
Yeah.
He knew all the spots. He was the man in Europe for sure. It's just so classic. And the really classic, they got massive tides over there.
Yeah.
And back in the day when the French surfing was pretty young.
Yeah.
And Hossegor was just wide open. And Morris knew, I'd arrived there and he knew exactly where the hollow banks were. And being so tidal, well, you'd go, say, down to the forest or something in the morning, or Senyos, and as we see...
Nathaniel, yeah.
Yeah, Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, that's what it is. And, he's got some speed. Look at him hooting down the line here, Bugs. Throws it up into the lip.
Yep.
Nathaniel.
Well, that's the best wave, I'd say, ridden so far in this season. And then, so we'd get up and we'd hit these breaks, and like for a 2-hour period at the right tide to be barreling, just absolutely barreling. And by the time anyone turned up, the tide had gone out, it was closing out, it was gone.
Yeah.
And that's how France is. And Morris was the absolute master at just knowing exactly when to hit the right bank at the right time. It was great. And of course, Tommy Curran came, and it was a
glorious time, wasn't it?
It really was. There was just no crowds. Hardly anyone knew how to tube ride. We were surfing Le Gravier.
Yeah, that holds some serious juice.
Yeah, that's a serious wave. It's such a stand-up barrel.
Yeah, it's a long way from here, mate. This is just beautiful, dreamy, grommy conditions this morning. I mean, when I was a Grom, I used to, buy the Waves and Tracks mags and those early photos of just the French shories. They just looked as fun as anything. Your board would wash up, and there was just people all over the beach enjoying their little French summer, and heaven.
Yeah, I remember it was just such an amazing scene over there in the summer. And August, in Paris clears out. They all go on holidays, but come September, everyone would go back to work. And suddenly it was empty. September, October was so amazing, and it's obviously always will be. What a great time of year to be.
The population of Hossegor goes from 2,000 people in winter to 200,000 in summer.
That's right.
Crazy like that.
And then by it used to be early September, it'd be like tumbleweed going down the street. There was no one there. It was
and all the windows are all boarded up.
Yeah.
And
I remember going
that's the time, isn't it?
I remember going to the supermarket in Lacanau one day after the day after the contest, and I asked her, I said, when do and this is in late August, right? And I said, so when do you open? And they went, March.
All right. I guess
better get your milk.
Yeah, exactly. So Nathaniel out in front, and he's looking really speedy. I mean, not a whole lot of work done on that wave, but the speed, mate, the line, the judges are always looking for anything done with plenty of speed.
Yep.
And a couple of good pocket snaps.
Yeah, that was a great ride by, the young guy in the blue singlet, 5.33. That's the high mark of this heat.
It's definitely a little slower than yesterday. I think
it's definitely slower.
The little wind swell yesterday gave a few more opportunities, but I think we're just on the front edge of a new swell.
We'll see. This tide's still got to go out till about around 12ish, maybe a bit later, and it's going to be a super low tide, and then after that ebb, we'll probably see a little bit of a surge this Savo on that incoming. That's when we'll see it.
Yeah, fantastic.
But what we've got very high tides in the evening, so we've pretty much got a low tide event.
Yeah, okay. And how do you feel, mate? What does it do for your froth levels when you see the sand like it is right now? I actually went up to the top of the hill behind Snapper here and looked down at the entire bank, and it's pretty incredible, mate.
Okay, here we go. Here's Max. He's had a false start. There's only 5 minutes to go. He needs to get going. What a good young surfer this guy is,
isn't he?
Borno.
Linking it together beautifully, plenty of speed, and every single turn just goes straight into the next one. So, we know how important flow is in this criteria. He's got plenty of it and gets a little exclamation mark on the end there, Bugs. But what impressed you about that ride, mate? It's just the way he put it together, isn't it?
I'm calling it probably the best ride I've seen today. It was. What's amazing? Going into the last 5 minutes, that was a lot of pressure on him. All he had was a 0.93 after 15 minutes of the heat. He blew that first wave he had, and then he just went nuts on that one. A 7.33 puts him into first place. Pretty tight, though, first, second, and third there. So this heat's still way open.
Yeah, that was really well done, and I think the composure that he showed, as you mentioned, Bugs, is full credit to him.
Yeah.
He really took his time, didn't he? He didn't look rushed. He didn't look panicked. He just, 5 minutes. He knows in the back of his brain he needs 2 waves.
He would have been pretty shocked with that first wave when he pearled and just caught that rail after that first turn. And but then he set out there and coolly he used his priority super well, very patient. And then, as you said, he didn't overturn it, didn't over-rush anything. He just got in that rhythm, connected these moves.
You done much surfing down in that little neck of the woods, Bugs? Evans?
Oh, well, we used to go down there. They used to have there was a club there called Time and Tide, and we used to go down there and have inter-club events in the early 70s and camp out and stay at Evans for the weekend with the club.
That's so cool, man.
It was just those inter-club events and those away trips.
Yeah.
They kind of don't happen anymore. They were magical.
I remember doing there was a time there, it was in that sort of era of Bilesy and Matt Smith and all that, where New Brighton, Snapper, Lee Bar and Evans all did little Yeah, little inner club challenges.
That's
just
right.
on the north side of the break wall. And
Yeah.
far out, it was fun, man, just getting all together. And we were just micro grommets. But, you know, like I said, that club culture, getting to sort of put yourself up against the big names from those other clubs, it just sets your dreams on fire, man.
Yeah,
You're
it does.
paddling out and there's Wilsey from all down the line. You just be going, what? No way. You know, there's another Grom superstar who just far out, mate. What a surfer, hey?
Oh, Denny Wills, what an amazing surfer.
So I remember watching Wilsey, Aussie Wright,
Yeah.
and I were in France one year, and he was in the final or semi-final against Neko or Andy. It was a Neko and Andy year when they did the France final and the Mundaka final.
Wow.
Both of them. But Wilsey was in the semi, and as he was running down the beach, mate, as here we go, 2 minutes, and this looks like could be Maxi again.
Yeah, it's Max. He's just making sure.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, just see, that's just, man.
That gets rid of that .93. So
That's got HPC written all over it, doesn't it? Just getting it done.
It was a good backup. The paddle back out is worth it to get that little wide back up. That's for sure. You do the run around and you're out there behind the rock.
Yeah. So, I was just going to say, Wilsey runs down for his semi, and it was almost like he was floating. Like his poise and his balance of just even on land.
Yeah.
It was almost like there was no kinks in it. It was just hovering above the sand, and we're going, look at this guy. And then he gets out in the water, exactly the same.
Such a pure surfer.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful style.
And I mean, going down for the in the much later years, going down for the Byron Easter Classic, and all the different divisions, the older divisions, I'd be surfing in the over 50s or something like that. And Wilsey would be still, whoa, like he could win the Open.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, he's that good.
He's Taji, mate. Really hasn't managed to find anything with space there.
No. It's going to get tricky on the low tide. You're going to have to get up and absolutely go.
And here goes Georgie.
Yeah, George.
He doesn't need much in this wave. Oh, wow. Well, he gave it everything.
Yeah. He might have needed to make that last turn, but
I think so.
He doesn't, because he's got to sort of probably get around a 4-ish, just a bit more maybe.
The thing is, George is getting a lot of very similar waves, and they keep sort of weakening off.
No, this is going to probably.
Oh, wow.
This might put it. This might go to first place.
Oh, this is definitely the best wave of the heat. He is just snapping it in the pocket. Nathaniel, look at the style too, Bugs. He's got that classic hand jive out of the lip. Well, strong finish.
Really strong finish. I'd say he's going to win that heat.
That's beautiful.
Look at the quality there, Max and Nathaniel. Like, just such fluent surfers, great styles. They really put it together.
And magic stuff here at the Occy Grom Comp 2023. Maxi McGilvray, and it was Nathaniel going into the lead there with a 7.67. We're going to take a quick break and be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Snapper Rocks. Have a go at this. It's grommy heaven out there right now as we welcome to the booth the one and the only legend, Dean Dingo Morrison. G'day, brother.
Yes, Fakey. Good to see you, brother. Always, mate.
Oh, you must just get the mad flashbacks when you see these little groms out here, got the coloured rashies on, their journey about to start.
Yeah, I mean, I was stoked when I heard this event was here. And, just to rock up and just feel the energy and know how stoked, the kids would be. It fills my cup too. And, I love a good froth. And to see the groms out there enjoying it, loving it with no one out, it's a special event for them for sure.
Mate, we just saw in that last heat, heat tactics, priority, use of priority, all of that. How hard was it for you to not burn everyone in your heats when you were surfing snapper?
I know, right? Oh, here we go. Here's red.
Yeah.
Oh, look how good that bank is.
Will Martin, mate, and there's a big difference in there from the under 12s, which we saw yesterday, to the under 16s. It's like a universe apart, but you can really see how quickly kids progress these days.
Yeah, and there's that huge development between, hitting your teenage years. So from about 13 or 14, you start to grow and you look at the wave different. And look at Medina. He won his first CT when he was 16.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then I think there was only 2 years before that he won the King of the Groms in the Quicksilver ones, yeah? So.
Yeah. The famous story about that is the King of the Groms was basically like this. It was an Occy Grom comp, but it was run before the CT. And Gabe got 2 10s in the final.
Yeah.
And apparently the entire CT were all there because the CT was going to run after the Kings of the Groms. They were like, man, how glad are you this kid's not in out? Because the surf was tiny and he was just going bonkers.
Yeah.
But they saw it coming.
Yeah. And it was that 2 years development that did he win his first event in France?
I think he won his first event in, he won.
He won 2 in 1 year.
He won 2 out of 5 events or something.
He won that one in
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Against Parko?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and I can't remember, but I remember he won 2 events in 1 year.
Yeah.
And he was like 16, and he had arrived already.
You know what's even crazier about that was there was a mid-season qualification. So the back half of the tour fell off and the top half of the QS went up.
Yep.
So he only surfed half a year, not even a full year, and he won 2 events.
Yeah, well, I was a victim of the other side of that
tour.
No. I was the first one out, so. But, yeah.
Oh, bummer.
But, here we go now.
Yeah, mate. Will Martin is off to a fly here. Already banked a 4.83. And what are you looking for on days like this, Dingo? I mean, you know this lineup better than anyone. It looks simple enough, but some waves, as Bug said, some hit it really nice and other waves sort of back off the bank. So, yeah, how do you know?
So, there's blue now, Henry Dowling, just getting one to finish. You're looking, so it's kind of beside the rock and just to the left of it is kind of my marker, and then I'm looking down the line. So I'm looking where it's coming in, and then when I see like a lump kind of come up, and then I'm looking down the line to see what's on offer because the bank's so long. And you really kind of want to kind of match them two up. So if you've got a lump that's coming straight in off the rock, and then you look to the left and see how far down the line it's coming.
I remember when you won this event, 2003, you were doing so many little cheeky sort of chip shots off that rock and getting the growers, and crew were waiting out wide for sets that would just completely miss the bank. So you're just fully on that local knowledge, picking those ones off, as you say. But this is Hayden Danson, or Dansman. And look, I'm a huge fan of the long, lanky boys, mate.
Yes.
I like it. I like to see, tall crew getting stuck into it. The James Caddos of this world.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, Mitchell Henderson. He's got a really wide board here, mate, which I don't mind. I think when the surf's small, it's always good to have a bit of extra width, gets you that nice bit of speed.
Yeah, well, especially these days, mate, on, probably about 10 kilos over fight weight. So, the thicker and wider, the better. But,
mate, have you ever picked up one of your boards from when you were like, in your early teens? Have you got a couple?
No, I don't.
Oh, bummer.
I'm sure they're around. Like, well, Dad would have them, but I haven't picked one up for a while. But I remember the dimensions. I think it was 18 by 6.0 and things like that. So
yeah,
it's a lot's changed.
That's right in the very, very thick of that slipper era, isn't it? Like you guys were coming through when the momentum generation was on point, and those tiny, tiny little surfboards that were just as thin as anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it was...
like cuttle shells had more volume in it.
Yeah, I know. Like, you look at it now, you're like, God, this thing just looks like there's catch rails everywhere. So that's kind of how you're surfing, just trying not to catch rails.
I saw a clip the other day of Dane Reynolds, like, riding a couple of Machado's old boards from that era. And just, it looks hilarious. Like, he, dead set, is struggling so hard to get him moving.
Yeah.
And that's Dane.
Yeah.
He doesn't struggle to move anything.
Well, his technique's perfect.
Yeah.
He knows where to get the speed out of the wave and everything. So
yeah, it almost just looks like there's not enough surfboard at all.
Yeah, and you'd just be so sensitive on where you could push and where you couldn't.
That's right.
Like, you'd be like just kind of guiding it most of the places.
I remember I was in Indonesia with Mick one year, and I was riding. He'd lent me this little fish. Mm-hmm. And we were surfing this sort of small right-hander, and he sort of like looked over and went, "Oh, let's swap boards." And I had to get on his, high-performance shorty. And, mate, I just could not ride it. I was like, what on earth? How do you ride this thing? And he goes, mate, it's a Formula One race car. Just put your foot to the floor and give it as much as you can.
Yeah.
And I sort of started to feel it out a little bit. But the difference between a high-performance knife and the average surfboard now is what it should be, I think.
Yeah.
Back in the day, everyone just rode what the pros rode, and it almost ruined your surfing for 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, that's, and you even today, like, I barely ride a thruster because you have to be so on. Like, if the conditions aren't right and you're on a thruster, your timing and everything has to be spot on. Otherwise, you're catching rails everywhere. So, you jump on like a nice little 20 or something like that. You have fun.
It's such a relief. Oh. It's such a relief, Dingo. Like, on a day like today, I know that you and I would be paddling out there probably on, like, I'm thinking like a 5.5, but 19.25, like big 20, heaps of beef, dead flat. Yeah. Just cruise, just feel that speed.
Yeah. Yeah, if I jumped on like a high-performance board, I'd be...
standing on the sand.
And I'd be going over the falls.
So. Mate, tell us about the sand. I mean, is this... it looks geared up for the next swell. It looks ready to go.
Yeah, and that's how the bank has been most of the year. It's been probably some of the most consistent best waves that I've probably ever seen in my life. When we had that run, and then it just hasn't gone anywhere. So they're doing such a great job with that sand bypassing and knowing when to pump it out, and so they make good banks. And them guys up there are all surfers and really cool guys, and really make the decisions with Rab and other surfers that know the lineup really well. So it's testament to them what's going on at the moment.
Check this out, Dingo. All four surfers right now have locked away fours, so we're pretty much dead heat at the moment. And here goes Will Martin. And he's put this one together beautifully, and not just that, it's a really clean little runner. And he's going to get a little bonus section here. And there's a lot of these turns, mate, where you can't really push it much harder than just get that little tap, send a bit of spray, get your turn in. The judges are rewarding it, but you push it any harder and the wave's going to sort of leave you behind.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And especially with that wind coming up the face, that makes it a little harder, and you get kind of caught behind the section because you get stuck up in the lip when you're turning and then coming out of it. So, for him to surf that wave like that was actually a really good wave. It didn't have much on offer, but he done everything he could to get the score then.
Yeah, this is grommy heaven, mate. I mean, how many times you surf snapper, by yourself when you were 16? Look at that beautiful carve there from Mitchell Henderson. He backs it up. Oh, hang on, that's not Mitch, that's Henry. So he comes through that sunlight, put together a beautiful wave here. Good stuff from Henry.
Yeah, that was, put together manoeuvres nice for what was on offer. So
Not quite down the line as much as Will Martin's wave.
Yep. So let's see what comes through there.
Yeah, how many times, mate, do you reckon? Like, would you surf it in club comps a fair bit with a few other crew out?
You know what? It was more so when we were younger, when they didn't have the sand bypass.
Yeah.
And the bank would come around within a day, and me and Parker would be onto it.
Yeah.
And we'd get sessions out there for like 3-4 hours where it was just us, and that's what kind of stands out in my mind. But
Yeah,
then by that afternoon it was crowded.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have to come around the car park to check it, and the bank wouldn't be here for like a year and a half. But as you're a Grom, you're at the beach all day, and you're onto all the transitions of the elements. And we used to be onto it all the time.
You mean when you're not at school?
Yeah.
Born
I was in between me getting A's at school. I was a bit of a scholar at school for one of, as you know, the other end of the spectrum.
Exactly. Got a big A plus in truancy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember Joel, because I used to live with Rab on the point there at Kirra, and Parker would be sitting there waiting for the bus. I'd be like, mate, what, you going to be a scientist, are you? Like, what are you going to school for? And he'd just be shaking his head, and I'd be chucking stuff at him and that.
Oh, my God, that must have done his head in.
Oh, it was classic. But Uncle Brian, he was good, He would...
Yeah.
He was, surfing with us back in the day. When we were young, he'd take us surfing early, and so would mix Mum Liz and stuff. So, they kind of knew that we had this passion for surfing from an early age, and they really nurtured it within us as well. But they used to make the boys go to school a bit, but Rab was pretty lenient. But
well, he knew.
Yeah, he did.
Knew. I remember a great quote from Rabs when you were just a tiny Grom, and he goes, "I reckon by the time he's about 25, Dean Morrison's going to be the most barreled person on earth." And you had it covered by the time you were about 16.
I did.
Wow, that was cool.
Yeah.
So that was a punchy end section. We haven't seen a whole lot of that because the wave's just been petering out a bit. But some good scores locking in here, Ding. 5.57 for Will Martin's last one. And as we called, Henry got to work, got a lot done, but a 5.17, probably just because he didn't quite get the linking speed that Will Martin had on his first ride.
Yeah, and like you said, Will Martin had that little bit more through the middle of the wave. So just a little bit more down the line. So it allowed him just to kind of keep attacking the lip through that middle section. But, Henry kind of, that wave didn't allow it. But he had a nice finish. So
far out, mate. The Occy Grom comp, first year ever at Snapper. It's usually been over the hill at D-Bar there. And been lucky enough to commentate that for a few years. And I love coming down, man. I love seeing the emerging talent. Like, it's really cool when you've been around surfing as long as we have, and you've seen the different generations come through. After you guys, there was that little, like directly beneath you had the Wilco, Micro, Ace Buchan era.
Yep.
And then under that, there was another era and another, and this is really where you get to see the very first seedling sprout, isn't it? You get to see who's going to be the next big talent. We just saw that in the last heat, Maxi McGilvray from down there at Evans Head. Really cool surfer, man, and Will Martin's doing a wonderful job in this one so far.
Yeah, and you've been there, since the first events that I started doing when I was 12, 13 years old. You were part of them.
That's right.
So you've got to see the development over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And
I'm old.
Yeah, well, wise. I'd like to say we're wise, but this is where you see it first off, and you get to see them. That talent that's just, it stands out.
Yeah.
And that's why these events are so important to the development of surfing in Australia.
Here is our man in yellow, Hayden Danswan, holding it down in second place at the moment. He's got a 4.53 and a 5. But check these scores, man. These guys are really going toe-to-toe at the moment. So Hayden with that 5, mate, that was that end section clout that we saw before.
Yep.
And the judges liking that. Bit of sting.
Yeah, so
Remember when we were staying together down in Vico one year for the Pro Juniors? I was commentating, you were competing. You won the jetty surf.
yeah.
Pro Junior down there. That was a glory era in Australian junior surfing, I think.
Yeah, I mean...
I think we were staying with Wayne Seacombe.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just remember, like, you were part of it since day one. You know, I remember you were commentating at the Hot Butter event with Mick Mock.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I was about 12 then. And then you actually got out there in a heat.
Oh, don't bring that up. That was...
But you'll rip it.
Oh, mate, lowest scoring heat in Pro Junior history, I believe.
But it was awesome. You were just having fun, like you were doing coffin rides and things like that.
You know what happened? Dave Nielsen runs down, gives me a board, the great Central Coast air wizard.
Yeah.
And I paddle out, and I took off, and I just fell straight off, and I turned the board over. It had no fins in it. I was like, stitch up the lux.
Yeah, but, you know, all them...
You know who was in my heat?
Who?
Darren O'Rafferty.
Yeah.
And John Bubba McLean.
No way.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Because I would have been down there with Bubba because he was sponsored by Billabong at the time. Right. And so, yeah, I remember watching that.
And you won the OP, the HB as well, didn't you?
Yep.
Cool, man.
That was a stepping stone. I think that was the biggest event in the world for junior surfing for a long time.
It was the only event, and it did just sort of morph into the unofficial world title of junior surfing. So every year, you know, a huge contingent of overseas competitors would come. Kelly Slater came. Yep. Shane Dorian came. They all surfed in it. Kelly won it. Have a look at this little runner dingo. Oh, beautiful timing. And he's got around this section. This is Mitch Henderson. So he's got a good score under his belt. And I'd say he's going to back something similar there. I reckon that's in that 4-point range for sure.
Yeah, so they've all kind of got that same backup score, so it's pretty close heat. Whoever kind of gets the best wave here will probably take the lead. It's only 40 seconds to go, so let's see what he gets for that. What does he need there?
He probably just needs a 4.64. Wow. It's going to be close.
So that's going to be right there for sure.
This is a really close heat. Exciting one. It's under 16 boys. Round 1, heat 6, 20 seconds to go. Wow, that trained out quickly.
Didn't it?
Oh, so we're really sweating on this score from Mitch Henderson now.
So 4.65, that could be a bit of a change in first and second there. I mean, you know, from fourth to second.
Possibly. Well, we'll let you know after the break, Dingo. Are you going to stick around?
Yep.
Unreal. It's the Occy Grom Comp 2023. Back with more in a moment.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, live from Snapper Rocks, beautiful southeast Queensland. It's a cracking winter morning down here, and we're well into some action of the under-16 boys. Heat 6 just wrapped up. It was Will Martin and Hayden Danswan getting the jump there. We'll move into heat number 7 of this round. It's another stacked one. Jackson Cowan, Alexis Owen, Leo Matchett, and Ocean Lancaster. Ocean up and riding here. Ocean is a absolute powerhouse from, pretty sure, Newcastle. My name is Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by none other than Dean Dingo Morrison. Dingy, good to see you foil round the corner this morning and come straight into the booth, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, Stace. Waves are pumping for the Groms. Geez, Ocean's got good technique.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Blakey about just the development of junior surfing and getting to watch them at these events. You know, it's a huge stepping stone for them, and it also, you know, I love that it's here at Snapper.
Totally. Even though it's only a small, sort of 1 to 3 foot today, you still get a long wave, and like you said, you can see who has their acts together. Even though these kids are still growing and they're still obviously, putting on weight and getting taller and all of these things, you can still see who has that sort of natural kind of ability to, piece a wave together with flow, which is obviously a difficult thing. And so lucky that the kids get to surf this wave and showcase all their variety.
Yeah. And, being the under-16s and getting to surf out there with 3 other guys out is it'd be really special for these kids. And, it's such an amphitheatre for to have an event here.
Yep.
And, I was excited when they said they were going to move the Grom contest here, just knowing how much enthusiasm these Groms are going to have for surfing the event.
Yeah, 100%. And it is challenging though. Like I was talking to some parents on the Broadwalk just before, and the structure of this event is really aimed at the Challenger Series.
Yep.
And prepping these kids, even though that might be 4 or 5 years down the track, it'll come around pretty quick. So this draw, it doesn't have a repechage. The heats are 20 minutes. It is pretty cutthroat, but where we make up for by not having repechage round is later in the draw. It actually goes into man-on-man a lot earlier than any other event around the country, and it goes man-on-man all the way to the final. So it really is, prepping these kids for those bigger events that hopefully they'll be competing in the future.
Wow, how cool is that? That's such a good insight for them to start preparing themselves for them big events.
Yeah, definitely.
And, here's Blue Alexis Owen. Finish that one. But yeah, man, that's great. And that's what we need as with junior development, to prep them so they know all the feelings they get when they get into that Challenger Series, so it's not so foreign for them. Because, as we know, Brazil's been dominating lately.
Yeah, totally.
And it's just, it comes through that development from young age, and they're hungrier than ever. Like someone was saying, like they're like the new Australians now. So these events is going to prepare these Groms so when they are on that big world stage, they're going to be able to perform at their best.
See Leo Matchett up and riding here. He's picked a nice little wave, good tempo on it. Beautiful combination of turns to start this wave. Just gets a little bit hung up. But he does well to get around it and get back out on the open face to try and get some scoring manoeuvres on the board. And, get to the end of that one. But talk to us about the wind this morning, Dingo. Not quite favourable this early in the morning for Snapper.
Yeah, mate. It's got that little bit of westerly wind up the face, which, you can kind of get caught up at the top of the wave because it's blowing up and it's a little bit harder to get your speed back down the face. But, as we see Ocean there, I really love the way this kid surfs. He's got really good technique and just really compressing out of his turns. But, that's kind of what you need when the conditions aren't favourable. You just need your technique to kind of be on. And, I'm impressed by this kid already.
Yeah, definitely. I know what you mean. There's not a lot of margin for error when the conditions are like this. You've got to be pretty spot on, because if you have that little bobble in the wave, you can leave scoring moments sort of go missed if you're trying to get your feet back in the wax or get speed back or anything like that. So if you can be efficient with your movement and put the whole wave together, it's certainly going to help obviously maximise your score, as we're waiting for a couple of numbers to drop in now.
And it's all kind of feeling too, you're not pushing too hard or too soft, but your technique, like your extension, your rotation, and then your compression really has to be on point. Otherwise, you will get stuck at the top and actually lose speed. But you'll watch the like Ocean, his technique. Oh well, look, he just got an 8.5 for that wave. We just kind of caught the end of that. We didn't see the start of it, but that's as I kind of seen on that first wave, his techniques it's special, and obviously he got that score for 8.5. That's an excellent score. So I think this kid, I'm impressed by him. Do you know this kid, Stace?
Yeah, I think he's in Merriweather Board Riders. I could be wrong, but I've definitely seen his name around. And I don't know. This day and age, Instagram's pretty handy. You can just jump on and check, see what everyone's up to. It does become a pretty important tool for these youngsters as they get a bit older. Promoting themselves, and it's not like the old days where you used to. You rock up to an event and see someone surfing for the first time in your life. I remember being a young kid and going to an event and watching Owen Wright surf. I'd never even heard of him or seen him in a mag or anything until I watched him at an event. I just went, oh my God, that guy's going to be a world champion. Like, what am I even doing here?
And it was when you kind of got to see them people that you'd see like a little picture, because in like a surfing life or a wave, you're like, oh, who's this kid? And then you get to see him at the event, and you get to kind of match up and see where they're at.
So you see Alexis Owen here, beautiful speed down the line, a great fin drift, but perhaps just overcooking it a touch there on that turn. He did well to generate that speed. Yeah,
he done really well there, but just kind of went for that one big opening manoeuvre, and then the wave ran past him. So, it's competing. 20-minute heats? You really got to use your priority right and make sure that you're looking down the line to see which are the good ones, and it's such a special event for these guys coming up. And, like you said, it's going to be a blink of an eye, and they're going to be on the Challenger Series. So, this is where they're going to get that foundation for their career moving forward. And, it's such a good event for the Groms and for the event that Occy's putting on. It's special.
He nearly got his name on the stairs out here, but you had a little something to do with that.
It was many moons ago, that one, Stace.
I reckon I was that kid right there standing on the rocks watching that one go down.
Classic.
Talk to us about the positioning and what Snapper offers. Today looking like a mini version of the final that you surfed with Ock. You weren't quite sitting behind the rock, you were just those little double ups that we're looking for down the line. Talk to us about the different phases that this wave can have.
Yeah, see, I rarely sit behind the rock in a heat because you kind of can't see down the line too far. You're going to get that barrel behind the rock because they hit that sandbank behind there and you'll get tubed, but you kind of can't see what's going on down the line. So kind of where red and white is here, that's the spot that I like because you can you'll see down the line and be able to know what's going on. But if you're too far behind there, you're looking just... You know that it's hollow, but you can't see if it's going to be running down the line as much. But, just where they are, you can see, and you'll see a lump where out in the middle here, you'll see a lump kind of, stand up out there on the good ones.
And, speaking of down the line, I think exactly what you were just talking about there, and this was a bit more of an exaggerated version. Alexis could see that this wave had more on it offering down the line because he was sitting a bit wider, a fair bit wider than the rest of the pack. And, Snapper obviously is an amazing wave, and you see the postcards of behind the rock. But, it's a wise move to just, keep an eye on that down the line section because you can rattle off, more manoeuvres as the wave stands up down the bank, which Alexis managed to do on that wave there.
Yeah, and, that's within a 20-minute heat, you can't be too picky, and you kind of just want to make sure that you're getting some 2 or 3 good manoeuvres in, and you kind of be into that 6 range. And if you get anything more than that, it's a bonus. But Alexis, then he looks like he's got a really strong stance, and he'd probably do better when the waves are a bit bigger.
Yep.
But he he's right there. He's got 2 4s under his belt. What does he need? About a 7 to get to
Yeah, he's spot
second.
on, a 7.94. We just caught the end of Leo Matchett's wave there, and he got a 6.57, so he edged further, solidifying his spot in second there. So, some big scores that we haven't been able to catch the start of there. It was Ocean Lancaster's 8.5 and Leo Matchett's 6.57. And then, the boys in third and fourth really just trading off a couple of 4s on their single highest scores. So I think they're going to need to up those numbers there if they're going to want to be in contention here with 5 minutes to go. Dingo, one thing I wanted to pick your brain on, which these kids at the moment they don't really have this problem because the age brackets are in 2-year gaps. Mm-hmm. But what was it like coming onto the tour and you got a final against Occy in your backyard, who obviously was one of your heroes growing up and a mentor at the time, all travelling together? How do you sort of put that aside and back yourself to being, I belong here?
Let's come back to that, Stace, and watch this wave of Ocean.
Oh.
Jeez, he's just got such a good little technique. Oh, put the mockers on him, Stace.
We cooked him.
But... yeah,
like when they graduate out of the juniors, they're going to be surfing against, a Huey Vaughan or an Eden Hassan or a Lennox Smith or, these other bigger names that are in the country right now. And how do you go from sort of one division to the next? And it never really stops. You have Challenger to the Tour and so on. It's one thing that these kids will have to overcome at some point.
Yeah, and you just want to be able to, you can't control anything anyone else does. Mm. And you just want to be able to go out there and put your best foot forward.
Yep.
You don't want to go out there thinking too much. Like your best surfing kind of sits outside of your thinking.
Yep.
And you really want to just connect. And the work's kind of been done. If you're there, you're meant to be there.
Yep.
And so, you just want to keep it real simple. And, be able to... It's a lot about reading the ocean.
Yep.
And, Kelly Slater, one of the greatest surfers ever, his ability... probably has been on par at stages throughout his career.
Yep.
But his ocean awareness is second to none. Like, he'll rock up at a spot in the world and the best locals, and he'll out-local the best locals.
Yeah.
With picking the waves and the conditions and the inside ones.
Yep.
So it goes a long way. And, everyone kind of has their kind of special superpower that just naturally comes to them.
Yep.
And, Kelly's ocean awareness is unreal, whereas, Parko, he's right there too. He's great at reading the ocean, whereas Mick he was more ability. He had to really work on that ocean awareness stuff. And it just kind of, when you're coming up against them heats where you have looked up to someone, and, there's nothing you can do what's going to, with them guys, like how they're going to perform is not up to you.
Yeah.
But you got to take control of what's inside you, and if you can perform your best in them heats, no matter if you win or lose, you'll come in stoked.
Yep.
But it's when you start overthinking it and overcompensating and really trying to think your way through a heat, you that's when I would find I'd be really bummed.
Yeah. Yep.
So just you do your best and leave the result up to the judges. And see what happens from there, I'd say.
Such great advice from Dean Morrison here this morning, former Championship Tour surfer, winner here at Snapper Rocks, and one of, I'd have to put yourself in that category, Dean, of one of the best ocean readers in the world. But back to that in a minute. Alexis Owen is trying to fight for his spot in an advancing position. Currently third in the lineup, needs a 7.94, and I think that this is a great example, Dean, of... Alexis building into his own heat. Now, obviously, there's only 2 minutes left on the clock, and you do need to do your best effort inside that 20 minutes with the opportunities you get. But he's certainly been building through this heat, and essentially, if he's not going to get that 7.94 that he's requiring, his next best task is to just to better that 4.3 and keep chipping away at that requirement, which we'll wait and see if the judges think so there. And he does only minutely, but it is an improvement on his total. So a 4.33 is now his best score. He's now chasing a 7.91, and I think that's a good example of just got to do yourself, keep doing your own game plan, and like you said, let the judges do the judging. Yeah, and I would always, when I come up against them tough heats, I would always make sure that I'm on the best waves. Yep. And I would always, like with Kelly, I'd always make sure that I didn't let him
get away to a quick start.
Yep.
I'd always position myself inside him.
Yep.
And get away and get a score on the board, even if it wasn't a keeper.
Yep.
It would just give him that little bit where he'd have to wait, because as soon as he would get on a roll, he'd start turning like 4s into 9s.
Yeah. Yep.
So you'd be aware of that,
Yep.
and you'd know that, okay, well, the first 5 minutes of this heat is probably the most important minutes of the heat.
Yeah, for sure. Leo Matchett here in second position. He's had a great heat. He doesn't need a huge score to get into the lead, well within his ability. Couple of setup turns to get this one started. He'd be looking for a little bit more steep face if he wants to really push into that first position. Nevertheless, a strong ride there. He's chasing the 7.51 to get into the lead. I'm not too sure that wave will offer that up. There's 42 seconds left. Easily one more wave in that heat, I reckon. Just jump onto the sandbar there.
Yeah. yeah. Oh, it looks like a couple of sets coming around the corner, maybe.
Yeah.
Like,
that was a little runner there for sure.
So, but what a cool event for these Groms. And, I mean, even for us, to see the talent that's coming out of Australia at the moment. This is where we see it firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. Jackson Cohen, a series of great turns there. By far his best ride. He's chasing a huge number, and it's a really, really well-surfed wave there. He could definitely hold his head high on that one, but I think a little bit of frustration there. He just knows that he's obviously got the ability. He just didn't keep up with the start of these lads that were dropping the 5s and the 6s, and obviously the 8.5 from Ocean. He just left a little bit too much meat on the bone there at the end. It's going to be his best wave. It's a 4.73, but it won't be enough to turn the heat. So advancing through that heat will be Ocean Lancaster and Leo Matchett. Don't go anywhere. Things are starting to heat up here at Snapper Rocks. Heat 8 coming right up at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Stay tuned. welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp live from Snapper Rocks in southeast Queensland. The beautiful morning here on the Gold Coast, just past the middle of winter here. You wouldn't know it though, once the sun comes up, the days have been absolutely beautiful. We've seen a couple of cracking heats already this morning out in the water at the moment. It is Renee Galloway, Darcy Dwyer, Benji Lowen, and Hunter Anderson. A stacked heat, pretty stacked heat for round one. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Dean Dingo Morrison. Dingo, great to have you, mate.
Yep, thanks for having me, Stace. Glad to be here, watching the rising talent of Australia, and yeah, it's awesome to see where we're at.
You had a busy week on the tools recently for the Challenger Series event. It's pretty awesome to have these events, following in the shadows of those events and getting these kids prepared for when that time comes to step up to that level.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is a foundation of what they'll use for their career as they move forward. And it's like you said, this whole format's set up for them to move on into the Challenger Series, and we move on to man-on-man after the quarters, is it?
Yeah, it comes around pretty quick. So I think there's two rounds of the normal heats of the 4-person heats, and then just want to check here before we get too excited. Now 3 rounds for the under-16 boys, and then the quarterfinals are 3-person heats, and then the semis and the final are man-on-man. So. It certainly gets them prepped, and like I mentioned earlier, it's pretty cutthroat. There's no repechage in this event. However, that's the way it goes if you want to find yourself on the big boy and girl tour. There's no repechages there. When you get to the CT, there's a bit of extra breathing room.
Yep.
But to qualify and to get onto the tour, it's just a straight shootout. So it certainly is getting them prepared from all angles.
Yeah, and from the under-16s to, their development from now for the next few years will kind of showcase the world and themselves at where they're going to sit in that spectrum. So, it's cool that we get to see them now, and then all of a sudden, a few years later we go, oh, geez, you remember when he was had the Occy Grom Comp? And, it won't be too long till they're up in that Challenger Series and wanting to put themselves in the talk for a world title.
Totally. I can think of one instance in particular where, winning is great, but I think it's often when you come up just a little bit short that you learn the most, and Ethan Ewing was that person. I remember the Waves were firing at D-Bar. It was him and Reef Doig in the final, and both of them were ripping standouts all event, and Ethan got in Reef's way without priority, and he had the single highest score of the final, 8.67. I think Reef might have had a 2-wave total of about a 9.5. Mm-hmm. And, Ethan unfortunately lost that, mainly due to that. And goes without saying, I don't think I've ever seen Ethan get another priority appearance again in his life.
Yeah, and that's it. And here we see White, Benji Llewellyn, just trying to get one on the board. No one. Here we go behind him. Darcy Dwyer. So we this is where you prepare the kids to go onto that world stage, and like you said, you'll make your mistakes here, and that you lose a lot more than what you win in these events, and that's a hard thing. But if you can build that resilience and keep moving forward, with enthusiasm, you can have a long career.
Totally. Yeah, I think you mentioned a great point in the last heat that we called. It's sort of learning to reflect and judge yourself, based on your performance, and not so much the scores. Scores are great. It's awesome to hear yourself, oh, you got a 9, you got a 10, you got an 8.5, you won your heat. But truly, how did you perform, and how can you, reflect on that, and did you do your best? And that's all that really matters. And it's a great skill to learn, to be able to reflect not only on your wins, but more on your losses. Because as you said, everyone loses more than they win. Even the guy that wins a world title only wins 3 events a year.
Yes.
There's 10 in a regular season, so it's a great skill to learn how to reflect. And I know that you've probably gone through different stages in your career where you've been good at that and poor at it, and it's a hard one to teach though, isn't it?
It is, mate, and it's something you really need to learn though, is to be able to just keep showing up and with that enthusiasm, with that like determination, but also being able to let all that go and just enjoy the process.
Yeah.
And if the waves come to you, they come to you. But if they don't, they don't. I remember, I was seeing Mick. He was doing some of the best surfing he's ever done at the time, but he got about 5 strings of 17ths in a row. And I remember I'd seen him doing an interview, and just said, you know what, there's not much wrong here. I feel like I'm surfing better than ever. My boards are good. The results will come. And then he went out and won J-Bay in the next event. But it's through them 17ths that he really kind of, didn't look at it too much with what was going on.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you try to dissect too much of a loss, you can actually go the other way instead of actually moving forward.
Totally.
But it's a fine line, and that's why it's always good to have coaches there that, the pressure you're putting on yourself, they can just relieve that a little bit and go, hey, you know what, we've done everything right. This is what we can control. We can't control the ocean. We've done everything we could within that. Our preparation was good. Our boards are good. Let's just keep moving towards a goal.
Yep.
We're going, and then the results will come. But if you sit there dwelling on a loss too much, and you can ask too many questions that don't need answering.
Yeah, such a good point that you make. Pretty famous movie, that string of 17ths into the win at J-Bay was in, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, classic.
It's funny, 3 degrees, kids, get around it. Up and riding, Darcy Dwyer. He's made his way down from the Sunshine Coast. Great young talent from up that part of the world, and he's no stranger to a right-hand point, as you can see. Again, put the mocker on him, but you can see he's got the firepower there, and it's a lot of kids have got a lot of talent, but it's one thing to be able to piece your wave together with flow, which Darcy was certainly showing it on that wave before he fell, and it's just another great reason that this event has been moved to Snapper. D-Bar was great to us over the years, but there's one thing that Snapper definitely teaches young surfers, and that's sort of how to set the tempo of the ride and fit into where the wave wants you to surf it. It's not all go, 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 and I think that Snapper will iron out those creases pretty quickly.
Yeah, and there's just different lines you pick out here too. Like usually at the start of the wave, you're looking down the line, so your board's kind of a little bit more horizontal, and it's not until you can kind of get above that, and then you can kind of draw your bottom turn out and point your nose, your surfboard to the beach, where you can really get that kind of exclamation mark on your wave. But you got to there might be 2 or 3 turns that you've done before that are pretty horizontal. And then when you get to that mark, when you got that speed, you can see the wave slowed up a bit. You'll actually get that really deep bottom turn. And, that's kind of how surfing points are. You keep that speed throughout the wave, and then when it slows up a bit, you can really kind of wrap into them major manoeuvres. But, Mick was great at that. If you watch him surf out here, it's pretty horizontal at the start until he actually really wants to load up, and that's when he delays that bottom turn more than what he has, and then he'll point that nose to the beach and really kind of get that rotation off the bottom and off the top where he'll get that major manoeuvre in, and Joel, and you'll see them guys that grow up on point breaks, so they'll just naturally do that.
Yep. And obviously equipment playing a massive part in that. JS Industries are a big supporter of this event. They have been for a long time, and obviously they're got pretty good credit on the world tour and in this part of the world in particular. And Dean, something I noticed you've been doing the last couple of years is really flexing the variety in your quiver. But I think as we see, speaking of JS, young Hunter Anderson having a look at this wave here, he's been pretty patient. But this wave's looking pretty good. Dingo, take us through it.
Yeah, Hunter, look at this wave. He's picked a nice one here. And he's one of the Groms that are coming up in Australia that we're talking about is really going to benefit from this system. It's getting ready for the Challenger Series. And, yeah, that was nice. He'd done about 6 manoeuvres on that. They were all nice in the pocket. Like, for that wave, he surfed that really well. But as I was talking about before, it didn't actually allow him to come square off the bottom. But he surfed that wave as good as he could of it. It was really fast down the line and got the most out of that. So
I've got to give a bit of credit to the timing for him in this heat is crucial, and you've got to just golf clap kids when they have performances like this. Even if you're competing against them, there's something to learn here. And he just waited 13 minutes in a 20-minute heat for his first ride. Nerves of Steel dropped to 7.5. Like that is just such a hard skill to learn. You know, he would have had to leave 4 or 5 waves go that were inferior, and he just waited his turn. He knew the wave he wanted, and to show that level of patience, I think is definitely something that a lot of us can learn from.
Yeah, and that's a testament. And you're exactly right, Stace. To be able to sit there for 13 minutes when he's a frothing grommet,
Yep.
I mean, that shows a lot of experience and a lot of where he's at with his competing. And, that's, you don't know what's going to come through today. But just to be able to be patient and go, okay, well, I can't control the ocean, but what I can control is where I position myself. And if I position myself here for long enough, the wave's going to come. And to sit there and not, like, there would have been 4 or 5 waves, like you said, come through that weren't scorers, but to let them go and then know what he's looking for, I mean, that's awesome. Like, 7.5 to start the heat. He's in second place. What does he need? Like he needs like a 1 to get to first. So, yeah, that was a great strategy. And that comes down to he would have looked at the conditions before his heat, identified what he was looking for, and probably calculated that, you know what, there is 3 or 4 coming through.
Yep.
So if I do have first priority, I'm just going to sit there and wait, and the wave will eventually come. And that all comes down to being able to read the ocean properly.
Yep, it's a great call you make. And then also, too, I'm sure it's not the outcome that they want to hear, but also just being at peace with it. If, like you mentioned earlier, if the wave comes, it comes. And if it doesn't come, you've got to back your strategy in. You've got to, you can't be all things to every wave at every time. You're only one kid, and you get your 1 or 2 chances in a heat. So you've really got to, you can't be all over the lineup. And he did a really good job there to just stick to his guns and execute there. And now it's going to be a real interesting last 4 minutes. He's going to be in 4th priority. We'll be taking this one off the edge here. Take us through it, Dingy.
Yep, and here he goes. Nice snap, just right in the pocket of this wave. And, I mean, geez, that's just unreal. That's just such good heat strategy awareness to be in 4th, sit way down the line where he's out of these guys' way, and just to get him a good backup score, and he done that. And, you can see that, he's already a seasoned veteran of what he's doing. Like, you cannot surf a heat better than what he has already. Yep. And, that's what we're looking for in these kids, and that's his edge. Like, he's a great competitor as well as, Hunter, he's one of the kids that I've heard of that is coming up, and he's grooming Australian surfing, and he's going to be on that world stage. And I mean, look at that. 3 minutes to go. He's only caught 2 waves, but he's made it all count, and he's 4th in line. He's done the runaround, and he's going to sit wide again. So if something comes, he's going to be onto it.
Totally, yeah. That's well executed heat there, and he's certainly well supported, as you can see on the run around there. And another good partner of the brand, partner of this event, I should say. Sorry, is the Creatures of Leisure brand, and Hunter, I dare say, is running their brand new proto traction. So they've got an activation down here on the beach. If you want to go and check out Creatures of Leisure, just below the boardwalk there. Go and check out Mikey, who'll give you a helping hand and run you through what they've been up to. But certainly a good advocate for the brand at the moment there, Hunter. He's looking certainly locked in on his board, and his equipment and his accessories are all lined up and looking pretty sharp.
And Creatures have always been that quality, accessories. Even when we were young, because they're made in Western Australia, like Jake and Taj and them guys were always running it. They always had the best gear and stuff. So, it's another Australian brand that does well and has a great product.
Indeed. As we count down here to just less than 2 minutes on the clock, we're seeing the whole lineup sort of drift down with this little bit of current that's pushing through, which is a good sign. Uncle Rab was talking about it yesterday. Like, that little forerunner of south current can mean there's a bit of energy in the water. I think the one thing we are fighting for most of the day, unfortunately, is just to run out tide till about 12:30. But once that tide swings, like it did yesterday, it just got better all afternoon. You see Hunter off the end here again. He's looking to improve on the 4, 6, 7, and he's off to a pretty flying start on this one. But at this stage, he's just looking to make up for that, 13 minutes where he didn't stand up at the start and just try and get a few waves out snapper with no one out.
Yeah. And, I mean, that was, for what's out there today, that was You know, you couldn't have surfed a better heat. So.
Now he's just starting to play mind games with the other competitors because they could all have really enjoyed that 5.47 or at least the opportunity to ride it. You know, that's still better than any other wave in this heat. So these other young fellas have got to start to figure out their positioning on the bank with just less than a minute now. Renee Galloway. So in and out of that one. He hasn't had the love in this heat or the sort of the luck of the rhythm as he looks to make his way back out. Yeah, I would definitely be getting back out there with 40 seconds. It's not a long paddle out, and there are little runners that just come just off the bank that you could be on. So it's good to see him get out there as we see the boys in the next heat getting ready to get into the swing of things. This is Benji Lowen. He doesn't need a huge score. Two turns in the lip there, but just can't get around the corner on that one. He would need about a 4.79 or give or take. I don't think he'll get it on that one. Here's a better looking wave, bit more size. Oh, heavy float to make there. And that'll be the end of that heat there. We'll see some scores come in for white and yellow, but I'm not too sure they'll have any massive consequence on this heat so far. It was Hunter Anderson over Darcy Dwyer. Dingo, mate, thanks so much for your time. Always great to have you in. Great insight. I'm sure we'll see you a bit more over the next couple of days.
Thanks heaps, Stace. Appreciate it, brother.
And, mate, don't go anywhere. More heats coming right up.
Okay. It's good.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, live from Snapper Rocks. And pretty tight finish in that last one, a flurry of waves, but it was Hunter Anderson getting the jump over Darcy Dwyer there. Renee and Benji getting their better rides just at the end, but it wasn't enough to claw back Darcy Dwyer, who got off to a quick start. And then in this heat here, we've got Cow and Duncan up and riding, streaking down the line. He's done well to find this wave at the top of the point. With a pretty tight pack up there. It's a lovely day for these grommets. Swell sort of in that 1 to 3 foot range. Mitchie Peterson from the Sunshine Coast will be in the red, Remy North in the white, Aidan Finn from M&M in the yellow. All these surfers getting plenty of reps in out here over the last couple of days, and particularly on dark last night. Some great waves coming in, and we sort of noticed with the turn of the tide, just brings that swell in a little bit more. We've got a low tide today of about 12:30. The wind this morning was sort of southwest. It's going a bit more around to the south throughout the day, which will groom these conditions up really nicely. Yesterday we saw a bit of a northerly flow in the afternoon, which made it fun to surf, but I think we all like to look at a bit of a cleaner, bluer lineup, which we will get all day today, as we see some sets starting to pulse in out here. This is a good-looking wave, but the boy's just a little bit out of position there, and it might be Cow and Duncan off the end. He's going to make the most of that. The boys up the top just out of position. He's going to have to get around this little double up. He's going to get a little bonus section through Little Marley. He's winding up. A couple of great turns on that wave. Well done to identify that wave off the end there. As you'll look to do the run around now. It's 14 minutes left in this heat. And he's the only surfer with 2 rides on the board at the minute. Was certainly a good position to be in. Looks like Remy North paddling back out there, so he will have a score to come in as well. So it's been pretty important today to get some waves on the board early in your heats. Hey, brother. You too. Jump on in. Very special guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Mr. Dean Dingo Morrison. He's out there hustling up the talent. Paul just dragged him straight out of bed into the deep end of the big World Tour broadcast. Tell you what, his brother's been on fire on the World Tour, I say, through the Hawaii legs. A couple of great phrases.
Oh, yeah.
Cole Rothman, no pressure. Welcome to the booth, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Dingo got me out of bed.
Lovely.
Came and woke me up.
Yeah. You've been having a good Gold Coast holiday, mate?
Yeah, no surf, just cruising, posted up, hanging out.
Where were you before here?
We were in Fiji for like 2.5 weeks. It was really fun, but it was nice to get out of there. And then we're going to head to Indo just after this.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Good little winter break down here on the Goldie.
So nice.
Hanging out with the dingo on the cruise. You got your foiling?
No, not yet. I kind of tweaked my back a little bit, so I was like just chilling for a few days.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I was getting like some physical therapy done and stuff, and then my plan was to go from like here to South Oz or West Oz or something, but the swells kind of didn't pan out perfectly.
Yeah. There was one swell that looked like not so good for a sore back, but then other than that, not a whole lot.
Yeah, not much. So we're just hanging out. Me and my girlfriend are just on full tourist mode vacation.
Sick.
Like driving all like the touristy spots.
Yeah. No, it's a good time of year to be here. It's probably not the most time that everyone looks at to come out to the Gold Coast, but I'd say, coming here in the winter is pretty special.
Yeah, it was funny because just before Fiji, I was seeing so much surf on like Instagram and the internet and stuff of how good Snapper and stuff was for like a month straight.
Honestly,
or something.
It's been good for 3 years. I swear to God, that last month, like pretty much since you got here, I reckon has been the flattest it's been for, I can't even remember an ocean that flat. And from like Sydney to Noosa was flat. There wasn't any swell in the water at all. It was bizarre. We just had been so fortunate, had a crazy, crazy run.
It was perfect time for me. Right when I got here, there was no waves. I ordered a ton of boards from Paizel too.
Yeah.
And then I hit you guys up and stuff for all like the wetsuits and clothes and stuff. And I was like all ready to surf, and it just dead flat.
Yeah. good time to relax and reset and go and, like you say, do the touristy thing.
Yeah, it's been so nice.
Yeah. But, mate, obviously pretty big event here for us, this time of year. Occy has had this event going for 17 years now. So pretty much since, all the guys that you would have grown up with surfing from Australia coming over, they would have all surfed in this event, coming up. And it really is a hallmark of our junior calendar year. And I know Hawaii obviously has an amazing competitive scene as well. What would sort of be the comparison for you on Oahu for events like this, or any of the other islands?
Before I honestly haven't really heard about it until Dingo was like, "Oh, come down and commentate." I thought it was just like a little Menehune event, like how we have in Hawaii at Haleiwa, so it's like a Grom contest.
Yep.
But I walked down and I was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna beach commentate and talk to someone in a little tent."
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, they got it live and broadcasted and everything for the Groms, but we don't have anything like this. I think there really should be, though, for the kids out there, because we have a lot of Grom contests and NSSAs and whatnot, but there's no big event live broadcasting it. So it's just they have these little contests that only you see from the beach or people getting clips of, and this is really cool to put kids out there and on the map and be like, oh, that kid's ripping at snapper or something, or even just having the junior events at home broadcasted. I think it's a super good idea.
Yeah, no, it's cool. They get to feel all those pressure. It's kind of straight elimination. There's no repechage, and then it goes on to man pretty early on in the round. So it's it is a real kind of replica of a Challenger Series event. So yeah, it is a good exposure for the kids. And yeah, it's they'll learn so much so early, and I think you're a great person to talk to about it, mate. You'll compete in select events throughout the year. We'll take a look at this ride here. Mitchell Peterson up and riding. Take us through it, Koa.
Whoa, well, we kind of just lost him.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's surfing that wave better than I would. I don't think he's really grinding it out right now.
I'll give it to you. It'd be pretty hard backside out there at the moment.
Oh man, I don't think I could do it.
It's good fun for these kids though. Perfect size. Obviously, we'd hope 2 or 3 foot better would be bigger would be ideal. But I still think at this size, it's one of the funnest waves in the world, and they're making the most of it. But yeah, getting it back to sort of your development as a youngster, mate, and then obviously into the career that you're forging for yourself at the moment. You've jumped in almost the other lane where you're producing your own content, you're chasing swells and selecting, specific events through in a year to compete in, mainly the big wave stuff.
Yeah.
How young were you when you kind of realised, that's the kind of path that I want to chase, and not so much whether it be the Pro Juniors and the QS and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think I knew for a really long time growing up that I wanted to just surf the waves I wanted to surf and kind of stay away from contests. When I was a kid, I did all the contests at home and stuff, the NSSAs and Haasas and whatnot, and I never did well. But growing up, right at backyards where Phantoms is, right near VLAN and stuff, there was always big wave surfers coming through, our house, just to surf when it was huge. I was like, oh, I really want to do that. So, with the whole YouTube thing now is, just in the past 5 years, has kind of changed my career a lot, because before it was just, when I was just starting, it was oh, I got to get shots in mags and get a feature on Surfline. And then my sponsors will be happy and I'll get incentives to do more trips and stuff. So now with YouTube, it's I go anywhere now, and it's just my own little feature, how it used to be, or a shot ran in a mag. So it's really awesome where kind of social media has let us go to and grow into our own little media platforms.
Definitely.
And it's great for sponsors as well, because if you're killing it and doing good, they're oh yeah, we're going to sponsor that guy.
Totally.
So yeah, it's something a lot of kids too I see now just are putting out a lot of content on Instagram and YouTube, which I think is just, it's awesome.
Totally. Yeah, and I think like you mentioned there, that having that vision from early on sort of set you up, and then I guess the other part would be you're very consistent at what you do. I think that must be the other trick to it,
Yeah, I think a lot of people put a little too much thought into doing everything. Is where it's just I just go surf.
Yep.
And I put it on YouTube every week. So, oh, here we go. We got someone up and riding.
Up and riding. Remy North here, streaking down the line. He's got a nice little runner here. He's a tall young lad, so he's doing well to get some manoeuvres done on this ride.
He's a big kid, huh?
Yeah, he's one of the biggest kids I've seen surf today, I reckon. He's done well on that wave.
Wow. It's got to be pretty hard scoring a wave like that. I don't even know where I'd start. Like,
yeah, the judges have had a pretty good indication today. Like if they're seeing even just one really strong manoeuvre, they've been rewarding it pretty well. And then it leaves room for these types of waves where there was some nice turns on this wave, and it will be an okay score, but didn't quite have that one big moment.
Yeah.
So they'll probably fit that in around that kind of 4-5-5 range. And then earlier in the day, we've seen, if you get lucky and you get a wave that's nice and tall and they combo up 2 big turns, 8-5. So it's been pretty clear, just because the waves are fun, but they're pretty slow. So when they come through, if you've got a nice wave that's shoulder high or above, you really want to make sure that you're I wouldn't go as far as to say you're doing safe surfing, but just making sure that you're connecting the dots where you can, because there's
performing.
That's right, competing. There's no chance, there's no guarantee that there's going to be 4 or 5 of those waves in a heat today. There's sometimes 1, maybe 2. So as you see, young Will Fitzsimmons getting ready for his heat down there. He's good friends with Dylan Longbottom, who I'm sure you share a few lineups with over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we were just in Tahiti with them not long ago. Oh, who's that?
That was young Aiden Finn. He had a couple of nice turns there before he fell.
He's bummed.
He knows. He's like, I'm in 4th priority with 5 minutes to go. What have I done?
Oh, poor guy.
No, that's all right. In the last heat, we saw a kid sneak off the edge and get plenty of waves with 4th priority. So it's just about being creative and reading the lineup and making the most of what you got, I think, on a day like today.
Yeah, I remember when I was doing Grom contest, there was no priority.
Yeah.
And it was like 6-man heats.
Yeah, 6-man
heats. I feel kind of old saying that. But I guess the Grom contests have changed quite a bit now.
I judged this event the very first year. Like, I'm just sitting here feeling like an absolute fossil.
Oh, my God. I'd be worried about, like, the pissed off dads and moms outside the tent.
there was always 1 or 2, but... Yeah, I got to be careful what I say, because I walk outside here straight after this. But I think it's got gnarlier for sure with social media and everything like that. There seems to be a little more pressure around the kids, and there's a little less opportunity from the major brands. Like that's quite obvious. It's not a surprise to anyone, I don't think, to hear that. But there's more opportunity in the world that you're living in, mate. You said, you're being the master of your own sort of destiny there and creating your own stuff. And I think that comes with we've never seen that many cameras on the beach 10 years ago,
Never.
So it's a good thing, but it also has its pressures that come with it as well. So it's a different world we're moving into. But again, there's opportunity out there. You've just got to be, I think, thoughtful about how you go about it and start to think a little bit outside of the box. When it comes to how you're going to build a surf career these days, as we see Cowan up and riding here.
It's a nice little wave.
Fun wave to be on.
Wow. Oh, I almost lost it there.
He's done well. He got a quick start in this heat, and now he's hopefully looking to add to his total there. And we see Mitchie Peterson. He's got the best score of this heat so far. He's got a 6.5 just on 1 ride. So he'll be looking at, every point that he gets on this wave will add to his total. And,
do we know what he needs?
I wouldn't think he needs much more than about probably about a 1.3 to go to the lead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he
probably got it there.
I reckon he's going to get that for sure, and then and some. So he'll be out in the lead, and then it's the other surfers in the heat. Remy North has a 4.33 and a 3.47. Cowan Duncan has a 3.17 and a 3.73. And then Aiden Finn, we saw in his first ride there, a 2.67, but just probably a few points left on the board there.
So is this broadcasted on YouTube or like?
Yeah, YouTube and
website?
Facebook and
Nice.
Yeah. So all around the world, and we had a couple of thousand people tuning in yesterday, which is pretty cool. I think with a few ads going out last night, and the 16s in the water today. I think the numbers will be up there again, and expecting a little bump in swell this afternoon and then tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a fun couple of days.
Good to know. I might get in the water too.
Yeah, I think it's good foil weather.
We got Dingo over there checking on us.
He's got
It's like my manager will come to us.
Your talent scout. Yeah. 20% off the top.
Get down here now.
Get out of bed. You're not on holiday anymore.
Yeah. That's funny.
90 seconds to go in this heat, so it's 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 not the only heat today where we've seen a surfer, like in Aiden's position, just have that one ride and then just sitting there waiting for another opportunity. I mean, the waves are fun when they come, but it is slow. So you've really got to take the chances when you get them.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I guess they've probably been doing this for a while now with kids in priority, but it's nice to see like they're just getting them ready for if they do want to continue on into like the major events that they're accustomed to it while they're young.
For sure. And focusing on performance, like, you do need to know how to position yourself on the inside and things like that, but we don't want to see, particularly on a day like today, if there was no priority, we'd have 4 kids behind the rock for 20 minutes trying to hold down the inside, and that's, that was cool in the 80s maybe, but, we want to see that performance now and see them surfing, and it just gets them ready for that, which is perfect.
Yeah, that's awesome. Everyone's just way too deep and blowing every wave on no priority.
Exactly. So, it's a cool thing to see. So we count this one down, 30 seconds to go on this heat. Mate, stoked to get you while you're on holiday. Thanks for jumping in and having a quick chat.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
No worries.
I'm stoked.
And, you'll have to take some findings back home to Hawaii.
Yeah.
And roll out a few plans, I reckon.
I know. I might have to start our own Grom contest.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah. But, yeah, thanks for having me. I'm going to hop out of here.
No drama. There we go. Count this one down with 5 seconds. A bit of frustration there from the young fella.
Oh, no, he's pissed.
That's all right. It's all about the learnings. And Uncle Dean had some great takeaways earlier, so maybe if you want to have a chat to anyone, Dingo's around, go find him, have a yarn. Got to learn how to win, got to learn how to lose. Here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Don't go anywhere, take a short break. Bring back in Vaughan Blakey and Liliana Barry. Don't go anywhere.
Sick.
fully sick, eh? Fully sick. The Occy Grom Comp is filfaz. What would you... these are the words from my time. Vaughan Deadly in the box with Lillian Bowery. And, mate, great to see you again.
Hey, yes, I'm, like I said, back with Bestie.
Yeah, best friends, BFFs. But, yeah, so our words when we were Groms, things like filth, sick as, that's... I guess we said rad. I don't know if we said rad. What are your words? What do you go to these days as a young surfer? Is it all the same stuff?
I think it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
That was so sick.
Any fresh ones?
I think slays. I think we just spoke about slay.
Slay.
You gotta slay.
Slaying it?
Yep.
Mad.
Mad.
That's a good one.
I really don't say.
Don't say mad. Oh.
I was mad. Not really.
Mate, get on the mad bandwagon, Lil.
Well, I think I got to get onto it now.
All right. Will Fitzsimmons. Oh, no. What do we got here? We got Phoenix Fisher, Will Fitzsimmons, Flynn O'Connor, and Jerry Kelly. How's your morning been, Lil? It's beautiful that we finally got rid of that onshore. That was pesky, I should say. And some really fun little waves. Tide's sort of going out again. So as we saw yesterday, the waves really hug that bank. They get super cupped out. They go super steep, but also makes it really hard to get your turns in. Yeah,
I mean, I've had a great morning. I mean, it's a beautiful day. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. Thank gosh. But it's been looks really challenging for the boys. But I've seen a couple big scores, high sevens, being put down from the boys, and a couple of really nice waves. But yeah, it's super challenging. But I mean, only 4 people out snapper. What else? What more could you want?
Happy days.
Yeah.
It's just Rom heaven. And seen any whales this morning?
I haven't. Have you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got up super early. I went for a bike ride to the top of Lennox Head, and
wow.
I looked out over the ocean, and I saw a bunch of whales, actually.
Oh, wow.
God, they're so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Oh.
I saw there was a beached whale up at Lennox yesterday.
Yeah, that's sad.
Any update on that?
Just a bit smelly, but also a bit sad.
Yeah. Oh, bless. That's right.
Don't often get those two things in the same sentence, sad and smelly. Unless it's like an old dog or something. But yeah, we're into round 1 and heat 10 of the under-16 boys. So this is the big event. This is the marquee event in the Occy Grom Comp. So we've got 3 divisions, under-16s, under-14s, under-12s. And yesterday, it was tricky and it was small, but we had the under-12s and the under-14s going at it. So basically, now that we've got the 16-year-olds out there, we're kind of stoked that we've got waves like this. They're standing up beautifully. They're running down the line. It's a little bit slower today, though, Lil. That's the only thing. With that wind yesterday, we had kind of like a lot more waves. So patience and wave selection, absolutely key.
Exactly. And we have gentlemen's priority as well here in the Occy for the under-12, 14, and 16 boys and girls.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to see the contrast between the under-12s, under-14s, and 16s and how they use that priority. Because I feel like, especially today, it is super crucial. Yesterday, I think the Groms, they just went pretty much everything.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how the boys use that today.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think yesterday there was so many waves that priority wasn't really a factor. You could just catch waves all along the bank. And today, we've actually seen a lot of really, excellent priority usage. The strategies of these kids is really coming to the fore. And I just can't help but feel like, that's the benefit of a lot of club surfing, a lot of really good coaching pathways, and, the whole formula for breeding really high-level competitive junior surfers is so established. It's so deeply rooted in, all of the different events that you surf around this country, but right at the grassroots level. You would have learned about priority and stuff way back at Board Riders.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool when, you see a high-pressure heat like these ones that we're watching now with the under-16 boys, because, it's a full announcement if you win the Occy Grom Comp. Men's and women's divisions, previous winners have gone on to win world titles. Tyler Wright, just in the final in Brazil. Isabella Nichols has won this event.
Wow.
I think Ethan Ewing surfed in it many times, didn't even win it.
Yeah.
It just goes to show. So, it's a big statement, but being able to get out here and have a full heat strategy about you is such a cool thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen so many of the boys. I've seen half of them, just get whatever, trying to get what they can. I mean, I think it's also an advantage being last priority here because I've seen, say Flynn just got this further down on the beach, another point where the boys were sitting and just taking whatever you can because it is so slow. You kind of need to get what you can. But at the same time, when you're also first priority, you can also get the best wave. So it'll be really cool to see that decision making, and as an athlete you need to be really good at adapting, so it'll be really cool to see how they use that.
Got a question for you. This is the first time that the Occy Grom comp has been broadcast. If you were sort of in the 12s, 14s or 16s and you'd never been on a broadcast before and you were paddling out to surf heats, like obviously Flynn, Phoenix, Will and Jerry all have family and friends watching at home, and welcome to the broadcast. Hopefully your surfers perform well in this one, but is there an extra pressure? Do you feel a little bit of, I don't know, like self-consciousness or something creeping in when you know that it's going out to the world?
Personally, I used to visualize I was on a broadcast when there wasn't.
Oh,
because
wow.
I love watching the
Would
WSL.
You visualize Joey Turpel's voice and Ronnie's voice calling your waves?
Like it fires me up. I watch a heat from, say, Caroline, because I love watching Caroline surf because I'm a goofy as well. I'd watch one of her heats and just pretend that and visualize that I am on the broadcast and everyone's commentating and everyone's watching me. So I kind of use that pressure. I love, as an athlete, personally, I love being put under pressure. So I would love being on the live broadcast.
And would that extend to actually being on the wave, coming off the bottom, whacking it, and you hear Rosie Hodgson in the background going, "Oh, lekker snip, bro!"
I think so. Yeah, I froth on that stuff.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like kids are not familiar with cameras these days. When
absolutely.
we were kids, the only time a camera came out is when you were at a family do and you had to pull some cheesy face.
Like one of the
Mum would go, "Stop pulling that face."
What are those cameras? The old school cameras.
Oh, the Instamatic little wind-on ones.
Yeah, that's super popular at the moment though.
Oh, they're back.
They're back.
Are they?
Everything's back.
Film's back.
Film, camera, digital cameras, it's the trend.
Do you have to take your camera to the chemist to get it developed, the photos? That's where we used to do it.
It's
I don't know why chemists used to do it, but they used to.
Camera House, Big W, all the bigger places. The chemist, wow.
Yeah, man. Yep, the chemist.
And
then you'd drop off your photos, and then you'd
pick them up. How long?
Pick them up I don't know, maybe, I'm trying to think, maybe 2 weeks later.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
You had to wait a while.
They have same day print nowadays.
And yeah, I mean, it was kind of embarrassing because you knew that the people who did your photos had to go through developed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh God, what is wrong with my brain this morning? Anyway, they developed it, but then to make sure that the photos were of good quality, they had to go through them. So.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Had
to make sure it was all very wholesome.
Okay.
And here is Jerry, I believe. Is that blue or white? No, it's
Will.
blue. It's Will. Oh, this is a nice looking wave. Has he got dry hair?
It looks like it, yes.
Oh, my
Flapping
goodness.
about there. I think also
wow,
Jerry
zap!
Kelly.
Jerry is on the fly down the line, putting together some beautiful rapid fire turns. Loses that one, but I think there's a fair bit of work done by the looks of things. And beautiful shimmery ocean.
Sparkly.
Does it make you want to write a song?
Not really. I'm not really good at writing songs. But it makes me want to play the
What about a
ukulele.
poem? Oh, ukulele. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. But I was going to say, also the benefits of having a live broadcast is that they can go back and watch it and debrief with their coach.
That is really cool.
Yeah, and I've done that, on the QS, and even if I went well or did bad, you can go back and watch it and go back with your coach and really understand, properly from a beach view. It's so much different when you're out there. You have so many things going on in your mind, but when you're watching it from the beach, you can say, that's where I went wrong. This is what I needed to do. My technique was off today, and really, analyze your surfing. It's really good.
Yeah, again, that's the modern world. All these grommets, they get so much footage. They progress so quickly now because every session they can come in. Parents are pretty cool these days.
Absolutely.
They get down the beach, they film, they stand in the wind and the rain and the sun, getting footage so that when their groms come in, they can go over everything, see what they're doing right, see what they're doing wrong, improve on, different elements of their surfing.
Yeah.
And here we go with Phoenix. This guy's a really top quality surfer as well. Beautiful style off the bottom, right in the pocket. And he's a bigger kid. And that's a nice little 3-wave combo there. And just looking at these scores, Jerry Kelly, a 5.83. So, yeah, I think the judges really responding to the speed that he had. This one not as fast, but beautiful technique and timing here.
And he's done really well to generate and keep that speed up, especially as a goofy. I feel like being a natural today, it would be a bit easier to generate that speed throughout the waves because it's so small. But I think it was Jerry or Will and Phoenix that are goofy. It's really cool seeing all the goofy footers, put so much together on a really slow ride.
I saw an interesting stat the other day. Only 1/3 of all surfers are goofies.
Really?
That's 1/3. You'd think it'd be 50-50. Are you a goof?
I'm a goof. I'm a goof.
Who's your favourite ever goof?
Definitely. Occy's definitely up
Occy?
there. Come on now.
Yeah.
But I love watching
cool.
Caroline. I love watching Caroline.
She's so good.
Italo.
Italo is a wild unit.
So wild. He's Brazilian.
Yeah, he's just an acrobat, really. He's just he's like a coiled up spring, isn't he? Just flares and goes as hard as he can every single section he hits.
In and out of the water, Warnie. Like I was in Hawaii.
You've spent a bit of time with Italo?
Not really. He's kind of during contests, he likes to keep to himself, which is really good. I mean, most athletes do. But I was just going to say that, like, in Hawaii, I will check the surf at Pipe, and he'd be staying at the Billabong house, and you can hear his, like, funk music playing from the room, and he's, like, yelling, like, hyping himself up. Like, mind you, he's all alone, just hyping by himself. And he's just sick. Like, and then he just executes that out in the water. Mad
frother. Yeah, congratulations to Iago Dora getting his breakthrough victory on the CT last night in Brazil against Ethan Ewing. What a tear, what a year he's having. On the inside, this is Will Fitzsimmons. He's got a 4.67 and a 3.3. He's picked off some beautiful waves, though. Even though they're tiny, it's a cool thing about snapper, like even those tiny little waves, you can get so much done because they've got plenty of push. They're steep.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this thing just doesn't look like much, but just through this inside bit here, look, little pocket.
And I feel like they make it look so easy.
See, if I was out there, I wouldn't be riding a knifey little thruster. I wouldn't be looking for scores either, but I'd be on a really short, flat, fat, fishy 20 and just be going as fast as I could.
I think I would be too. But I mean, it looks like compared to this morning, the boys are sitting a bit further down. I think that with that lower tide, and that's where the faster ones are coming and they're scoring. But I've seen, as soon as the top two surfers that I've been going through always have that maybe mid-range 4 or 5.
Yep.
And then they're getting a bigger one, but it's super slow in this heat, and the boys have done really well to put together, high 4s, high 5s.
Yeah, Jerry Kelly's the one they're going to have to keep an eye on. He's got a full point on everyone else with his first ride. So, yeah, if he gets something quality, he'll shoot up into the lead. And that is our guy in blue, heat leader. Will Fitzsimmons putting together a good heat so far. Only 2.5 minutes remain. These heats go so fast.
So fast.
Like, when you're surfing heats, it's like you paddle out and you look at your watch and it's over. You've got no time. Doesn't matter how long it is. You feel like you're always against the clock.
Absolutely.
And the only time it slows down is if you're in the lead.
Yeah.
Then it just goes forever.
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it? The way that time just bends around.
It's crazy.
Situations like that. So this one isn't really offering a whole lot. That one really just dribbled along the bank.
Yeah, and it's so funny because, we prepare, this is a huge comp, and I'm sure these Groms have been preparing for it a month prior, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, all for 20 minutes, only to go by for 10 seconds,
Yeah.
And, you're in the water and you're like, I've prepared for this, and it's over, and
It's so quick and brutal, isn't it?
I've had times where, I've prepared so many, like, a month prior, and then the heat's on, and you're like, oh, crap, like, this is it.
You've got to manage everything around that heat, like your warm up, your breakfast, like everything has to be so that you hit that heat with the exact right mental headspace, the exact right amount of energy, and no doubt.
Yeah.
You don't want to be flustered. Like even something like forgetting to get your rash in, you're down the beach, you're like, oh my God, I've got to run back. All that stuff can put you off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's such a science, isn't it? It's amazing.
Exactly.
You know what? Yesterday, I was thinking about you yesterday.
Funny.
Yeah, because you're from Noosa.
Yeah, I'm from
and I was
Noosa.
just thinking about like all the surfing we saw yesterday. By far and away, the best surfing that I saw yesterday was Eliza
Yeah. Richardson. Yes.
And I was thinking, that makes sense, She's from Noosa. Like, the waves are really similar. You've got these big, long, winding, beautiful,
Rights.
quite soft rights,
Yeah.
At this size, it's quite similar. And she looked so at home.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be really deadly in this draw.
Yeah, her surfing's definitely very mature for her age, especially. I didn't realize it was actually the under 14s.
Under 14s, yeah.
So she must be 13 or 14. But, yeah, she's up the lip vertical every turn on her backhand, generates speed.
So what I wanted to ask you, look, this heat's come to an end. It was a little bit slow at the end there, Lil.
Yeah.
Come on, snapper. But you know what? We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from the Occy Grom Comp 2023 just after this. More than
Okay, so if you just tuned in, this is day 2 of the Occy Grom Comp. We are in the water with the under 16 boys. I'm here with Vaughnie Deadly. I'm Liliana Barry, and we're in the booth in Snapper in a broadcast. What's going on, Vaughnie?
having the time of my life. And, we were just talking about Eliza Richardson yesterday, lighting it up. Well, guess what? Caden Francis has come out of the gates here with a howler. Top scoring ride of the event, a 9.33. That's not a bad way to kick off your campaign.
Not a bad way at all, and I am not the littlest surprised. Caden is an outstanding surfer. He just moved from America, and his dad Adam and their whole family actually. So he's also a Billabong rider.
I know Adam.
Yeah.
He's a former pro surfer himself. He was a full-blown ripper back in the day. Well, I mean, he probably still rips, but he was a name that you'd often see in surf mags.
Yeah.
Remember them?
Surf mags, no.
Yeah, you never saw one?
I
they
see
were these
mags
magical
today.
things. You used to hold them. You didn't scroll through them. You
Okay.
turned these things called pages.
And you hold them. You don't scroll?
No, you don't scroll.
okay.
No. You never
Gotcha.
scrolled a magazine. You could roll it up and whack things with it.
Oh, like flies and
Flies, mosquitoes.
Yeah.
grommets.
Yeah.
Nah.
Your siblings.
Siblings, yeah.
No, but Caden is, I have to say, one of the nicest boys I have ever met. He's so kind and respectful, and you'll see him and he'll always say hello. And I mean, his surfing as well, just a great guy, great boy, just all round.
That's really cool to hear.
Yeah.
I love respectful groms. I like cheeky groms too, though. I've got a bit of time for the cheeky groms. I just don't like rude groms.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
when I start
neither
getting.
do I.
That's when I start getting my little crow peg
Yeah. Gotta
weapon
teach
out.
him.
Here we go. This is Jarvis Barrow, and oh no, he's had a little slip. 9.33. What goes through your mind, Lil? You're a long-time competitor and still competing now. Like, what goes through your mind when you as you said before in the last heat, you have all this prep, you get out there, you're ready to fire, and then someone banks a 9.33 in the opening seconds of a heat. Like, do you have to reconfigure your own approach, or you just stick to your plan?
I think it's still early days. I would still stick to my plan. You just got to back yourself and know that, it's just another score. And know that you're also capable of getting a 9.33. That doesn't necessarily mean that, you're in trouble yet. It's, even if there was 5 minutes to go, you still can do that. So it's challenging, being a competitor and having to back yourself in that moment and make that decision and adapt to Mother Nature and adapt to those scores. Like, you just really have to stay calm within yourself, because I feel like the worst thing you can do is panic.
Yeah.
And you can see that in your surfing.
In any scenario in life.
Exactly. And when you panic, I feel like when people panic and they surf, you can definitely see
You're
that.
so wise. You are. Where do you get your, those tools, like the affirmation, the self-belief, the ability to quiet the head noise and just stick to a nice, strong plan? Does that come from your folks, or like from surfing pathways that you've been involved in, or mentors?
Yeah, definitely. I train a lot with the AIS here, with Scars and Chelsea Hedges. I learn a lot from them, but it's also, I think
world
it all
champ,
comes...
that doesn't hurt. And a Chopu winner.
Yep, 2005 world champion. I always remember that because I was born in 2005.
Oh,
so
wow.
She has a lot of wisdom to share, and Serena Brooks also lives where I live, and she coaches me a little bit. But I think it also mainly comes from my parents. Yeah.
The sauce. Serena Brooke.
Saucy.
When I was just a little grom, 14, growing up just down the road here at New Brighton, which is in the New South Wales far north coast, but not far from here, probably like 40-minute drive or something. Yeah. Serena Brooke would come down and surf our home beach and stay with a really good friend of mine, Tanya Smith, and she's a really good friend of mine.
Oh,
the
awesome.
sauce.
She's so fun. Like,
she's a legend.
She's a little bit older than me, but I must say, she's a good friend. Like,
Look at this little grower.
Wow.
Oh, Lil, far out. So this is Oscar Glossop getting his campaign started. Is this one going to hit a little low road, maybe? Let's hope so. Pushing through. There it is. You can see the ridge. It just fizzles on him. Frustrating.
So that is Oscar Glossop. He is half Indonesian. So I met him in Bali a while ago. He charges most people from most kids and Indonesians. They charge because, I mean, the waves over there are insane. And he goes to me this morning, why is everyone wearing wetsuits? He's also from WA. He's half Australian, half Balinese.
Oh, cool.
But he's like, why is everyone wearing wetsuit? I'm wearing boardies and a wetsuit top. And I was like, I don't understand, because it's like, you're from WA but also Bali. So it's like, are you hot or cold?
Yeah. Yeah, it must be, the water's so warm in Bali, air temperature's so warm. Like, even coming to the Gold Coast, there's a major difference.
Yeah.
Especially this time of year, the water hasn't quite hit those cold currents yet, because we haven't had too many northerlies. It's usually those springtime northerlies dredge up that cold water, and that's when you start seeing the proper rubber come out. But right now, the water's pretty nice still.
It is actually really nice.
But I don't think it's boardies.
I don't think it's boardies either.
No, I think it's a little bit.
But so we were talking about preparation earlier, Vaughnie, and I have a question.
Yeah.
So when you competed, you obviously prepared, but did you have any like superstitions?
I love that question.
Yes.
I love that question. I'm always so curious about, you know how Rafael Nadal has to have his drink bottles. He's got 3 drink bottles,
Really?
and
I didn't know that.
rearranges them, and they have to be perfect. And he takes a sip out of one and a sip out of another. And
Oh, there you go.
and Novak Djokovic, he in the early stages of his career had to bounce the ball 19 times before every single serve.
Wow.
19 times.
Every single serve.
Yeah, and so people would. He used to get time fines because think about it. You're waiting for someone. How many serves are in a match? Like,
A lot.
oh God, so many. Yeah, and so he would have to bounce it 19 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh mate, it was
Wow.
crazy. But yeah, surfing superstitions. It's a good one for Rabs and Ock, I reckon. I didn't have any because my competitive days weren't exactly lined with trophies or ribbons or even heat wins.
Fair enough.
But I do love finding out what people's are because I think a lot of people do have little things like that. Like, I think more than superstitions, though, routines are the interesting ones. Fanning,
Yes.
I think that his maiden world title year, he had his routine so down pat, so militant. But it included kind of things that you wouldn't necessarily think would be in there. Like, okay, I'm going to get down there at this time, do my warm-up routine and then hit the water. But things like always listening to this one Tool song before he paddled out.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah.
I think they can help you just find that zone that we were talking about, that real perfect hot spot. So as soon as you hit the water, you're ready to fire.
Yeah.
What about you? Did you have a couple?
I do have a couple.
Leggy on the wrong leg.
It's my hair. My hair's got to be up. Oh, here's Caden, his backup score. He is, unfortunately, but you can tell he knows what waves he wants. It's still early. It's still like 10 minutes remaining, and there's so much time. And these boys are doing really well to pick out the good waves.
Well, these are the ones that Dingo was saying are the ones you want. They kind of just skim the rock. And even though that one got away there from Jarvis, you could see that it was standing up all the way along. It's just that with the tide going out, there's no room to turn. So you've got kind of like, 2 foot to try and move that surfboard around. That's why I kind of feel like a really short board. Like Caden's board is a lot shorter than Jarvis's board, for example.
Yes.
I know that they're different stature, but you can just see that Caden's board is really able to cut through in that little steep section.
Caden is also very small.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a little advantage there, but I think even the bigger guys could be on slightly smaller boards.
Well, that's a good tip for if they watch this back.
But yeah, are you okay? Let's talk about this. I want to deep dive this hair situation. Hair up? Are you talking ponytail, pigtails?
Anything up. So I actually have a list.
Bun.
I keep a diary with me on the beach, and I have a list of all the things that I need
Checklist.
in order. A checklist.
Oh, cool.
So I have a checklist in order to know that I'm ready. So
Stink eye opposition, check. Soap opposition board, check.
So it consists of I need my wax, my water bottle, my headphones, my water, my surfboard.
Surfboard is handy. Yeah.
But I need to have it all with me, so I need to see it. Hair ties. I have a whole pack of hair ties that I keep in my bag. Just keep it simple. Just all of the things that I really,
That sounds really thorough to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Yeah.
It just eliminates any chance of things that you can't control
Anything else I don't
sneaking
need,
in.
Yeah, I don't need anything else. You want to keep it simple. Here's Oscar again. He's staying busy.
Well, these guys, I think Oscar's pulled the trigger because he's sitting in second. He's probably got a pretty low range score in there, and we've seen big lulls in this one. Have a go at this speed off the bottom, crack and finner. Whoa! Oh, this is really nice surfing from Caden. Francis absolutely drops the wallet, and you could hear the Velcro because all teens have Velcro wallets, right? You could just hear the Velcro then going, and a little steezy bit on the end. Love this kid surfing. He's having a ball.
That was awesome. His
You couldn't.
style.
You couldn't not have a ball if you're he's got the perfect board. He's kind of the perfect, as we said, stature for this surf, and that first turn was absolutely amazing. Finner out the back, and then a big old Larry. Exciting stuff from Caden Francis.
Wow, I'm excited to see how far Caden goes. I would put my money on him right now.
16.
Yep.
Taking this thing out. Wow, he is definitely going to be one of the favourites after this performance. He's already got a 9. I think that's way better than his first wave.
I think that's absolutely way better than his first wave.
What are you calling it? Could it nudge it? Could it go there?
I think it did. No, it didn't. 8.67. Yeah, so just under. I'd like to know maybe from the judges. I think, in my opinion, it was a bit better. That was a bit more
I thought the
variety
first
in it.
turn was probably the best turn we've seen in this event. I can't think of another turn that was done with so much speed. Had that little bit of progressive board slide about it, but the finner,
Yeah.
like a legit finner, and fanged out of it.
Yeah.
Could you almost hear the burnout noise? Look at
Replay,
this.
Let's watch it again. Oh.
Whack.
And comes straight out of
Yeah.
it onto another one, hits it. It doesn't look back, and he knows what he's going to do now. And he adds just such variety into that wave. I think for me that was higher than an 8.67, but it's still definitely an excellent
And
score.
then-
And I probably add extra 2 points for that one.
Right. That's where the points were for me. Anyone who's going to throw a little bit of personality in there, I'll just gobble that up all day long. That was really cool. Great wave from Caden Francis, and 18 points. Lock that away as the best heat total in this event. That is a huge score. And Oscar Glossop, Jarvis Barrow, Ali Partridge. And we haven't really even seen Ali get a wave yet, so a little bit frustrating here. And wave selection is so tricky. I mean, it is really difficult to pick the ones that are going to grow, because sometimes when they come around the rock, they don't look like much.
Yeah.
It'll just be like almost like a half foot nothing, and they hit the bank, and that's when they sort of stand up. So, yeah, lots of action on the Gold Coast always. Do you get down here much, Lil? Do much time down in this region?
I really do, because I train with the AIS
Of
there
course.
in Casuarina, so I'm
Yeah.
always here, and I'm really good friends with, Grace Karma, Occy Step Kids, so, and I have heaps of other friends down here, and I love coming down here, but also I'm not a big fan of the crowds. Whereas I can pull the local card in Noosa. Not really here, but if I, hang out with the locals and give respect, then you can get waves.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's not impossible. Some people say, oh, I'm not going to Snapper, it's impossible to get waves, but it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a please, a thank you, and a you're welcome and a smile will get you just about anywhere
And
in
just
life.
a hello. When you paddle out, just say hello. Like, no one, it's a big community here. Everyone says hi. Everyone knows each other. And, if you don't say hi, for me, it's just like, okay, what are you doing?
Yeah. Come on, just some common courtesy. Can we?
Yeah.
Surely we can manage that even in the lineup at Snapper Rock.
Yes.
It's an incredible wave, and obviously it draws thousands upon thousands of people here every year. Get a taste of that super bank. It's a classic. It's a natural wonder, but it's a man-made wonder. It's both. It's a real combination, and it's managed beautifully. It's not just a system of just pumping sand to keep the bar clean. It's done with consultation with local surfers. The local scientists who run it are surfers, and it's always in mind to keep this incredible resource in the best possible shape that it can be in. So the super bank, to the credit of this local council and the management of the Gold Coast City, it's so beautifully done, where you can clear that sand, pump it around the corner, and manage the bank so that there's always waves.
Absolutely. And
how good is the surf? How good is it? Can we just...
It is so good. I mean, I'm getting such FOMO right now. Like, even though it's small, it's probably still double overhead for me because I'm only 5'1". I just love to be out there, wouldn't you?
Yes, I'd definitely love to be out there. And it just looks pristine. Look at the shimmering ocean.
And something else I love about, being here is the cultural connection that the Bundjalung people have. You have the jockey crew come and do the cultural dances and the welcome the country, and I love seeing that.
Yeah, we're in the Yugambeh language nation, and it's such a welcoming place. It's a spiritual place. It's a powerful place, and you can feel something special in the water along the coast here. I mean, it is just such a rich surf zone. It's a rich coastal experience, isn't it? From right down towards where does it sort of end the Bundjalung Nation? Around sort of Evans Head or a little bit further maybe, and it goes all the way encompassing out towards Mount Warning and up the coast.
Yeah, wow.
And it's beautiful, yeah. Byron Bay, part of that as well. And yeah, it's just an absolute pleasure to be here, and wonderful thing to share. Look at this. Caden Francis, 18-point heat total. You've got to kind of almost rub the sleep out of your eyes and make sure you're seeing it right.
He has...
Such a big number.
If I'm not corrected, he only does have 3 waves. So I love that Caden has actually taken advantage of his priority. After his 9.33, he did wait for his for that second wave, his 8.67. And I think that's really smart. It's just strategic.
Yep, it's definitely playing a role here today, wave selection, because, well, it's a nervous wait, you know. You might have your strategy in place, but you're waiting so long for waves that, you know, when a set comes and there's 1 or 2, you've got to really make sure you're picking the right one and use that priority well. Here we go. Ali at last has found something. Come on, stand up on the inside. And pure frustration. That's just unfortunate. And right behind him, this one has a little bit more face. And he's just going to watch that one slide by with Oscar Glossop trying to hold down second with 30 seconds. Sticking with it. Gets the head dip. So the Groms are having fun out here. I mean, you know it's tricky when they're struggling to stay on that open face and keep up with the waves. But, wow, look at those scores. Lil, that's 3s, 2s, 1s, and so it was just Caden who really picked the eyes out of this one.
Outstanding is what we say.
Pick the eyes out of it. That's a weird saying, isn't it? It's like a crow on the roadkill or something.
Oh, he just got... Oh. And that would what we call a victory lap.
Yeah, nice little heat there. Congratulations to Caden Francis and Oscar Glossop doing enough. We're going to take a little break here from the Occy Grom Comp 2023. Vaughan and Lil back with you in just a moment. Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp. It's 2023, where it's Snapper Rock's first time ever in 18 years of this event running. And we have just seen a masterclass on these tricky little inside drainers. It's not huge, but it's super fun. And it was Caden Francis. Wow, 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 wow.
Yep, I think he's going to come in the booth a little later and we'll ask him
cool.
some questions.
Yeah, that will be cool. It'll be great to get his story. Relocating from the States to Australia, dual citizen, so I want to get to the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
Who's he surfing for?
Billabong.
Diplomatic.
As he should. If
Vaughn.
I'm being a bit biased.
Yeah, my name's Vaughn. How are you? My name is Vaughn Blakey. I'm in the commentary box with Lil Bowery.
Hello.
Liliana?
Liliana.
Liliana.
You can call me Lil.
Was I calling you Lillian yesterday?
Probably.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Liliana. Hey, guess what?
What?
A gold Logie. Is it gold or is it just
It's just Logie.
Logie nominated actress for her role in the hit series
Surviving Summer.
Surviving Summer, which is a great show. I actually have watched a couple of episodes.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I've got
that makes me so happy.
Yeah, I've got a little stepdaughter, Sunny.
Yeah.
She's 14, so
beautiful.
she's watched it, obviously.
Oh, awesome.
And, she'll be probably frothing that I'm sitting next to you.
Bring her in.
I'd love to,
power
actually.
back here.
Yeah, she surfs.
Yeah,
She's
sick.
got what's she riding at the moment? She doesn't have a JS, so I might have to sort that out. But I think she's on she's on a free scrubber.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, a Channel Islands free scrubber 20.
Yeah, awesome. How tall is she?
She is about, I'm going to say 5'8".
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really tall.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm 18 and I'm 5'1".
Oh, maybe she's not 5'8". Maybe she's 5'6".
Okay,
Yeah.
that's still really tall.
Yeah.
But you mentioned 18 years of the Occy Grom Com. It's pretty much the same age as me, a bit older than me.
Life goes so fast, Lil.
So fast, especially when you're having fun.
I remember when I was 18.
Yeah,
I
just
was.
only yesterday, no?
I'd been working in the city
Mm-hmm.
in Darlinghurst, which is in Sydney,
Okay.
and that's where the tracks office was. I'd been working there for a year already. I left Mullumbimby High School when I was 17 to go down there and work on tracks.
Yeah. Wow.
And that was a big life change because, Mullum's,
Yeah.
rural,
Yeah.
beautiful, coastal, and Darlinghurst was seedy, grimy, action. It was a lot of fun, but yeah, ironic in a way because surf mags, you'd think they'd be based on the beach, not in the middle of
Yeah. Big smoke.
the big smoke. So yeah, but it was good times.
But it's also a change of scenery once in a while is kind of nice, and then it brings you back to, wow, I love where I live.
Oh my goodness, how much do you love where you live?
I love
and
where
this,
I live.
this skyline is one of the most iconic skylines in the world. You're looking straight across. You'd think it's a bay. I mean, it kind of is.
Yeah.
But it's a fair way away. But that's surfer's paradise, and far out. That all pretty much got built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Okay.
That entire skyline. Maybe a couple of new additions in the last few years, but that's what part of southern Queensland is famous for. All the fun parks are up that way.
Yep. Definitely.
Dream World and
Been to all of them.
have you?
Love them.
Wet and Wild. And what's your favourite?
I prefer Movie World.
Movie World.
I love the Superman and the Joker. I love roller coasters. And but I really want to go to Disneyland. We don't have Disneyland here, but we need one.
Never been.
Never been.
I've been to. Okay, I'm going to show off.
Okay.
Going to flex a bit.
Right. What is?
I've been to Disneyland like 9 times.
Oh my gosh.
And
Stop it.
I actually went to Disneyland Paris and Disneyland Tokyo.
No way.
Yeah.
And how was your experience?
Fun. Yeah.
Done? Okay, good.
Yeah, really fun. They've got good rides.
Oh, that's good. I think for me, it's like I want to go and meet all my princesses.
Oh, you a Disney princess girl? I love that.
I'm a Moana girl.
A Moana, yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Before we leave this topic and introduce the surfers in this heat, I was going to say that it is my brother, Ronnie, who commentates WSL.
Yep.
His kids' names are Mickey and Minnie.
No way.
For real.
Wow.
He's got a son named Mickey and a daughter named
That's awesome. I don't think I've ever heard that ever.
Minnie. Yeah. So, g'day, Mickey and Minnie, if you're watching. So this is heat number 12, and obviously inspired by the performance of Kate and Francis in the last heat. These guys are going to be chomping at the bit to rip in, and this is Tommy Horn. And he's got a nice little runner on the inside. Now, look at Tommy's board. See? Now, that is what I'm talking about. It's looking like it's epoxy to me. So that's one advantage that he's going to have. That's nice and light. And the other thing is it's short, wide, and flat. That's definitely a really short board,
Yep.
small wave outline.
And that's what you're talking about.
I love that. Yeah,
Yep.
I actually love that. So Tommy Horn's got the first attack here. You can just see he's just banging without even having to try because the board's just doing all the work for him. And this would be a great heat. And I'm actually going to step out so you can do the interview with Caden. But this is Brody Scott, Oki Fraser, and Noah Hartney. Oki up and riding on that one. And let's call him in.
Caden Francis.
Caden, come on over, brother. And I'm going to put you in the booth with Lil Bowery.
Woohoo.
Thanks for that.
Love those little soul backs.
Thank you. Just like that.
Yep.
Hello, Caden. Hey, Lil. So right now we have Caden Francis, the winner of our Heat 11. Caden, you posted a 9.33 and an 8.67. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a fun heat.
Yeah?
Yeah. Stoked to get a couple, and yeah, I felt good.
Yeah, awesome. And tell us, so Vaughnie was really interested. So where are you from?
So I'm a local at Snapper, but I spent half my life in the States.
Yep.
Yeah, just at Lower Trestles, but yeah, I'm a Snapper Rocks member, and yeah.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. And your dad, Adam, he himself is a surfer, and so I guess is he your coach? Do you get a lot from him? And especially out here, like, what's the go?
I for sure get a bit of knowledge from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's obviously a great surfer, but you know, it's sometimes hard, like dad-son membership. Sometimes you don't want to listen to him, but
fair enough.
when I do listen to him, it always pays off.
Yeah.
So yeah, he helps me a lot with my heats, and
Yeah, that's really good. That's really at a young age. I know it is hard to listen to your parents, but at the end of the day, they are always right.
for sure.
And are you feeling good for the event? I mean, you just posted the best probably heat total of the whole event so far. So, how are you feeling for the event? Are you excited?
Feeling great. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to have a contest at Snapper. So I'm just excited to you know make more heats, get more waves, and yeah, it's a dream come true to be here. So
I can imagine. I wish I was 14 right now. And what are you riding out there at the moment?
I was on a 77 plus Sharp Eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been riding Sharp Eyes for the last few years, and feeling great. And yeah, it's kind of my go-to board at the moment. So it's feeling good.
And how big is your board?
I'm on a 5.5. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, because Ronnie and I were having a conversation about smaller boards out there would probably be so ideal for today.
Yeah, it's kind of like tight transitions and small waves. I feel like the small boards just fit in the wave really well.
Yeah.
I know a few kids just riding epoxies, but there's a bit of power still in the waves, so I just opted for a PU, and it worked well.
Oh, awesome. Well, you obviously made such a great decision. And one more thing. So Vaughnie and I were talking about, priority and strategies out there and game plans. Can you give us, don't give it away too much, but what was your game? What was your strat out there?
I don't know. I mean, there's mainly just one peak out there, but I don't know. The start of the heat, I could kind of see the sets coming before the heat was already on, and I paddled straight out. Had the inside position, the wave came, and then I paddled back out after my first one. Just kind of was like looking for a quick backup.
Yeah.
But one never really came, so I just sat up top and just waited to close the heat out, and I guess it worked pretty well.
Yeah, awesome. And have you been taking priority as an advantage? How do you feel about having priority in contests like these?
I think it's super important. I mean, especially today, there's not tons of really good set waves. I feel like priority is a big part in getting them. But being out at Snapper and knowing you get the next wave is a crazy feeling. So I'm going to try and get priority as much as I can and use it well, but yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, great. I mean, you're doing so well. I see the Billabong hat. You are obviously with Billabong.
Yeah.
What a great sponsor, to hold this event as well for Occy. And you're a big fan of Occy, I assume?
For sure, yeah. I surf with Occy a ton, and his surfing's still amazing, and he was obviously great when he's on tour, so it's cool to be in the comp that he ran, and I'm stoked he got it at Snapper this year.
Yeah, well, there is no doubt that you'll definitely be up there to where Occy was. Hopefully, I see you definitely winning a world title one day. I mean, how old are you right now?
I'm 13, yeah.
You're only 13, and you're pulling off huge, huge scores, so I just want to say congratulations to you, and we'll see you later.
Thanks
I can't
so much.
wait to watch you throughout the contest.
Yeah, should be fun.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sick. Thanks, Caden.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Caden Francis, the Heat winner of Heat 11 in the under 16 boys, 9.33 and an 8.67, and that is, for days like this, it is small and it is challenging, and for him to put those scores on the board is outstanding. So this is now Heat 12. We are in round 1 of the under 16 boys. At the moment, it is Brody Scott in the lead with a 1.43 and a 3.417. Tommy Horn in the yellow in second, just with a 4.5. Oki Fraser, 2.33, and Noah still yet to open up with some scores. So this heat does look a bit slower. There is just under 7 minutes remaining, and I mean not too many scores going in through yet, but you know, heats can change in the last 2 minutes, 30 seconds. You never know. And Vaughnie Deadly is joining us back in the
almost
booth
left
again.
you hanging in there. I was just caught up with some old friends outside. So many of the parents were all like the crew who I was surfing with when I was a Grommy.
Yep.
And, you know, you go to comp after comp and you get to know everyone, and then they all get older and they have kids. Jeremy Walters is a really good friend of mine from when I was a kid. And
awesome.
now he obviously has Dakota Walters,
And
Harley Walters, like world-class surfers.
Yeah, and they're awesome, so stylish.
It's cool, man. It's
Yeah.
cool to see, you know, like the children you can, and you know, even Adam Francis, like he was around when I was a Grom, and now Caden's just absolutely ripping, and that was cool. Thanks for giving us those insights into his little journey.
No, of course. He was, so I'll fill you in, and he was actually riding a 7.7 Sharp Eye 5.0 out there.
A 5.0. I didn't know that's, is that a surfboard or a toothpick? No, surfboard. Actually, no, I saw there was a kid yesterday riding a 4.10.
No way. No way.
A 4.10.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I think my shoe size is bigger than that.
It probably is. I'm not gonna lie. I did ride a 4.8, 4.10 when I was about 12, 13 years old.
Well, did you ever see a film? Actually, there's a new web series that's revisiting it, but it's called 5.5 by 19 and a quarter. It was like an old Lost series, like a Mayhem, you know,
Oh,
the
really?
Shaper.
Okay, no, I
And
haven't
so Andy Irons, Corey Lopez, Bruce Irons, and a heap of them all just spent a whole Hawaiian season riding these tiny little boards in big juicy waves, and kind of like set off a little bit of a, you know, trend around the place. And I got right into it. And like, I'm 6'5".
You're
So
tall.
a 5.5 by 9 and a quarter is a tiny board for me.
Yeah.
I just fell in love with the feeling of it.
Yeah,
So
no,
cool.
that's my. I actually ride bigger boards than I'm 5'1" and I ride 5'6". And I remember listening or watching a documentary, or I think it was a podcast that Coco Ho was actually riding bigger boards, and I used to love Coco Ho I still do. I love Coco Ho surfing, and I was like, I want to try that, and I've just loved it ever since. But I ride all types of boards, you know, Thomas surfboards back in Noosa. My dad's a glasser, and yeah, he always made, you know, all different types of boards for me. I have things from a fish, a performance fish, log, mid-length. Also rode some old school,
It's
you know.
pretty common for crew from Noosa to be really multi-skilled on all different types of craft. Like Julian Wilson is a world-class longboarder.
Yeah.
Obviously like a world title runner-up on shortboards, and then he can ride anything and everything in between as well.
Exactly, and you see Harrison Roach, the world longboard champ. He is amazing
Incredible.
at longboarding, but you see him shortboarding too. You wouldn't suspect that he actually longboards. So yeah, I'm very lucky to have grown up around those boys and really good friends with Jules, and yeah, they're all really inspirational, and that's pretty much where I got the motivation to surf different kind of crafts, because one, you know, my dad did make them, but I obviously had the choice not to. But watching the boys growing up, I felt really inspired. I was like, I want to surf like them.
Man, where you're from, that Sunshine Coast region, is just like so rich with surfing talent.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
amazing. I mean, it's a really strong club scene up there, as we were saying yesterday. But look at this. The Grommies have pinched the line bike and they're off down the beach. Too good. Out in the water, Oki Fraser. He's got a 2.33. And with 2 minutes 45, it's probably not a bad idea to just try to get another score, because he's only, he's about a 2.6 off taking that advancing position off Tommy Horn. Noah Hartney out there yet to get a wave. This has been a really slow heat, and you know it's tough when you see someone absolutely flaring in the heat before yours, and you just get so excited, you just want to get out there and rip in, and then you're just sitting out there waiting.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That
like,
is
you got to
really
have
tough.
some mental strength to get through that.
Exactly, and that happens so much. And especially to me, I was like, oh my God, it is pumping right now. And this is Tommy. He only needs a small backup.
Oh, look. I think Occy got the score he needed at 2.43. So I said 2.6, but he actually needed less than that. He's moved up into second, but Tommy Hearn is definitely going to go back into second, if not first, with that last wave, even though it didn't look like much.
There we go.
Oh, he's gone into first with a 1.67.
Yeah.
So clever, you know. Like, I mean, you don't know. The tide's still going out. You just don't know what's coming. You're better off just getting into those 1 or 2 positions at this stage, I believe. Because if you sit out there waiting and you're in third and fourth, you could be waiting the whole rest of the heat.
Absolutely. And I'm not too sure. Is there only 3 men out there?
Maybe Noah's not out there. So Occy Fraser now, he has work to do. Got a pocket too. I mean, almost anything will do it for him. Is that him right down the end? So he's staying away from the other 2 guys. So he's going to hope that something comes in this last minute a little bit wider.
And there is only 1 minute remaining, and you can see even the surfers in the next heat. I think it's the girls next. I'm really excited. But
cool.
You could walk out with 30 seconds, and I think personally that would be my strat to get that inside, because the first wave of the heat is super crucial, I think, especially today as it's so slow. You see people not getting through just because they've had one high score, but they haven't been able to get it back up, and that would have been because they got that wave, later in the heat, and yeah. So it's really funny seeing, just people walking out there.
See that?
Yeah.
That was Occy Fraser, literally ran along the bank to get this wave, and he's got a little shot at it. Oh, this is going to be a wild finish to this heat as the hooter sounds. And look, he's found something down the end here, but right behind him,
Still going.
surfer in white was out there.
He was.
So it's still got dry hair. That is just the ultimate frustration.
Yeah.
For Noah Hartney. So bad luck, mate. That's, yeah. I mean, there's not much he can do. He looks extremely disappointed, but if the waves aren't coming, the waves aren't coming. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. The other guys just scripted and scrapped for whatever came near them. Tommy obviously got the best of it with a 4.5. Waiting for scores to drop. As we do, we're going to take a break and welcome Stace Galbraith and Rabbit Bartholomew back into the booth. Lil, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you soon.
Let's go.
mate. Yeah, see you on the other side.
From one professional unit to another, we'll say. Bugs, welcome to the booth. Stace Galbraith alongside Wayne Robert Bartholomew. Bugsy, you had a nice extended brunch there. What did you get up to, mate?
Oh, I just enjoyed the relaxing Sunday down here at the beach. It was nice. It's just the tide just continues to go out. It is just the lowest of the low tides, and we're not there yet.
Yeah. No, it's good to have your old student, Dean Dingo Morrison, in the booth. I tell you what, he's just exploding with knowledge, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, Dino, he's really good when he gets going. He really is knowledgeable. He's been there, done that at every level. He was part of that, even the paddle crew at Jaws.
Yep.
The originals with Shane Dorian and that classic crew.
The Flying Squirrel, Quincy Simmons up and riding there. Was catching up on a few replays from earlier in this heat. And yeah, as we mentioned, the tide running out all day, but nevertheless, still some really fun little runners along the point if the surfers can identify just those slightly bigger waves. As we saw Quincy and Sophie getting off to really close starts there, quick starts, I should say, and not too close in the scores. Quincy got the better of it, a 6.67 down to a 5.17 for Sophie.
Yeah, as it's been going, they're two keepers.
For sure. Yeah, as we move into, this is heat one of the under-16 girls, so the blue ribbon division for the ladies, and they're making a real good swing of it to start off.
Yeah, you can see that south swell, even though we're only getting a glancing blow, the current is there.
Did you get around the boxing the other week, Bugs?
No, I heard it was just crazy.
Yeah. No, I didn't get to watch it either, but would have barely been worth the price of admission. It was over pretty quickly.
Really quickly. Would have been amazing anticipation, then bang, over.
Yeah.
But he's certainly a contender.
So unless you've been living under a rock, there's been some massive changes at the top of the organisation at the moment. So we wait with bated breath to see where we end up with a new leader. But someone who's been in that role before is yourself, Bugs. And obviously you mentioned about anticipation and then the actual show. How do you think surfing's going at the moment? Marketing itself to the masses.
Oh well, I mean it's a work in progress. Certainly, I'm a huge fan of the WSL. I really wanted to succeed and break into new ground. I still think it's a very exciting time. There's some tumultuous happenings at the moment, but very exciting times.
Yeah, I agree. I think the level of surfing's been amazing, and the characters that we have, so polarising. Like Ethan Ewing compared to Gabriel Medina. You couldn't get two more different characters, and the list goes on down the line between whether it's Griffin and Philippe and Jiao Chianca and Sammy Pupo as a wild card, and there's just always such great stories within the events. So yeah, I agree with you. I think it's an exciting time, and I'm looking forward to these last two events. The top sort of 7 on the men is pretty close, and then the top 5 in the women are sort of breaking away. But there's some big events to go that the surfers that are chasing, like Steph Gilmore and Lakey Peterson and those lot, like looking at a wave like J-Bay, they're going to be the two favourites, and they sit outside the top 5. So it's going to be exciting finish to the year.
It really is, and over on the men's side, from what I've seen, and it was a quick analysis, but it seems like 5th spot's open. The top four have broken away. 5th spot is basically an event. There's basically an event between 4th and 5th, and then 5th to 11th is within a couple of thousand points.
Totally.
So I think we've got Italo sitting in 11th on 28,000, but 5th's on 31,000. And John Florence is just outside, and he's got his J-Bay and Chopu coming up. I mean, it's really exciting. Jack Robinson again, not far out of the picture.
Totally.
It's really exciting. But Yago has just slid into that number 5. It's going to be hard to hold on to it because there's 6 other guys coming through that any of them could do it. But the 4,
totally.
I'd have to say the 4 look pretty set.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like if they keep up, on average with how they've been performing, you'd have to think they're going to stay there. As we see, good use of priority here. Oshia Curtis, nice wrap out of the top.
It was Oshia coming from Lennox Head and knows point breaks just born and bred on point breaks.
Yeah, definitely, and it's an amazing part of the world, and plenty of good quality waves all up and down from that stretch, and
it
doesn't get as much eyeballs as up here, so she would surf with a lot less people in the water, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of sneaky sessions down there. And this wave, the wave itself just peters out. She looked like she was getting in a nice flow there, Stace, but the wave didn't do her any favours.
Yeah.
So she's got a 4.5. That puts her in the frame. She goes into first place, but that's on the strength of 2.
Yep.
She's still behind the 8 ball on that best ride, but she's got herself in the frame. The thing about paddling out now is, no matter what, she still goes to 4th priority.
Yep.
But it seems like that is the clear takeoff point. Quincy
up and riding. Lovely first turn. Nice sequence of turns that follow, but just unable to get the flow going. Sort of a bit hung up on the second turn. Didn't allow to keep flying down the line there. But
it was more of a stab, wasn't it? But Quincy has done a lot of surfing out here at Snapper.
Got an amazing barrel on. Plenty of amazing barrels over the years, but she got one in particular in the last swell that was really, really strong. Great ride, big set wave. It's good to see.
This was a clever ride.
Yeah, it's great pickup off the end there. It's showing that local knowledge.
Yeah, she knows this wave well, and she knew to pick this one up. And they're running a bit better. That more predominant south swell today.
Yep.
They're running better, and they need to be because if they were sectioning off, gosh, it'd be hard to make it through today. Yesterday there were some tough ones. Now this is her previous ride, I think, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one which that sort of stabby move, but this one here, nice little runner for her. She comes into this section. It doesn't look like much, but here it goes. Now this is breaking in about 2 inches of water.
Yeah, she's done well to stay right in the pocket there and get off a couple of turns and keep her momentum going down the line. That was a nice turn there in the lip for what was on offer.
It's like a wave pool wave.
Fully. Speaking of pools, Surf Lake's a proud sponsor of this event here this year, and they've got the amazing technology up in, I guess you'd call it's not quite central Queensland, but it's further north than here, and they're doing some amazing things up there.
And of course, Occy is the flag bearer.
He is, yeah. I'm still waiting for the text mark, but he's got a peak named after him, doesn't he? Up there, he's got the Occy left. I know they've got sites in the pipeline for other venues around Australia at the moment. They're running the new sites on 100% electricity, so it's going to be quiet, clean, and reliable. And looking at trying to produce over 2,000 rides per hour with a host of different ability levels, which I think is the it's got to be the key if you're comparing different pools around the world and where the technology's at. Obviously, where they hold the World Tour event is amazing, but it's experts only, that wave. And you see other technology around the world, like the surf lakes, they will cater to all levels, which I think that's what's going to see. That's where we're going to see the growth in the sport when the pools can cater to everyone, not just the pros.
Yeah, well said.
Kelly sent you a text, Bugs?
Oh, not recently.
You go over there and surf with those guys when they open it up?
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Yeah, good on you.
We had a founders event there.
That's right. Yep.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it looked fun. But yeah, certainly, a lot of wave pools will be modelled off this piece of sandbar even further down through Greenmount.
Well, that's what Kelly did mention that to me, that the Greenmount bank was part of the thinking, and when I first, before it opened, that classic wave of Steph Gilmore, I went, well, there it is.
Yep.
There's the Greenmount Super Bank.
Yep, he's done it. And then the surf lakes are offering up a variety of different waves and some South Stradbroke Island looking peaks, and then little running lefts, and then more of a beginner section. So it's a great spot they got up there at Yeppoon. That's been the theme of the day. The clock just whittles away pretty quickly. We're getting down to around about the 8-minute mark. It's Quincy out in the lead, which is clever that she picked up that wave off the end there. That was the 4.67 that has got her with a really healthy heat total at the moment, given the conditions today. As we know, there's fun waves out there, but a little slow. O'Shea Curtis there, just unable to piece a few turns together. She's currently in second, but she's going to have Sophie Wilkinson.
Ooh, go
close
it
on
if
her.
she can. This could be interesting. She's got to get around this section. It might do the same as Quincy's. So showing her point break experience here, this is a wise move. That's a nice turn. So this is going to be her best wave.
That was well done to pick that right up. It's a beautiful technique.
Now she's got a 4.5. She's going to add to that. So, Quincy's second wide, a 4.67. Sophie's sitting out there. She just got a wave. Then we'll have to get that on a replay. We only saw the end of it. But it doesn't look like it was a very long ride because she's just finished just off the takeoff. One thing about it, the clock might be whittling down, but if you stop paddling, you are going down the point today. So it is non-stop action. It might only be small, but this wave here lines up beautifully through the inside and coming down to the Marley Rocks.
Yeah, that was a great little ride there. And it's, I think, one thing that you'll see from, the 16 divisions, both the boys and the girls, compared to, say, the 12s and the 14s, that they have that ability to use the whole bank. We saw yesterday a lot of the 12s, they're just sitting right on top of each other and they're not looking to really explore and go too far, whereas as you've seen in this heat, very, very smart competing. Both Quincy and O'Shea are getting waves off the end of the point, which have been good scoring rides.
Marley, she needed to get going in this heat, Stace. So she's a very tall girl.
Yeah, she's done well to keep her speed through this ride.
Wow. Well, she's looking to better a 2.17 to get on the board. O'Shea got a 4.57, so just incrementally improving on that 4.5. You kind of feel she's going to need more. She's sitting in second, though.
Yeah, and it's one of those days today where we are kind of splitting hairs with a few of the other scores, and we had a heat earlier in the day where young Dylan Will Coxon didn't need much of a score to get into second. He chose to be patient, and unfortunately for him, it didn't quite pay off today. And I think the moral of the story is if you've got the ability to ride a wave and maybe perhaps just have a hand on second and take that control of that position, it's probably a wise move to do that today, because there's just no guarantee that we're going to see, wave after wave at the back end of these heats.
No.
Particularly with the tide going out till about 12:30.
Well, second's good enough.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, you don't need to win every heat. You just need to get through it. Because as you said yesterday, Bugsy, the prize is just surfing again out here with no one out.
That's right. That's the big prize. Getting through a round, you go, wow, I've got another heat. Out at Snapper. Oh, look at these a little bit of backwash in that one. So this is a tight heat now. We're under the 5-minute mark. Look at the paddling. I mean, 20-minute paddling in a heat it's really like at least a 1 hour free surf.
For sure.
There's no doubt about it, because your head's blowing up.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in too big a wetsuit.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets hot so quickly in a current on a south swell out here. You'd want to like kind of strip back to maybe the minimum, sort of wetsuit on, or at least a short arm. But we see Sophie's got a full length steamer. There's a few, pretty much full-length steamers.
Yeah, I think Quincy's in boardies and a vest. She knows the drill.
Yeah, that's the drill.
She knew she was going to be doing a lot of paddling and wanted to be freed up. And I think in a 20-minute heat, you're not, like you mentioned, you're not going to get cold. You're going to be, if anything, the engine's running hot.
You're going to overheat.
Yeah, so the less rubber, the better, particularly up on the Gold Coast. We're very fortunate. It's a very warm climate, even in winter.
Now, there's going to be... Oh, this could be a fast little runner here, and she's got ahead of it. She's done well here.
Yeah, nice turn.
Oh, wow. That was a shame. That would have been her best ride just on those two manoeuvres.
Yeah. She did well to identify that wave and even ride it, though, and sort of, I believe, without priority. I wouldn't, because she just had that other wave and did that run around. So she might have priority over Marley, but perhaps not Sophie.
No, not Sophie. She wouldn't have priority over Sophie, I wouldn't think.
See Quincy there. We'll try and catch you up on that ride.
It's really Sophie sitting third, She obviously doesn't need a heck of a lot. Oh, this is an interesting looking wave. Oh, well, she pulls it off. We don't know what she did at the start, though.
No, she's
A short ride. But where is she in the bank? So she's running around. So she might have got a decent ride here, Stace.
Yeah, if she's had any other turns before that turn, I think she might be looking to threaten that second position. She doesn't need a whole lot to get into second.
So Osha coming sort of unstuck on that last turn. It's not going to help her. Okay, here's
catching up on one of Quincy's last rides.
Look at that foam ball just staying off the bank, and it never came onto the bank. Now here's that wave. Okay, we're seeing the end of it, or else that was it.
Wait for see the scores to come in. Sophie's lowest scores are 2.7 at the minute.
Yeah, well, you think she might just...
She's going to need about a high 3 if she wants to change position here. Yellow outside. Marley, nice takeoff there. She's done well to identify a bigger wave and get off some nice turns there as this wave's streaking down the line. Nice carve out of the top, and she'll get the finish. Well done.
Well done. That was a good ride. That 3-1-3 with that ride. Ooh, that could be interesting. She got about 4 good turns on that one. So there's still time. It's a bigger wave.
Bigger wave. This is one of the better waves of the day. Nice turn out of the top there, Bugs.
Yeah, and good judgment on the timing, and then she makes sure she finishes it. Nothing too extravagant, but the finishing turn just tops it off. Sophie has she got that 4:07. She needed a 4, and there's Marley now into second with a 6:77.
There you go.
Wow!
What a crazy last minute there. So with under a minute now remaining, first blue, second yellow on the strength of that last ride. Sophie and O'Shea looking for rides to get themselves back into a advancing position.
Well, it was definitely the wave quality for Marley, and she just did enough. 6:77. That's the high point of the heat. 20 seconds remaining. We will see a bit more. Okay, here's the answer. This one, she's going to have to get going down the line real quick. Yeah, the foam ball swallowed it up.
Yeah, it's the most aggressive half a foot foam ball getting around, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just completely mows you down if you're not in front of it.
Yeah, the cutback wasn't on then. She had to just kind of keep the speed up.
Really competitive heat there for the first round, of the girls. That's just heat number 2, and that was, there wasn't any weakness in that heat at all. Everyone was absolutely ripping.
It was a stacked heat.
Thanks for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We've got Heat 3 of the Under-16 girls coming up just around the corner. This is the second day of the Billabong Occy Grom Comp live from Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast. Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Day number 2 here at Snapper Rocks. And we are into the under 16 girls action. This is round 1, heat 2 in the water. June Provant, Grace Crosby, Kirra Hunt, and Kanon Takahashi. First international name I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Of the heats that I've called, and here we go, up and riding. She's picked a beautiful wave here to get her campaign started in the event. You know, it's quite a challenge at the moment for any surfer, but particularly the ones that have on the backside bugs us to try and find those waves with a nice tempo and that have a bit of a bottom to them that you can surf off, not just getting stuck in that low tide trough.
Yeah,
she's
backhand.
done well there.
Yeah, backhand wave. You've really got to get one that, one's got the taper, but two, maybe a little bit more size.
Yeah.
The smaller one's so hard to get manoeuvres off. A 5, 6, 7, that's a good start.
That is a great start, and you can tell she's got plenty of talent. Didn't really look like she was jumped out of second gear there. A couple of nice turns there, Bugs.
Yeah, no, nice backhand attack here. And you're right, I mean, if this wave held up through the inside, she would have got a big score. And it was a clever choice. And the paddling begins.
Pretty stoked paddling back out, but that's right. It's not too bad down the line, but once you get up to about the keyhole, that's when you've really got to put your chin down and dig to get in behind the rock. As you can see in the foreground there, just that current is, and there's a full sidewinder wedge rolling through the lineup.
Of course, I mean, you know, and on a day when, you know, say it's a bigger day with a south swell, you know, you just know you're paddling, and if you stop for a second, there's just this pack behind you.
Yeah, wall of wolves.
And of course, it's, you know, with the south swell, I mean, it's, one wave can take you through to Greenmouth.
Yeah.
So you don't have that east swell looping sections.
Yeah, one wave can take you all the way through to Green Mountain, and you could have not got anything of substance to talk about on the wave. It's just all shoulder and not much going on. But then you kick out of that wave, and the one behind it is the one you know.
It's got a good draw.
Yeah. So, it's always a gamble coming for a surf at Snapper. Never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, so we have definitely got a south swell. It's a small south swell, and as I said, a bit of a glancing blow. It's much bigger destination south.
And I think a lot of the school holiday makers, you know, in this event and even not even for this contest will be probably starting the cars up and like you said, having a little bit of an inspection down the coast.
Well, we've got I mean, it's always been these classic 2 events, the Occy Grom Comp, the Skull Candy. They're the all-time 2 Grommet events.
Yep.
School holidays, great surf.
Up and riding, Kirra Hunt now. She's same as Kanon, found herself a wave with a nice sort of taper to it.
Just fizzles out a little bit, but so she's opening her account there in the white singlet. She's decided to paddle back out. As you said, it's not such a bad paddle, you know, down the line a bit. It's only when you get up near the tip.
It was good to have Cole Rothman in the booth earlier, Bugs. You know, obviously he's travelling the world and getting some of the world's, you know, greatest waves on offer. We'll get back to that in a second. This is Kirra Hunt on her second ride. Bringing this one through to the inside, and she was doing a good job here to get 2 quick waves on the board. She can construct a bit of a heat now, and she'll look likely to do the run around here.
Yeah, well, I guess Dino and Koa were over at, Fiji, Cloud Break, just a couple of weeks. Bobby Martinez, a couple of weeks of unbelievable surf, and what a dream. Dream life.
Fully, and, you know, Koa's done well to kind of, you know, create that for himself. And we were just talking about, you know, the junior events in Hawaii, and he was so impressed with the setup down here and the, you know, the opportunities that these kids get, as we see here, you know, surf and snapper with no one out, and they get the event broadcast and professionally judged and commentated, you know, on the beach and on the web. And
yeah, they definitely
do back-to-back rides here.
Yeah, back-to-back rides by Kirra. Definitely, you know, it's a very well established. The junior series and the Grom events in Australia, they've been going for a long time, and they do a great job.
Yeah, no, you're right. And like these 2 events have been, back to back for the last getting up to probably 20 years now.
Yeah.
And the event down the road, the Skull Candy, has had a host of different sponsors, but Skull Candy have been a big partner of that for a while now, and obviously Billabong have been behind this event for 17 years.
Yeah, it's great.
So it's an amazing run of events on the East Coast for these kids to utilise in the school holidays. Parents can book it in a year in advance, and
yeah, it's a really good school holidays program, and then I don't know how it goes this year, but then following the Skull Candy, then they usually have the New South Wales state titles.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's a lot happening for the Groms, particularly the New South Wales kids that are on the road. So this is kind of like their big road trip for the year.
Yeah, totally. And then as we've seen these events grow over the years, kids coming from interstate, as far as WA, and then obviously the international competitors like we see here, Canon up and riding. She did well to fit in 2 quick turns there.
Yeah, so I thought she was going to just sort of swoop down the line, but I think she might have just caught a little edge on that first turn, but she recovered well. So she's got that 5, 6, 7. This will be a backup. Right here, though, just sort of cut it short. The wave goes down the line, but still, 3.33 is a decent backup. It's actually the second highest score of the heat.
With 11.5 on the clock, as you see there, the competitors out the back fighting the current. Canon's just going to try and sneak up the inside and get a little bit further up the point. There has been a few waves kind of just run underneath some of the surface at some point, those waves that break up real deep behind the rock, but like Dingo was saying earlier, actually, he doesn't really like to surf too many of his heats out here super deep behind the rock because you don't get a look at the wave down the line. So he was really impressed with the kids where they were sitting and sort of just sitting off the keyhole and, being able to identify those longer kind of running rides.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a case for being out localing yourself. You can go too deep, just on memory nearly.
Yeah.
Because that is where the pole position is on a crowded day.
Or you just see no one there and you just want to be there.
Yeah. But sometimes, you can rock into town and go, well, it's a little wider. And sometimes the visitors find the waves.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, just by kind of keeping it simple and not, like you said, overthinking it and out positioning yourself. It's been a bit of a quiet start for young Grace Gosby, in this heat.
Yeah, Grace would be sitting out there with priority. We're halfway through, so she'll want to get going. It's just this ebb of the tide. There's not going to be a lot of opportunity, and these little runners, they're hard to get into. Sometimes they slip by underneath you, and they're the good ones. But here she goes now. This is a cut-off wave. There's not much to this one. Might work out well on a backhand.
She's done well to get in 2 quick turns there.
Yeah, she got the 2 turns in, and when you think about
I recognise that silhouette, Rab.
Oh yeah, classic. And when you think about second place is up for grabs, this could help out a real lot.
Yeah, definitely.
And our Japanese surfer
catching up on her ride here.
Well, this looks like going to be her second best ride now. This will pretty much secure first place. So Grace gets a 4.17.
June, nice big carve off the top there. She found a wave that allowed her to get a bit of speed out on the open face.
Yeah, powerful surfer, June.
Yeah, Grace was worth the wait there on that first wave. She got a good score of 4.17, and by today's scale, that's definitely a keeper.
Yeah.
So she's done well there. She's already back out the back.
Here's a running race. Nice sprint up the beach.
Just another day in the life for the Grommets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Catch a wave, run around, catch a wave, run around.
And they're going right around. That's how low the tide is. Now it looks like June might have gone right around.
Yeah.
She's still running. I mean, that's how that's rare. She's running around behind the rock. That's how unbelievable it is.
Here
wow,
she comes.
there she goes. And knowing that she's got probably fourth priority, just goes a little wider.
Yep. Yeah, that'd have to be the go today. Either want to sort of jump on the end of the pack or try and get, up right underneath them, maybe 20, 30 metres to the right of the screen there, just and try and get a sneaky one that might run underneath the pack. But unless you're surfing here every day, those waves are, like as Dean mentioned earlier, a bit harder to identify. So it's sort of a high risk play, but in certain situations I could see it being very, very useful. So we might see some competitors do that as the afternoon goes on, particularly with how low the tide is. You could probably be on the waves a little earlier. This wave's probably a good example of that.
Yeah, well, Kirra, she's dropped down to third place now, so she needs to get going. And this wave, it really, really fizzles out badly. So definitely not a runner on the bank, and I think that's what Kirra would be looking for. Kind of like the wave that Grace got.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, she's got a couple of 2.8s, a 2.83 and a 2.8. So she, to improve on them, she's going to need a wave with potentially a bit steeper of a face.
And then we see Occy down there overseeing the whole operation at sea level,
keeping an eye on the bank.
Yeah.
Looked like he was down there with young Jonah.
Yep. So at the 6-minute mark, we've got June has moved into second place, but she's only got that 3.63 and a 2. So this is wide open. Grace is actually sitting in fourth, but not in a bad place. She's got a 4.17. Doesn't need a lot to move in a second.
Didn't get to see Caden Francis's heat earlier, did you, Bugs?
Yeah, surfed brilliantly.
That's a sensational heat total there.
Oh, yeah.
18 points.
Yep, he surfed. His timing was excellent. He hasn't got the power in his surfing yet, but gee, his technique, style, timing, execution, spot on. It was the heat of the day. He's definitely put his name up there as a contender for an Occy Grom crown.
Yeah, that's some early warning shots over the bow there. That's a massive heat total. It's the biggest of the event so far. We yet to see many excellent scores today, and he was able to get 2 of them.
Yeah.
So it's very, very good going. So, yeah, we started with the under-16 boys this morning. We're into 8 heats of the under-16 girls now, and then we will round out the day with round 2 of the under-16 boys.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. With that incoming tide, we're probably going to see maybe the best of the 4 days later this afternoon.
Yeah, I like that call. Yeah, I think so too. Yesterday on dark was so fun.
Yeah.
So if we just get a bit lucky with maybe that swell just showing up a bit, earlier than forecasted, and with the tide coming in, I think, with like I said, with any luck, it could be a very, very exciting afternoon down here. But
yeah, well, round 2 of the under-16 boys is always a solid round of competition.
Yeah. And we will be running here Monday and Tuesday. And we're moving into round 2 action for the other divisions.
Well, down to 4 minutes now. So Grace Gosby in 4th place in the red singlet. All eyes are on her. Dune sits in 2nd place, but she's got her low scores. I think Grace needs like a 1.5. Maybe less.
1 point, you're spot on, Bugs, a 1.46.
There you go.
Well done, mate. 3.5 minutes on the clock. There's definitely enough time remaining here. She's in first priority by my calculations, and it's just up to her to select another ride.
This could be a little runner right here. See, that's a little grower that when, they didn't see it. One thing, if you go wide, you've got to sit right on the bank. It's coming out of deep water, which makes it so hollow.
we saw that yesterday, a few surfers sort of chasing the wave down the point as they're paddling for it and then just paddling themselves into the deep blue rather than sort of onto the bank, and there's not much room for error there.
No.
Be right on top of it. But yeah, this is very, very reminiscent of a heat we saw earlier today, Bugs, with Dylan Wilcoxon. He's started with an amazing wave similar to Grace's, and then just was a bit too picky, I would say, but towards the end of the heat there.
Yeah, you always kick yourself on those ones.
Yeah. Yeah, you always just think, was there really no 2.8 in that 8 minutes that I was just sitting there?
Oh, it's incredible.
Unfortunately, there was definitely a few rides there that he did let go. But hindsight's a wonderful thing. Can't surf your heats in hindsight. You've always got to do your reflections on what you are seeing in the here and now. And he obviously wasn't looking for just the score. He was looking for, a commanding score to take the lead in that heat. So that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, isn't it, Bugs?
It is, and we're down to 2 minutes now. So it's nerve time. Well, they're just hoping for sets, hoping for waves, but we're pretty much on the low tide. That's the hard part. You can even go, to classic locations like J Bay and right on that low tide, the ebb of the tide, you can get 20-minute lulls.
Yeah, it's something that we were talking about yesterday, and then obviously Dino alluded to it earlier, but back to that in a minute. Grace Gosby, very important ride. She only needed a 1.46. She's already got that. Now it's a matter of how much she can add to that total and put a bit of pressure on Kirra Hunt and June Prevost.
Yeah, she'll go to second. Definitely go to second on that ride.
A minute to go.
Yeah, and then Kirra and Dune, they're going to need a decent score after that because she's got another 4.17. That's what I thought. I said that's going to be similar score. Yeah, it's exactly the same score.
Exactly the same score. So she's got a pretty handy heat total now, Bugs.
Yes. This is fairly safe ground now. Well done. She passes Occy. There's the goofy. The goofy test.
Occy was just channeling her a little goofy foot wave. She did well to navigate that wave, though. It had a lot of curve in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought she might have done that first turn a bit too and taken it back a bit much, but she gathered herself and went down the line again. Okay, here goes Blue on a last-ditch effort, and there's nothing to this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, you look back earlier in the heat, there was a couple of waves they could have gone, definitely. Little growers on the bank, but you had to be right on the bank.
Yep. And that's the thing, talk about positioning. It's sort of, do you just sit on the spot where it's going to be the sure bet, or do you take your chances and maybe try and sit a little deeper behind the rock? That'll be the reflections that these surfers look back on in that heat. And as we move into later heats in the round, it's going to be interesting to see if the surfers adjust their positioning.
Yeah, I'm sure the surfer would be probably most disappointed in that heat would be June. I thought she's got a lot of power on her surfing, and she just wasn't able to get it together wave-wise.
We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Heat number 4 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the 17th year running. For those of you just tuning in, we spent the last 16 years over the hill at the beautiful Duranbah Beach. She was a good home to us, but I would say we've upgraded to the penthouse. Stace G alongside Bugs. Bugs, we're at Snapper Rocks and we're absolutely frothing about it. We're getting through some pretty tricky low tide conditions at the moment, but we're certainly expecting a little bump in swell and a bit of an increase in the opportunity as the conditions improve throughout the afternoon. But the young ladies in the water at the moment are doing a pretty good job of reading the lineup and figuring out where the best opportunities lie. This is Eve Daniel opening up her account here in Heat 3 of round number 1 of the 16 girls.
Yeah, there's a real difference between the waves that they look okay, they don't quite hit the bank, they fizzle so quickly. And then the little ones that we call them the little growers, they might take off, they're a foot, but down the line they're 2 foot and standing up on the bank. But low tide, wow, you can't get any tricky. It's nearly below sea level.
Yep.
Here we go. This could be an interesting looking wave. Go down the line.
Young Sarah Hickson from the Mornington Peninsula. A couple of nice turns off the top there. And another one down the line. She's picked a gem of a wave. Rips that one back a bit further, Bugs.
Oh, this is exactly what we were just talking about. This wave is a gem. This could go to Greenmount. Why get off it? Now she's down past the little Marley. And she'll definitely do the run back. And what a brilliant opening ride there.
Buy the ticket, take the train. Why not? All the way through. Take us through the replay, Bugs. This is
well, yeah. Now, it takes off here. Right there, look at it. It just nearly doubles in size. A couple of great turns. Always looking down the line. That's a smart move. Nice cut back there. And now she just continues to, not major moves, there's a nice little tail slide there. This wave continues to give all the way, and I like the finish as well. She's not there yet, but this finishing move is pretty slick.
Really, really well put together wave there. You could not ask to start your heat any better than that. There it is, a 7.5.
Oh.
That's thanks for coming. It's a great start to the day for young Sarah Hickson. Actually come up with their brother Lucas and her dad a bit early before this comp started. They've been having a good time surfing around town.
Oh, yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I was in Victoria last weekend, and I tell you what, I'd be coming up early as well. It was Arctic.
Really?
So cold.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you in the ocean?
I was in the ocean.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I'd never used... I never surfed in a hood before until that day, and I needed every bit of it. 543 boots and a hood.
Yeah, there you go. Where were you surfing?
Phillip Island.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was good fun.
Good conditions?
It's pretty fun. Yeah, it was a bit windy, but, well and truly in the elements.
Here we go.
Great part of the world down there, great people.
Oh, really classic, isn't it?
Yeah. Sarah now, she's really looking to take control of this heat here, Bugs, with another ride, backing up that 7.5 almost immediately.
Yeah, well, I'd say she's been watching those last heats and watching those little runners that went through unchecked. And great back up there.
She's just having a heat. Well, what do you mean it's slow out there?
Yeah.
Just got all these great waves. I'm actually tired. My legs would be burning, just riding these waves and then running around.
She could kind of afford to walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, this second ride, I like this first snap. Really brings the board back. And just in her timing is just spot on. She knows when to, go get the forward momentum going, Stace.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's a tricky little wave today, like we mentioned. There are little pockets of speed and power that you can milk out of the wave, but then there's a lot of sort of dead sections and moments in the wave that are a bit slow, and if your equipment and your technique isn't right, you can find yourself getting a little bit hung up in between different sections. But not the case today for Sarah. She looks like she's got a great board under her feet, and she's doing some great surfing to get some really good scores. So she is going to have a going to go out and say it, nearly an insurmountable lead at this point. It's going to be a fight for second.
Yeah, that's a 12-point total.
We haven't seen a lot of 12-point totals today. I mean, we were just talking about Caden Francis with an 18-point total, but outside of that, haven't seen a lot of massive totals today.
Now here's Karen Takahashi.
Nice wave.
Well, our second Japanese surfer. She would have watched her fellow countrywoman in the last heat win it.
Yeah. Certainly, it's always nice when you come this far to get a couple of heat wins under your belt.
And a 3.6 for Karen.
What was the tour scene like at Phillip Island back in the day, Bugs? Or were you guys always just heading to the surf coast?
Absolutely classic. In 2 years in a row, we had the Allen Oak Memorial. It was a CT. Yep. And gosh, it was a great time. Because you mentioned before, you get a bit of wind. I mean, we got some strong southwesters. I remember these massive, on these lay days that we had these massive big poker tournaments, right?
Yeah.
With like Terry Fitzgerald and Paul Neals, and it was all time. Just all-time memories, and then surfing Express and Surfers Point, and there's something for every wind.
There really is, yeah. How'd you go at Express on those old?
I loved it.
On those old planks.
Well, those old planks did all right out there.
They would have. I mean, you come from a spot where you had to have a bit of curve in the plank, so
exactly.
Yeah, you would have been doing all right. What would you liken that wave to around other waves around the world?
Oh, Hawaii. Yeah, I mean, it had elements of Sunset Beach. It's a powerful, it's a brutal wave. It's a serious wave when it's 8 to 10 feet.
And what about the rubber? The rubber was in its formative years.
Yeah, that was a bit tricky.
Yep. A bit of leakage.
Oh, look, when I first went to Bell's at Easter 71, my wetsuit was a sleeveless short john.
Full legs.
No, short.
Just short. Oh, sorry, short.
A short john, a spring suit without arms.
Yep.
Without any arms at all.
Yep.
And so with a t-shirt, and no, back in the day, just beyond a little bit where they were wearing football jerseys out there, right? In winter.
Yeah.
So I remember when I came in from the surf, it was cold. It was that offshore early morning.
Yep.
But it was exciting though. That first trip is always exciting to Bells.
Yep.
Many pilgrimages after that, going down, the next couple of years with Andy Mack and PT. It was just kind of all time. We used to go down there a month early. A month early.
Yep. Just settle in.
Settle into the town of Torquay. It was a magical time. It's like, it always reminded me of something seriously out of Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
Expecting a bunch of hobbits to be living in Janjuk,
And so where would you stay, in Janjuk or up in the hills behind Bells?
Oh, there wasn't much happening at Janjuk back in those days. There was only a few. There was seriously a couple of houses on the hill.
Speaking of Janjuk, a couple of former residents of the area now living in Balinga, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, the Huppets family.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, the Huppets, they surf at Burleigh.
Yeah, they do.
Very good surfers.
Yeah, the whole family, a whole lot of them.
Yeah, no, mainly
so
it was.
Where were you staying?
We'd get a house in Torquay.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And just with you had the fireplace going. Ugg boots. It was it was all time.
Fire in the house, fire on the beach, fire everywhere to keep you warm.
Very early days of Rip Curl was just a little shed.
Yep.
On Boston Road. It was just this little shed near the Pat Morgan surfboards.
Yeah. Karen getting another ride there. And then obviously, Japan, a massive surf scene as well for you, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the tour in Japan was classic. I had a couple of good CT wins in Japan at Shonan and Chiba.
Yep.
Always exciting to go there. But you had to be ready for anything. You can get typhoons. you get typhoons, or you could be surfing waves maximum as big as this.
You ever get that current right?
I'm not sure.
The one is on the Tommy Peterson Fireball.
Oh, yeah.
Is that on an island somewhere out
Yeah.
there?
Oh, not Najima. I think I know he taught. No, I never got to surf that wave. That's a legendary wave. I think it's down south.
Sorry, Tommy Peterson Fireball. Did I say that? Did
Yeah,
I say that
yeah.
correctly?
We got the Thomas J. Peterson.
Got it all right.
But there's a lot of waves. You get a typhoon over there, and there's a lot of reef breaks that come to life. Definitely surfed a few of them. And then, of course, that spot Malibu where we ran the CT with those legendary heats with Andy Irons and Kelly Slater, and finals, all-time legendary.
I remember watching that video just thinking it looks so unreal to be set up under a highway bridge.
Under a bridge.
Getting, firing waves.
Yep.
And just, peak Andy Kelly.
Oh.
It's it was just more drama to already maximum drama.
And we did have a lot of luck with the Dream Tour in those days. Everywhere we went was like that. It was turning on.
Yep.
As we see a bit of activity, sea life activity at the back.
Yeah, mullet season playing around.
Yeah, you get the mullet coming through at this time of year.
Yep.
So that looks like a school of mullet heading through into the bay.
Yep.
You get the Boys Bay Brothers a bit further down the line with the nets. So this heat's flown by. It's coming down the 5-minute mark. And really, Sarah Hickson, that 12-point total. Karen Takahashi, she's sitting in second, but she's only got a couple of mid-threes. Now, this is a good-looking wave.
Decent-looking wave.
Oh, it's Karen.
Got to get going, though.
Yeah, I think she's okay.
Oh, she's done well. Oh, it's a big, powerful frontside carve there.
Yeah. This wave's going to come onto the bank now, Stace.
Nice turn there.
Well, this wave's just allowing her to recover. Now it comes onto the bank. Oh, I think the legs gave up.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. This will be her best ride. It's going to really make a difference. The top two are going to huge separation here. Eve Daniels only got that. She's only got 2.5. Adele Rodden is yet to really make her mark in this heat. This wave here, this nice jam cut back there. And kind of loses it there, but hangs with it. Now the foam ball just comes onto the bank. Again, this just allows her to, it didn't run away on her, Stace.
No, she stuck with it and did well to keep her speed from the start all the way to the end.
So, solid manoeuvres, nothing super quality, but a 5.5. Yeah, I'd say that's right. I mean, she was definitely 2 points less than Sarah Hickson's wave.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's, we saw some waves earlier in the day too, in earlier heats. It does come down to, wave height, just for the fact that it allows you to kind of open your shoulders and drive off the bottom. And, all the surfers have the skills to do those types of manoeuvres, but it's just being able to identify those waves that will let you do them on a bit bigger canvas. And so Karen's done well there to do that. It's coming down to 3.5 minutes on the clock now. It's time to go for Eve and Eden. They're going to need to just up the wave selection a little bit to be a chance to get into that second spot, because both Sarah and Karen have put some pretty good numbers up on the board.
Well, they sure have. Yeah, it's going to be tough now. There's coming down to the 3.25 minutes, so they're going to have to pretty much do it in one wave. Adele Rodden is kind of way behind. She's going to need an excellent score.
Probably need to do it in two would be the most economical way of doing it, and it wouldn't need a lot of time. We have seen surfers today have pretty quick heats out here when they get a bit of luck, so she's going to need a bit of that.
She's got to score twice.
Yep.
And I'd say she needs to get one in the next 40 seconds to make that possible.
Yep. I'll give her another 30 seconds. I'll say she could probably have the next minute or so, minute and a bit.
So you're saying...
I'm being a bit more generous.
Well, that's because you're saying that she gets a wave halfway, comes out, there's another wide one behind her that's running down the bank. That we've seen many of the girls do it.
Pull some sort of Kelly Slater-esque, just magic.
2 waves in 2 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, just there's obviously not a lot of paddle time required to get back into the lineup today, or if at all, if you just kick out of your wave and go again real quick.
And of course, around that low tide mark, an hour either side of it, there's very little movement. So, we're going to sort of suffer through it in a way, the low tide, but there's still like the odd little nug.
Definitely. Yeah, no, there's some waves coming through. So Sarah get a great wave at the start of this heat. Karen towards the end. They're not too plentiful, but when they come through, they're fun to serve. And it's awesome to watch these competitors just compose themselves when those opportunities come through, because there's clear as day when a set opportunity pops up if it's going to be a good wave for you or not. There's no second guessing like, is there going to be a better one behind it? It's quite clear. So when that happens, you want to make sure that you've calm and ready to do your best surfing.
You can see that high tide mark up on the beach there. So it's way out. I mean, that is low tide. You just don't you don't get any more than this. This is maxed out.
Look at that little
sand.
skeleton bay right just peeling off in the foreground.
Exactly.
The one behind's double the size. Oh my word.
Oh, now we're down to a minute. So Stace, it's got to be a one shot.
Tommy Carroll Dole would just be getting so pitted in that little tube right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, totally. Could win a heat.
He could win a heat, still in the tube.
Yeah, they're just micro little barrels, aren't they? This is a tough finish for this heat. There's not much on offer. There could be something the last 30 seconds, but both Eve and Adele, they're going to need excellent scores, so this is a tough ask. Sarah and Karen sitting out there pretty solid. Here's a wave. It's a little runner. It's coming in a bit too east, though. It's not coming in from the south.
Yeah, not able to get anything going on.
Here's another little one that might stand up on the bank. They've got no choice but to have a crack at these tiny little waves.
Got to watch your fins on waves that big. You're hitting the sand in a second.
Well, Eve, off she went.
Karen keeping an eye on her. As we see that heat count down, the score will be after, just on potentially. We'll wait for the judges to call it, but I think it might have been just after.
Yeah, I think so.
And looks like it'll be Sarah Hickson and Karen Takahashi getting the jump on that one. Thanks so much for tuning in. More action coming right up as we see some great sportswomanship there from the ladies. We've got heat number 4 in the water. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Jungle.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp for 2023, and wowee, here we are at Snapper Rocks, and we are at the, if we're not at the dead bottom of the tide, we're getting really, really close, Ock, and, Vaughan Blakey, Mark Occhilupo, the far out 99 world champ. Here we are, couldn't be more stoked to be
Hello,
in this.
Vaughno.
Yes, Ock.
Good to join everyone
How are you,
again
mate?
for the second day of the Occy Grom Comp. Really proud. And I just couldn't believe it. I came down like about 2 hours earlier, and I was going to just cruise on the rocks and watch a few heats, and then it was packed. Like, it was actually packed with people.
Mate.
And I couldn't believe it. I was that stoked.
School holidays, and everyone's
people everywhere.
down here. Exactly.
Beautiful, day. The winds change, which is great. You know, it's our traditional southerly winds, and they're quite strong. So the swell hopefully will start coming in with the tide.
Yep.
But the bank is so perfect. I went down there with my son Jonah, and we stood so close to these waves. You can almost give them high five as they're going down the point. It's that close at the moment.
Oh, this is a beautiful wave. Look at this.
What a beautiful name, Sea White.
Off the bottom, and this has been a really nice wave. Actually, the last couple of heats have been quite slow, Ock, and finds
she's
a little
in
low road.
The barrel.
Vision for sure. Just a moment, but got the vis.
I know Sea. I know her quite well because I know her dad.
Okay.
Nate, and she's a good little surfer. Here goes Red Anna Huppets. I know this girl quite well too. The whole family, actually. They've moved up from Victoria, and really good family.
Wow, these are good waves.
You know Anna, you know Isla.
I do. I know the Huppet. Yep, I
You
do.
know the Huppets.
Yep. And Mia?
Mia.
Yeah. And I think Mia won QS last year.
She did, hey, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty sure, like Burley, maybe?
I saw him down at Bell's too, actually. But, yeah, good family.
Yeah.
Got a good heat going here, with Ziggy McKenzie and Ava Holland. So I'm thinking, it's right, like, really low right now. So with the tide coming in, the swell should push with it.
This Anna.
Where we go. Anna up. It's up.
Yeah. So that's cool. Like, look at these little low roads, mate.
Oh, I just wish I had my bodyboard. I'd be in that thing.
Have you got a bodyboard?
I sure do. We're flippers. Don't worry about that. I'm out here. When the waves are like this, I'm out there on my bodyboard.
Oh, that's sick. There's a lot of really good surfers who don't mind jumping on the lid these days.
Yeah.
Noah Dean.
Yeah.
Loves it. Creed McTaggart's got his own signature series bodyboard with the drag coat.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So taking it serious.
I should know that. I mean, I hang out with Creed a little bit. We went to West Oz with him. I think you see an ad there where we're all that kind of had a good sesh over there at
nice
a
one.
little secret spot over there. But it's just great to have everyone here and these perfect little waves. It should be getting bigger.
Look at how fun that looks, though. That is just dreamy little green face to work with, and it's these little low ones. They just come out of nowhere. You get a little double up, and look at this. Oh, it's so thick. Imagine if that was a 2 foot bigger. That'd be proper grindy.
I'd be out there right now on a bodyboard. They'd be like yelling at that bodyboarder, please come in, because they don't know who it is.
So this is Ava.
Ava
Holland. Yeah, beautiful ride here. Far out, man. Ziggy McKenzie, who's in this heat, just had a chat with her dad, Jake, out there on the boardwalk before. She's come over from Indo.
Okay.
She's relocating, but you might have seen clips of Ziggy Ock at, Padang, racetrack, can tube ride, like proper, and gets out there when it's juicy too. So not scared to pull in, but really quite handy on the backhand in these sorts of conditions as well, mate. Looking forward to seeing what Ziggy can bring.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired for today watching the surfing last night. But,
how'd you go? Pretty exciting.
I made it to like the semis, and then I fell asleep. But I just pressed pause and then watched the rest of it this morning. But it was good to see Ethan doing really well.
Yeah, and it's hard, isn't it, when Ethan and Ryan are in a heat? You're just like, it's just like 6 of one, half a dozen the other.
At least one's going to get through, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I was hoping one of them was going to win, but it wasn't to be. Huge crowds there in Brazil, oh my goodness.
And Iago getting that breakthrough win, that was cool. That air that he did.
That was incredible. Yeah, no, well done. Iago's a good guy, and he deserved it. First win in front of a huge crowd. Something you'd never, ever forget without a... Yeah.
Did you get a win in Brazil?
I didn't, actually. No, I had a couple seconds, but I never won Brazil, so... just, that didn't go in there.
Not in there, yeah. I mean,
in
far
there,
out. It must be a place
I think
when
I got a second to Trent Munro.
Oh, that year.
Yeah,
okay,
when they actually had it at they moved it that day to Apprador, and it was at wedgie left right in the city. And then I got another second, I think, to Kelly Slater, actually,
Wow.
Yeah. But never got the win
you
there.
did get your world title in Brazil. Or
Yes, I did.
That's where you crowned.
I did. I was crowned there, and I'll never forget that afternoon. I think it was Mick Campbell had to lose, and Taj Burrow had to lose, and even I think Mick Lowe was in there with the shot too. But they all lost that afternoon, and I got through, and it was the round before the quarters. So I got through to the quarters, and they didn't. So no one could catch me, and so the party started.
There's
the party started right there, and it didn't really stop for a year.
Yeah. Well,
I'll never forget, it was just epic. Billabong paid for my flight home first class.
Oh.
First class.
First time ever?
Yeah, first time ever. But the thing was, it was back in the day when you could congregate back in near the toilets and have beers standing up. And we were just all the Aussie boys. We were there, and I was like an hour out of New Zealand from Santiago. And the hostess came up to me, he's like, "Don't you want to use your first class seat?" And I was like, "I forgot about that."
Oh, no.
And I walked down there. It was a first class bed made with it all tucked over. I'm like, "What am I doing?" I crawled in there, and then landed in New Zealand. But from New Zealand to Sydney, I was in that bed. I didn't even get up.
Oh, at least you got a little bit of sleep.
And then, a little bit of sleep. And then here we go, White Anna Huppets.
Yep.
Up and riding. She needs to get down to this section. She does. Uses a bit of speed there with a quick turn, but all little slight catch there. It's so low that you got to be careful. And then, I remember I fell asleep again in the Qantas Club, and I woke up, and my mum was right over me going, "Congratulations." I thought I was dreaming.
No
So
way.
my mum came and met me in the Qantas Club, and then we got on the flight to the Gold Coast, and the drink started happening again. I was with Joel and Mick and everyone. And
did you get the big media scrum when you got off the plane?
I didn't even touch a car mat.
Yeah.
The tarmac, because the limo picked me up, and when we landed, I had the fire engines making a big barrel, and the plane went through it.
No way!
Yeah, and then I got off so I didn't touch
cool.
the tarmac. My wife at the time was there to meet me in a limo, and then we went back up to Bramble Heights where I lived at the time, and the party was back on. And it was a big celebration.
What a time, mate!
It was I'll never forget.
Oh, the whole world,
1999.
The entire world was celebrating with you, man. Everyone was so invested in your story. Everyone was so excited, especially. It had been kind of like a 3-year build-up from making that pipe final against Kelly all the way to that world title, and there was moments on the way in that comeback that were just, mind-boggling. Like the skins, obviously, winning bells was huge. And then that run you got on in 99 and winning like the 2 Pacific events, and then hit Mundaka.
Mundaka, there was all the
waves
3
that
left.
you love, man.
Yeah, it was Mundaka, Fiji and Tahiti.
It must have just felt like it was meant to be when you were winning the waves that you truly, truly love.
Yeah. After I won Tahiti, I remember walking through the jungle, and I kind of saw the light, and it was actually light that came through and shined through like a jungle, and just hit me, and then it was a spiritual kind of thing, and it just felt like the light shined on me, and I was like, I think this is it, this is my year, and it carried through from Fiji to Mundaka, and the light stayed with me, and and you're right, it did start at Pipeline, when I made that final, when I went through the trials to the final against Kelly. And then I remember asking Gordon, I want to go back on tour. I didn't think it was a good idea, but I was so fit. I was back to my fighting weight, and I just went, I'm doing it.
But the best surfing of your life happened in those years. That everyone knows that those few sessions, maybe 3 years in a row at Bells, where you were free surfing. There's a session in Litmus. There's the skin surfing, obviously. There's winning bells. But, mate, that is the most timeless surfer. That's as good as anything you'll ever see now. I mean, you couldn't have known when you were going back on tour that your best surfing was ahead of you still.
Well, when I was 14 stone, which people don't know, I'm showing my age, but when I was about 4 sizes too big, when I couldn't fit into my shorts, what I'm trying to say, and I was big, I didn't think I'd surf actually competitively. No way was I thinking that was going to happen, but just to surf good again in any way, shape or form, I thought was not on the card. So it was a big, Oh,
And 33, mate, when you won the world title?
Yeah, so I was about that age, yeah. So to explain myself better, when I was in Hawaii and I made that final, I was staying with Gordon Merchant, the founder of Billabong, who I often stayed with in Hawaii and or even all over the world when I was first, competing.
That's right.
I'd travel with him because he was showing his range for Billabong because it was a fresh new company. And when I won the US Open 2 times in a row, he was showing Billabong and it was getting big already there in the States. But, we went on to Europe and Japan and he showed the range. We stayed together. It was fun times.
I remember seeing a weird little vox pop from around that time where they're asking people, what's a Billabong?
Yeah, what is that Billabong? Well, Gordon, back in the day, he used to have to explain to them what a Billabong was, So, being a water hole, in the middle of a desert or in a very sparse place, where you get water to carry on your journey or just camp there and, animals, everyone uses it. That's their,
Yeah, it's a lifesaver.
A lifesaver, the Billabong. So, anyway, we'll get back to the heat.
Oh, mate, no, I was lost in the most epic time trance then. I was loving it.
Look at the crowd, so cool. I can see from home, all the kids get up, when their mates are surfing in the heat and they're so close to them. Like, you'd almost be going, don't talk to me because, they're probably telling them when the sets are coming. It's been a bit slow. But
that's that is a mere fraction. Like, if you come up onto the boardwalk, which is where this camera is situated, so if you're up where the camera is looking down there, it's chock-a-zock.
Yeah.
Like, it's classic. It's got the full CT vibes up here today, and everyone's buzzing.
I know, it's so good. I just want to thank Billabong. I mean, it was 17 years ago. I said 18 yesterday, I think, but might have got 1 year ahead of myself. But they came up to me saying, we envision you having an Occy Grom comp, and I was like, wow, it's an honour. And then it's just gotten, so big until we made the move to Snapper. We've always had it at D-Bar, but we've moved it to Snapper for a few good reasons, to give these kids, a good, stepping stone to the Challenger Series, which we had a couple months or a month ago. These kids will be in that, no doubt, in the years to come. So they're already going to have experience surfing like at Snapper with no one out because, on any given day, even today, it'll be crowded, full of, probably,
totally, man.
Or
it's a good point you make, though, because, take the competition aside and just having perfect snapper to yourself, how nervous you'd feel if you blew it or you're just, overwhelmed by how good the waves are.
So you get over those nerves, get rid of them, so it's already done that.
Zap!
Well, that's C, and C's had one wave. It's a 417. I know her dad will be watching this, and she's just got to slow down and go with it. Can she make that? She does. Kind of right out of it.
It's a pretty strong ride. I think it's going to go right there with that 4. And that would probably either shoot her into first or second. So she pulled the trigger at the right time, just under 5 minutes to go. Ava, that's a steep one. That's tricky on the back end.
She might have been, should have raced that maybe. I see the girls. Here we go. We've got another wave. This is a good set. Nice little layback snap. Can she get around this? Oh, she could have.
Ziggy, she's ripping, mate. She's got a couple of good scores already, so finding some rhythm out here. The importance of getting to surf this lineup with no one around and get to know your markers and find your place and just not be overwhelmed by how good the waves are. I remember it's a real thing being overwhelmed by perfect surf, right?
It is.
When you're out, say, at Bells and it's just 2 people out or out here, you've surfed many heats where you get to have these lineups to yourself. One time years ago, we were surfing a secret left not far from here. I paddled out. You and Louie were out. It's in the documentary.
Oh, yeah.
And I was on the inside, and this set came, and I looked at your eyes, and your eyes, mate, were just about to pop out of your head. You know what I mean? The froth you feel when there's a set coming, you're in position. You've got to know how to manage that in a heat, right?
You do. I mean, when the waves are perfect and there actually is no one, it sends you into a trance, I think. It puts you in a really, zone of just, it's a trance. Is this really happening? It's like a dream. Seem to just connect with it really well. I mean, you have to. There's no one else around. It's epic. And I know the left you mean. We won't mention any names.
But
Yeah,
There was no way I was taking that wave, by the way.
Oh, really?
Oh,
You
no,
should've.
I didn't. I
You're
just
a
said,
little
go,
local
go.
boy.
Well, I said to go, and I saw the footage of that wave in the documentary. I was so glad I wasn't on it.
Oh,
It was
no.
No, mate,
Yeah,
you got
should've.
drained heavily. That was a
Yeah.
pretty magic session.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was. Anyway, we do have C White going in a second with a 4.57 right there, so that's good. Ava's gone to first because she already had that 6.33, and that was always going to be the big score of the heat. Time's winding down. Again, these girls are...
That's pretty interesting,
Yeah,
mate.
and it seems like they're in first and second. Oh, no, we haven't got the priority on screen, sorry, so we don't know that, do we?
No.
Anyway,
but-
a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, this is interesting. Ziggy, I wonder if we're waiting on a score. Her last ride was pretty cool. 4.7, that might have been the score. So, Ava just banked a 2.93. Nothing special, but probably not a bad call because it's been so slow that at least putting yourself in that top two takes away that stress of waiting for a wave. You know,
Yeah.
sitting out there and being in third and fourth, there has been like big 5-minute lulls.
You know, there has. The tide has been going out, and which, you know, here when it's, you know, it's kind of at the tip of a big bay, so the water, you know, seems to pull out, and it's hard for the swells to come in, but that'll change when the tide turns, hopefully.
I can't wait to see
You know,
that.
because Diva, I think it's, you know, it's about 3 foot over there already, so even though it's south, but...
I saw a line-up shot of a break wall a little bit further down the coast.
Oh, okay,
Mate.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm talking 6 foot, like today.
Already? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there's definitely some south swell. It's coming around the corner.
Yeah,
No doubt.
I like that, you know, even though the tide's going out, we're still seeing waves.
Yeah.
Like, it almost went to nothing yesterday, so this is cool. All right, Anna Huppert with some work to do. Nice snap here. And even though this is an insider rock, plenty of opportunity, lots of turns. And, it's right there, isn't it? It's with all those other fours, I believe. 30 seconds.
She won't have time. She might try, but...
No, I think she went at that one really hard, but the size of the wave might have cruelled her chances of getting into a progressing situation here. C. White, Ava Holland, Ziggy. So it looks like Ziggy's still riding on a ride as well. 10 seconds to go.
Oh, sorry. You'd almost stay out there and try and get a wide one rather than come in like she did. I mean, the waves are breaking so close at the moment, and C's going to pick this one up.
Yeah, that's good effort. Probably won't replace her lowest score. I don't think there'll be a situation change here, Rock. I think Ava and C are going to progress through this heat. So we're going to take a quick break here from the Occy Grom Comp 2023 Snapper Rocks. Be back in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp for 2023, the biggest and the best and the most prestigious under-16 event in the world. Vaughan Blakey and Mark Occhilupo, the man who this incredible event is named after, absolute surfing icon and legend, Hall of Famer. G'day, Ock. Mate, you're frothing, eh? I can tell.
Vaughan, I'm just that stoked that it is that kind of event. It's turned into that event over the, and it probably took a year or two maybe, but just became one of the events that all these Groms wanted to win. And, we've had a lot of winners that are on tour now. We've had a lot of, there's a fair few on tour that haven't won the event that were in it. It's a really high level comp for the kids, and they get to experience, they get to see kids from, other countries, see what level they're at. And it's always been like that. But, to win this event is something big for them, and I'm got to be stoked about that.
Yeah, man. And you know what? There's a lot of pro juniors around in their under-18 division, so this one really shines a light on that, just that little bit younger crew. And so that's why it's a big, big deal to win this one. Your name's up in lights in the under-16 division.
Yeah, and that makes me really happy. It's good to kind of separate that. We did have 18s in there for a long while, and then we thought we'd take them out because, it's there's a lot of pro junior events, that they can make money in, and kind of get that stepping stone to the challenge. But we want to be the little mini stepping stone before that happens for them, and it's great. I've got all my major sponsors here. I mean, obviously Billabong, bring this to you, and they're the big sponsor. But also JS Surfboards and Surf Lakes have come on board this year. So
I just got barreled at
Surf
Lakes just a second ago.
Yeah. I saw you down there.
I went down
there.
there.
They've got a virtual headset where you can actually get in the barrel at Surf Lakes, and then you can actually see the future model of a actual commercial site.
It looks
which
cool.
Looks super
cool.
Oh,
man.
I know I can't wait till I'm working at one of those.
Fully can't wait to park up at one of those little spots and just go, oh, look, it's my turn. I'm just going to hit it, get a few pits, come back in.
Eat, watch.
Yeah.
Massages.
Oh, living the dream.
Living the dream. But the boss actually is over in, he's in America. I think he's in Brazil right now, actually. Not for the comp, but I think he's close to signing a deal over there in Brazil.
Fantastic.
And there is a couple signed off in America, so I dare say the first one might be in the States. That's where they're always kind of heading to. But the one up in Yeppoon, hopefully, we do have approval for that. And people always ask me, and for the listeners wondering what's going on, we proved that it works. And we've done about, close to 50 demos up there. And, and ran the thing for days at a time, and the engineer got to know, that how that machine works, and he wants to build a bigger, better one, and that which will happen, when we build a commercial one, and it'll build bigger waves.
You were saying yesterday, man. I mean, that's the race now in the
waves.
Wave
yeah, so I think we can win that race. We might already have, but there's a model that you can put two together, which they'll just come in as a big wedge that will create it. And
man.
He believes he could make it, an 8-foot wave, solid. And I'm like, that's unbelievable. So, if I imagine back when I was a grommet that there was going to be wave pools, I actually competed, at a wave pool event in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Oh, you play? Yeah, that was a pretty wild one.
I think Tom Carroll or Derek Ho won, or one of the two. I know they were both in the final.
Yeah,
because they were the lightest, the TC one.
Yeah.
They were the lightest on tour. They were always going to win because the waves were like a half a foot max.
And grovel.
Yeah, the waves weren't higher than your knee.
No.
And I think I made the quarters, but it was just, I thought that's as good as wave pools.
It was a CT, wasn't it?
It was a CT.
Wow, in grov.
Yeah, that in those days, we had an event every weekend in grovelly conditions. We were surfing Florida or, if it was in California or in Japan. We followed summer everywhere.
That's right. The model was to get the crowds on the beach.
Yeah, the crowds. And we had the crowds.
Yeah, big crowds, mate.
Crowds.
Jeez,
So
those Huntington crowds.
They tick that box. But, competing in, really substandard waves in Europe in summer, it never gets really bigger than 2 foot, and we followed that through Japan, through America, and even, I dare say Australia. We were here in summer too, and it was pretty small. But things have changed now. The Dream Tour, that's why that fellow commentator, Rabbit Bartholomew, came and changed it up.
He did.
And it became the Dream Tour, which lured me back on tour. And I, Look at these little
Mate.
barrels. My goodness, I just want to get my bodyboard out.
Well, the Dream Tour Rock had many epic lefts, so I can imagine you were just looking at it going, I have to get back on this circuit.
Yeah, well, I did. I mean, excuse me, I was, the Billabong set up those challenges, and that was up there at Nalu. And, Kelly and Rob Machado and all that came up and competed. And then when we done a couple of those, and then the Dream Tour kind of was kicking in, and then, there was Fiji and Tahiti and Mindaka, and I'm like, oh, man.
Yep.
Yeah, want to get back on.
Mate, we need Fiji back.
We
do. Throw it out there, bro, and I need it back.
Land.
I can't handle these wobbly rides much longer, mate. There's a few too many for me, even as a natural footer. But let's introduce our surfers in this heat. There's 12 and a half minutes remaining. Under 16 girls, round 1, heat 5. Chloe Gruby out there in the blue. Kari Houston Connor in the yellow. Mia Baker in the white, and Maya Tate in the red. And this has kind of been the trend we've seen, as the tide is really, really low. We're just sitting here, kind of rubbing our hands together. Come on. Just reach the bottom, get through that little doldrum, and then let's see this pulse come in on this.
Yeah.
There's swell out there, Rock.
There is. There's definitely swell. And the good thing about here being the most eastern point of Australia, or close to it down at Byron Bay, is, once we get that south swell, and once it reaches, it'll start turning more east, and that's when it kind of comes in more to this bay here at Snapper. So fingers crossed it'll only get better through till Tuesday, and I truly believe that is the case. We thought it was going to be a little bigger already today, but like you say, there's a lot of swell down the coast now.
Mate, look, it's a Grom comp.
It's a Grom comp.
When do grommets not surf?
Never.
Like if there's a rideable swell, a grommet will be on it.
Yep. And they're getting good scores. I mean, I was down watching the under 16 boys, and there was some big scores going down. And here we go, someone paddling into it. It's funny too, because when the swell's south, there's nice little deep ones, but they don't go all the way. But I saw one of the actual girls in an early heat do it. Get a good one, and then flick out and get a wide one, because I was standing on the beach with my son Jonah before, and we noticed that there was in one heat I saw about 3 ones go down to the left of your screen, way down, and you could have picked them up there all by yourself.
Look at that shot. Man,
look at our point
look
break.
at it.
And the way the sand is at the moment, Vaughan, like when we do get a kind of a good swell, that it'll be just kind of like those little ones, but 3 foot, and you can get like a 10-second barrel without a problem.
Look at that for just a dreamy setup, though. And here goes Kari just pulling the trigger. And this is a nice little wave, actually, and a couple of nice turns. So getting it done. We'll better that 2.17, I reckon.
Out to an early lead. You guys been seeing many whales while you've been commentating?
Haven't seen many commentating, but I've seen a lot down where I live at Lennox Head.
Yeah.
Go up on the headland, mate. It is the ultimate whale viewing platform. The migration's on.
One will come in really close while this event's on, because it usually happens once a day.
Yeah.
Here, they come really close. Oh, look at that little barrel. And one should, or maybe a couple, I reckon. I reckon we'll see that it'll come real close.
Oh, here we are, Maya. Oh, she's pulled off a little gem here. This one's staying open. Oh, it's so tight. You just wish you could just shrink yourself. Do you ever think that? You would have, eh? When you're
shrink
a Grom.
yourself.
In those little those bay waves that would come in at Kern Hill and stuff. You must have seen millions of little runners along the shore.
All time. I mean, it's incredible. Like, just those little waves that you see, and you can just mind surf.
Remember that Monty Webber, Greg Webber clip where they started doing trawlers down the edge of the riverbank?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what kicked a lot of that wave pool tech into gear, didn't
exactly. Because when you actually mentioned that, I instantly thought of surf lakes. I mean, the way that Aaron invented that plunger was he threw a rock in the water.
Yeah.
Or actually, they were skipping rocks, and then what came off the skipping rock was, a round swell, and he's like, I can make that. And then he just started from there.
How's this, Op?
A rock dropping in the water.
We've just made a movie called The Greatest Surf Movie in the Universe. It's an animation.
Yeah.
But Huey, the surf god, the way that he makes waves in that movie is he picks up a golden pebble and drops it in this magic bowl that sends waves around the ocean.
Wow.
Surf Lakes tech.
It is.
Yeah, mate.
You might cop a letter.
Oh. Well, yeah. Well, it's definitely...
I might be joking. Yeah.
Well, guess who plays Huey? Ronnie.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So here we are with 8 minutes remaining, and Curry is in the lead as we suspected, a 4.84 total. Maya Tate has got her campaign started as well with a 3-point ride. Chloe out there with a 2.17, and Mia Baker, excuse me, yet to pull the trigger, and it looks like Curry's going to get busy on the inside again. I'm loving that she's just finding these little runners, and her board looks really well suited to these inside steep faces and a couple of turns. Oh, it's a bummer she overcooked that one because every little shimmy is counting on these little wave faces.
Yeah, it really is.
But you know what it reminds me of? I saw footage, because yesterday I was going through the gram looking for great shots of you as a Grom to sort of, post about the comp and let people know it's on. And I found this old heat with you and Karen at Burleigh, maybe. It's in some super grovel, but the body lingo you guys are using to keep moving in such hectic, tiny surf was amazing.
Yeah, I remember that too. I mean, not specifically, but I remember when, I'd see Tom grooving with his body, I'd have to kind of start grooving too, thinking...
That's how you cut through the dead gear.
He was amazing, though. No Huntington hop for Tom Curran.
No.
He would just glide through and just S-turn to make speed. Here we go. It's hard to surf these little waves. There's not much room, but that was quite nice.
Really good, wasn't it? And then, see, if that extra little bit could have been an extra 0.5, I reckon. But she's in control here, 4.17 and a 4.5. It's the best score of the heat so far. And, that was a real insider. That missed that backbank completely.
Yeah,
she just snuck on the inside and got it. And it was funny what you were saying before about, getting one off the rock, doing a little bunny hop and paddling over and getting a wide one, because I've seen crew win heats by doing that exact thing out here.
And you know what? That is like even shorter than, when you get a wave at Chopu and or pipe and you get spat out, you paddle back out and get another one. That's, in about 2-3 minutes. But this is literally in under a minute you can do it.
Yeah.
Surf a heat in under a minute and get your 2 scores. I saw it happen, yeah. And it's a definite tactic, and it's something that these Grommies should be looking at with the way the swell is at the moment, because there are, maybe don't run around, maybe just kind of hang around and see if that last wave in the set, does swing wide, which it often happens in a south swell.
That's right. And the other thing is, if you've just caught a wave, you're at the back of the pecking order. So even if you do the run around, you're still going to have to wait.
Exactly. Yeah.
So 5 minutes to go here. Surfer in yellow out in front.
And even if you're running around, and you should actually keep your eye out, because you could almost run onto a wave from the beach. It's that close.
I've actually, in the tail end of a heat this morning, someone did that. They were running around. They just cut straight in half and got out on that little wide bank. Yeah. And was that you yesterday saying you could skimboard onto them?
You could.
We've
got a skimboard too. Jasper loves skimboarding. One of my middle boys. There's good skimboarding out front of the house, and you could do that.
Do the Brad Domke, just get a big old run.
I follow a skimboarding thing on Instagram, and I love when they just go and join up to a swell, and then they're good.
Oh, it's so fun to watch. So fun to watch.
But you could actually do that here. There's pro skimboarders. I'd love to see one of them could run across and actually get a wave and ride it.
And once
all the way through to Greenie.
Yeah, definitely. Such a skill. Used to see a lot of skimboarding at Laguna Beach when I was over there. That's a pretty famous little skimboarding horn. Backside attack, Chloe Gruby, and good turn. But just it's so hard, mate. If you can't get a little bit of down the line speed, you're basically coming off the bottom with nothing, and the waves are so dumpy. So getting that sort of fan of spray or any sort of tail release is extra hard if you're not, trucking. And Carrie out in front right now, doing such a good job of. I think what's impressed me most is just wave selection. She's not really sitting out there and waiting around. She's happy to get on the inside and find something a little smaller. Mia Baker And she's doing the same. This one looks really nice. Good pocket surf, and it just completely bottoms out on her. Unfortunately, it was on the way to a really nice ride there.
Yeah, she sure was. Unfortunate there. Only 3 minutes left.
That's the danger of those insiders. They really drain hard.
Yeah.
They're way more on the sand. Next heat, getting ready to paddle out. This has to be the shortest paddle out of any comp. It's like...
Yeah, I know.
It's like 1, 2, out the back.
It's as close as it gets, and it's so good. The bank is as good as it gets when it's that close. Like it really is, because it's moved out even further, and the drop off goes so deep that it just. Oh, I'm so excited when we're going to get a swell.
You've got
it's going to be and even over the behind snapper, there's a beach break there that he's going to be good too.
Look at this. Carries in position.
Here we go.
This one's, oh, my goodness. This is beautiful, this little wave. Look at this. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Just caught the rail. I probably wasn't expecting that one to kind of go soft as quickly as it did. All these waves have been really tricky because they've been so drainy. That one had a nice sort of gentle face and, just pushed the turn a little too hard, caught the rail. But she is still out in front.
Yeah, she is.
She's giving away the priority. That's the big problem. And everyone's starting to get a little bit nervous here, Rock. 1 minute 40. Mia Baker just a 2.7 for her last ride. And Maya Tate, really just the one wave. It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I know. Well, she mustn't need a whole lot because Mia's only got that 0.67, right? Or has she got a score coming?
No.
No?
That's it.
No.
She's
way open. Oh.
Whoa.
She's been taken.
Wow. So this is what happens when there's not many waves and you're banking twos. Sometimes those twos turn into really valuable numbers. And Mia Baker now up into second, so she must have snuck. Oh, hang on. Is this our whale friend, Doc?
Yes. I was
you
asking
called it,
for
mate.
some whales to come close.
Beautiful.
They're not real close, but they can come that close. Like these surfers could almost touch them. Sometimes and that probably will happen during the event. But I mean, what do they say right now? Up to 40,000 whales that migrate up the coast.
Yeah, it's incredible. There was never that many when I was a Grom.
No.
Look at this.
There used to be about 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was a lot of
Whoa! That looked aggressive.
Oh.
And hopefully her head's all right. She might have hit the sand there.
This is really interesting.
Might have to go in for a HIA.
18 seconds to go. Chloe only needs a really minor score. I think Maya did enough to get out of the twos, so she might actually just have got the job done on that last one, even despite the wipeout.
And we can hear the horn go.
All right, well, while we wait for those scores to come in, we're going to take a quick break. It's the Occy Grom Comp 2023. Vaughan and Occy back after this.
Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp. It's a beautiful day down here at Snapper. Did you catch the sunrise this morning, Occy? You were talking about yesterday's sunrise. Absolutely
Yesterday's
gorgeous.
sunrise was amazing, and this morning I slept in a little because of the surfing last night. Was it good again?
It was, yeah, it was beautiful. It wasn't actually not as good as yesterday, but it was still beautiful. I mean, you know, win the morning, win the day, they say. And
I do. I mean, that's rare for me to sleep in. Really rare, because I'm usually up at about 3:30, 4 in the morning.
That's early.
No, that is early, but that's my summertime light, because that's when it gets light in summer.
Yeah, right.
In summer, it's light at 4 o'clock, 4:15.
Wow.
And I'm still on that time zone. But I love it. There's no one awake, so it's just a really nice time to just get up and tune in and stretch, listen to music.
It's a full meditative way to start your day, because no one else can invade your time with text messages or phone calls or whatever.
Exactly.
No one can really answer anything that you might want to know.
No.
So you've just got to be with yourself.
It's just you and I love it. It's the best time of the day. I love it. And then you see the crack of dawn and you surf.
That's so nice.
It's a nice little wave right here. Nice little replay.
Really impressed with this ride. We saw it from the far away distance, and it looked good. And it looks even better up close. Ooh, has the tide just suddenly changed? This is 3 or 4 waves already in this heat.
That's a good sign.
Breeza Canino out there in the blue, Samantha Ardern in the yellow, Rosie Gillette in the red, and Ava Aguirre in the white. So this is going to be a ripper. Lots of waves already ridden.
There's a lot of different names now, hey, and you got to get them right. I remember when I used to first check in for my heats.
Oh, people got it.
Back in Sydney, no, it'd just be a mark and then it'd be silent, and I knew it was me because they'd look at my name and they didn't even go there. They didn't even try.
Yeah.
Even the school teachers, they didn't want to go there. It'd just be a mark and then it's just a silence, and then I'm like, that's me.
Well, Ava, it might be a Euros or it could be a Gyros, but I'll find out and get it right.
Yeah.
But the reason why I say that is because my wife's Greek, and it looks like a bit of a Greek name to me.
It definitely sounds Greek.
I
was going to say that.
Occhilupo Italian, of course.
Occhilupo Italian, yes. I'm very proud of my name. Occy,
mate, the whole of Australia is proud of your name.
Wolf.
Is that what it is? What is it?
Eyes of the Wolf, yeah.
Oh, how cool is that?
Occy's eyes and Lupo's wolf, or wolf eyes. Yeah, wolf eyes. The other way around. Anyway, yeah.
That's cool,
man. I learned that a long time ago, but and then I met this Italian guy the other day at D-Bar, and he was just going, your name's so cool. And I was like, I'm so stoked,
That is.
And I'm so stoked that I've had 4 boys that carry the name.
Wolf eyes, mate, though. That is outrageously cool. That's like, that's like samurai name or something.
Look at these barrels coming through the lineup. Not big enough, but if you're on a bodyboard,
or if you just shrink yourself down in one of those Honey, I Shrunk the Kids machines, that would be so good. Wow, look at it! Like if you didn't have people in the lineup, you could fool yourself into going, "That's cool."
Yeah. If there was no one out, absolutely, you would be wondering how big is that.
It looks like Breeza might have a pretty sick score here. I don't know if she's caught 2 waves already, but her total is 6.17. That's the best score we've seen in a while. And Samantha, well, we saw her wave, and that was a 4. So really cruisy, nice lines on a really steep one on the inside. Cool stuff.
Yeah, cool stuff. Samantha's got that surname of a politician, hasn't she?
Ardern, yeah. The what was Kiwi Prime Minister?
Yes, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Good, yeah. I'm really quizzing you out here.
Yeah. She's no longer in power, I don't think.
No, she's not. I'll put you on Millionaire Hot Seat next week.
Oh, my general knowledge isn't too bad. Actually, me and Ronnie have just started a surf trivia show on Ain't That Swell. Yeah, it's called Brainzo if you want to have a crack. 20 questions every Sunday. Check it out.
I sure will, and I love them. I love Millionaire Hot Seat with Eddie Maguire. I watch every afternoon, and I really want to go on that show. My kids get sick of me saying that, and they want to enter me. And yeah,
You should go
I'd
on
love
it,
to
mate.
meet Eddie.
You've got history on game shows, but I mean, that'd be a fun one.
Yeah,
That'd be real fun. My cousin went on that.
did he?
She got on there and got sat in the chair.
Yeah.
Sort of inherited the question that someone passed on, like
Yeah.
a dud
the
question.
can't pass one.
Got in there and just went.
Yeah, no, those
got
can't
it wrong.
pass
And she was
questions if you don't know.
in the hot
you're
seat
gone.
for like 35 seconds.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind. I'd just like to meet Eddie, and you never know. You could win something, but I mean, I wonder if they'd let me win something.
You know what's cool is in saying that you wanted to meet Eddie. Well, I remember after you got home from winning that world title, you met Daryl.
Daryl Summers.
An Aussie.
Yeah.
That's
it's funny because
cool,
I actually saw Daryl Summers. He's doing Dancing with the Stars this year.
Oh, I saw that.
You saw that, and that's why I did that.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'd done Dancing with the Stars, but I did meet Daryl, and I remember I went in to that. I was from Bells, and I went into the studio and went on the show, and I remember I think it was Matchbox 22 played. And I watched him rehearse, actually, when I was waiting in the green room. I watched him rehearse, and I'll never forget it. Yeah, it was good times.
That was the most iconic TV show for 20 years in this country. Hey, it's Saturday.
It was just, it was just a
it was
thing.
everyone
it was
did it.
tradition. It was culture. It was
Exactly.
everyone watched that show.
Everyone, and you got to go on it.
I did.
You gave Daryl some shoes and stuff. Here we go.
I
Rosie
did.
Gillette.
Look at Rosie.
Oh,
look at
she's-
the barrel. Just get like. You know what I do? Too, if I don't have a bodyboard and when it's like that, I'll just lie down and get so barreled. People think I'm silly, but I'm the one in the barrel, though.
It looked like the rattlesnake.
Yeah.
It looked crazy that way.
If you were lying down on your board, you would have got so barreled right there. Anyway, it's not a lying down competition. It's a surfing competition. Let's get back to it. And let's let this swell and tide come in so it can open up for these girls. I think we're going to run into the boys next round.
Fantastic.
So that's going to be good, and the tide will be in. We're going to see some ripping. It's a little difficult right now.
Back in the 12s, or are we going into the 16s still?
I heard a rumour that we're doing the 16s.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
That'll be very, very interesting and exciting if we do. But no matter what, we're having heat till afternoon.
Unreal.
We've got 2 more days of competition, and tomorrow it's going to be bigger. Yeah, for sure.
Sick. 10 minutes to go. It's Breezer in the lead, and not much has changed, but have a go at this little one. Samantha. And
nice drawn-out cut back there, but there's no wall at all.
So Dingo was in here before, and he was saying to us, sometimes those little ones, they just skip the rock. They almost trim it, and then they just grow. He goes, if you see the little lump down the line, you just always go it.
Yeah, and just keep on, even if you have to get down on your belly and just do a few paddles. I've done that heaps. And then you can get onto another section, and you can almost get it down a greenie. And even on days like today, the bank is so perfect, so it's true.
Look
at a wide angle of the bank there, and that's just, pretty much as good as this bank gets right now.
Look at that.
With an abundance of sand.
Beautiful.
You see, you meet old locals here on the beach, and, they're always complaining, just going, you need to pack lunch to get to the water to have a swim. Because it was never like this back in the day, the water came right up, where these people are standing. We'd be pretty much surfing those rocks that you see behind the camera guys. We'd be surfing over those rocks, and and just kind of where the foot marks where you see the high tide line was kind of where we were surfing. But just due to the sand pumping system, they've just pumped so much sand that it's made the waves really good. But it's made a big beach. I mean, it does, obviously save, help for erosion. Where there's a lot of big apartment blocks on the beach, I guess that they were kind of worried about that back, in the 70s, the waves used to wash over the road at Kirra, and it was definitely, and, even always up to Belinga and, Palm Beach and that, they were definitely worried about it, and they've fixed that problem. So that, they've done what they wanted. They've made a perfect wave out of it too.
Well, I just love that they have done it with the consultation of surfers, because they know that this is just a full-blown freak sandbank. It's part natural wonder, it's part man-made sort of work of art. But doing it in consultation with the surfers is awesome, because
it is.
That way you've got a resource that everyone can enjoy. It's not just like mindlessly pumping the sand out there,
And they're not wasting it. They are making a really good wave and
sure.
saving, beach erosion
What's
too.
going on
So
here? Is this,
definitely
have you got
not
some-
against it.
you
Yeah,
got some
these are my
activities
kids.
going on here?
Yeah, these are my kids.
They're all wearing Occy Grom
all of them,
t-shirts.
All of them. Yep, and they're gonna. There's prizes. Guarantee they're going for prizes. Look at these kids go.
Mate, nothing better than just.
I used to be a bit of a
frothing
beach sprinter. I was in the nippers when I was a kid. Wouldn't be able to sprint that far though.
Where are they running to? See where they're running. Oh, hang on. We've got some action.
Here we go.
Risa, nice carve to open things up, and she's in the pocket and found some speed and gets a finishing turn. Wow, if she's got a 6.17 and that's her backup, she's going to be in a really strong position here.
Yeah, she will.
Where the kids were running then, guess what used to be there? Well, I saw some old photos because we had a Rabbit on the podcast recently, and I did a bit of digging around Cooley when he was a Grom. Just have a look at this one.
Oh, the pool, the swimming pool.
There was actually a dolphin pool there.
A dolphin pool.
And a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Both. But I think maybe a big swell came dolphins just swam away, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, I'm glad those days are over. Let's, that was a good ride. Breesy in the lead, an 8.9 total now. So, right, so that 6 must have been 2 scores.
Yes.
Sorry, we don't have the iPad with the judging thing on it just at the moment. But we can tell you Breesy is in the lead. You can see it on the screen there. Samantha Ardern holding down second. Rosie Gillette in third. Ava in the white looking to get moving. At least she's got a wave now. 5.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, it always changing. Everything changes all.
It does, yes, it does. I mean, there's Kirra is not as good as it was due to this sand pumping thing, but we've got this phenomenal wave that is the most consistent wave in the world now. Snapper was never like that back in the day, so you gain one, you lose one, if you're talking about that.
So, Kirra, like when I was a little Grom and I was first ever surfing it, would have been about those years that Green Iguana came out. You had the green wetsuit shorts and the straight up boards, and Kirra was, even at 3 foot, just hooting.
Yeah, well, there was a couple of different ways at Kirra. There was Little Groin, and then there's like the Butterbox was in the middle, and then the Big Groin was its own wave too.
Yeah.
And then, and then if it was really big and perfect and the sand was good to break right through, but if it was only 3 foot, there'd be 3 different waves in one at Kirra, and here we go, yellow on the important wave to consolidate to second place, and there was a nice little cutback there. Can she get in the barrel? Really low tide, just kind of swallowed her up there. But yeah, it was 3 different waves, and and then when they built this sand pumping thing, the very first thing was they must have been storing sand because they pumped a whole lot. I remember it was called the $60 million bank.
That's right, yeah.
Because it was in Surfing World or something, and it was the start of it, and they pumped that much sand, and then we had this swell, and it was
the day after, wasn't it?
Yeah, it started up the top like halfway at Cooley, and then it just went further and further and further during the swell, and all of a sudden it was just an unbelievable radical barrel because that swell was like 6-8 foot, but it dragged the sand down so quick, and it was so perfect.
I think it might have been Cyclone Roger.
Yeah, really. And they called it the $60 million bank. I guess that's how much it cost to build the whole system, right?
And then it was gone.
And then the sand was gone. And we were like, wow, that's heavy. But then we learned that the more they do it every time, that we here we go, White with a very important ride. Hang on.
This is Ava, 3 minutes 30.
Nice turn from Ava.
Oh, the goof.
Went to another one.
Lips. Here he goes.
Hang on, she's going to get through this eagle. Bang, right here, finishes it off. Good as you like. She kind of reminds me of that South African girl that lives in Oz. What's her name, the goofy footer?
Oh, Sarah Baum.
Sarah Baum looked like her style a bit, but they were 2 big turns, and I dare say that is the best way of the heat. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, this is really nice. Steep face, keeps in basically the perfect spot. That turn there, though, that was really cool. I mean, far out. That was a thick section. She punches at noon. And judges are going to like that. And she's had a really slow heat.
She had a slow
waited
heat.
like at least 12 minutes to get her first wave.
And I reckon she's going to shoot into an advancing position here for sure. Yeah, but so what we learn is every time this sand gets washed away from snapper and they re-pump it, it kind of does that every time. It, like the finger of sand comes, once it fills up behind these rocks that you can see on your screen, full of sand, it just comes around the corner and creates what we got here, another bank. Since they've built that, sand pump assistant. Oh, it's Blue trying to have something to say about what her ride is. And Ava went to the lead with a 6.83, right?
Wow. Well, you called it. Easily best wave of the heat. And now Brisa in second. Samantha, who got off to a flyer. I mean, opened with a 4, backed it up with a 3.3. Now she's in danger of not progressing. 2 minutes to go. Rosie Gillette. This is exciting.
Very exciting. Yeah, so it does that every time. Once that sand fills up, it comes around the corner and we get a brand new bank. We haven't had a big swell for a long time now, so that's why we've got this much sand.
Do you pine for the old Kirra, though? Do you have a little soft, sentimental...
And I've got another spot way out to sea behind out the back of D-Bar that is not like it used to be either.
Okay.
Even though I still surf out there, but back in the day, that was one of the best lefts in the world. So we lost 2 world-class waves, really. I mean, Kirra still breaks, and it's pretty good, but it's not like it used to be. But I'm not one to complain. We've got perfect waves, perfect sandbank right in front of us. Don't complain.
No, man. Well, that it all just comes down to change, doesn't it?
It does change, and that's how we started this combo. That's how we started. So we've only got a minute left. Ava's done really good. Like the way she surfs. Really nice style. Love the goofy footers. Briss is in second. And these girls need a score with not much time left, Vaughan.
1 minute. So Samantha's in a pretty good spot in the lineup. I'd say she'd have a probably first priority. Not sure. Rosie's down the beach, so she might have the challenge on her hands. But Samantha could do it, Ock. She's managed her heat pretty well. Like, I thought she was doing the right thing, getting in close, getting those smaller ones, but Ava and Brisa have just found those waves that were a little bit steeper, a little bit bigger. So here we go. She's going to pull the trigger here.
Ooh.
Samantha.
Oh, the foot went off.
Whoa.
And she knows ice.
Oh, no.
It was just a little foot slip.
Too high on the face, and it just fully drained. It sucked out beneath her, and that was it.
No, it was a foot slip.
Down the mine.
Anyway, Vaughan, it's been great. That's my 3 heats for the day. I'll come and do the same thing tomorrow and the next day. But thanks everyone for watching. Thank you, Billabong, JS Surf Lakes, for sponsoring it. And I'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thanks so much for putting on the comp, Ock. We love it, man. And the Groms are frothing. We're going to take a quick break here from Occy's Grom Comp 2023. More action after this.
Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
Alrighty, so this is the under 16 girls, the Occy Grom Comp. Must say these girls are ripping. We're now into Heat 7, coming towards the end. these girls have been dropping some great scores considering how challenging it is out there. Super small, but go the girls. I'm joined here by Stacey G.
Lily B, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm on top of the world.
That's so good.
Wouldn't be dead for quids. Never heard that saying before?
I've never heard that saying before.
Frothing to be vertical. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world right now. It's a cracking afternoon, and as I sort of paraded up and down the boardwalk, I think I've just noticed a little bit more water on the bank.
Okay.
Very excited for the rest of this afternoon. I think the competitors did a really good job this morning of navigating the lineup. It was pretty tricky.
Mm-hmm.
But very similar to yesterday, we saw some great waves come through. From once the tide turned and started coming in, it was a little bit more of an open playing field for our surfers, and they had to showcase their skills. So we see the girls in Heat 7 getting underway here.
The girls have been putting together some great waves. We've seen some great scores drop, considering, how challenging it is. I mean, White, she got a really nice wave there, 2 slashes. As she looks towards the end of this one, that's a third. That one might just be running away. I wonder if she finishes it. It's a fourth.
It's a funny wave, isn't it, Snapper? You just never know when it's actually going to be over. Could go all the way to Tugan, that wave. Well done. And, Bugs was making the great point yesterday just about surfers using the balance of the board and how weighted they are in their stance. And then I had a great chat with you yesterday, Lil, about just variety of equipment and what that can teach you about technique and style. So we see yellow up and riding here, Lil.
Stella Green, fellow Sunny Coast friend, hits it once, hits it again. There were some really nice looking turns from Stella. Nice carve back into the power pocket. And this one's just standing up, Stace. I really like the look of this wave, and she's doing really well to create that speed and continue on the wave. And she, unfortunately coming down on that one, but those first 2 turns look really nice in my opinion.
Oh, great. Blew the tail right out the back. From the Sunny Coast ride and Maddie Herworths. Love that. As we check a look at the replay here, this is a great looking wave, and I hope we're going to see a lot more of these as the afternoon goes on. Epic finner out the top of the roof, and then that one was a little lower in the wave, but still great release there. And then she did well to put a series of carving manoeuvres on the board here, Lil. What do you make of the finish here?
I think it was a great attempt, but I think the most scoring thing on that wave were her first 2 turns.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, the judges were really good with the scores yesterday. They're going to reward what you've done. They're not going to be overcritical on the stuff that maybe doesn't come off, because the conditions are fun but still tricky on on some of the heats in the day, just with the tide and how much sand we've got out there. So they're definitely going to look. They're going to put a microscope on the stuff that you completed, and the stuff that you didn't, that's just the way it goes sometimes. So as you see there, 7-point ride there for Stella. Fantastic ride, and one of the highest single scoring rides of the day so far.
And like you said yesterday, she did fall on that last turn, but she did really well to get those first 2 in, and hence the 7.
Whereabouts on the Sunshine Coast is she from?
I think she's from Kawana Ways.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Down the south end.
Down the south.
It's a big coast, isn't it?
It is a big coast.
It's not like down here. We all pretty much go to the same school and grew up in the same suburbs down here, but the Sunny Coast is a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Takes an hour to get from one end to the other.
Literally, like you don't really, us North people don't really go down south, and the South people don't really go down up north.
And if they do, I'm sure you look at them like strangers when the waves are firing.
Yeah. We always pull the local card out at Noosa, like, you're not from here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very different landscape. Obviously down here we've got the 3 points more or less stacked up on top of each other. Oh, look at that tiny little perfect wave. Are you kidding me? And then the Sunny Coast is a big variety of waves in outer reef breaks and an array of beach breaks that are on the the north-facing angle, then the south-facing angle, and then you've obviously got a couple of cracking points and a couple of not-so-cracking points.
Mm-hmm. I was talking to Vaughan earlier about, preparation in order for competitions, and we're talking about watches and everyone has their own, routine. But I thought I'd ask you as well. You obviously had a routine in preparation or did your own thing for competitions. But did you have any superstitions that, before comps you're like, okay, I have to do this in order to perform well?
Yeah, look, so my history with competing is usually been on the administration side, whether it be coaching or judging, and in the more recent years, coaching on the World Tour, and definitely had some superstitions for sure. I feel like the one big one was, giving yourself a pat on the back or acknowledging when you've done something well at about the halfway mark of the event. So like what you mentioned yesterday, making your first heat is so important. But I definitely worked with a few surfers in Malia Manuel, Jack Freestone, where if they made a quarter final, we'd have a wine with dinner. Yeah. Whereas pre-event, locked in, probably 10 push-ups and 10 sit-ups for dinner, really, early to bed on the program. But then we'd get to a certain point of the event and go, hang on a minute, let's take a time to look back and see what we've done well, and sort of have just like a mini pat on the back, and then get ready and go to work again that next day. Yeah. So and I actually feel that's one thing that I try to, one way or another, whether it be however you want to acknowledge it, but just giving yourself a pat on the back for getting to certain points in certain events. Particularly if you go to events where you might have had a rough trot at in the past. Obviously every surfer wants to win every event they go in, but sometimes you go somewhere and if you go home with a quarter final, that deserves a pat on the back. So yeah, it wasn't so much a superstition, but more just trying to take a step back sometimes and acknowledge that you can't win every event, and sometimes a fifth or a third is worthy of giving yourself a bit of a well done.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I have always been saying, that your results don't define how good you are. And I think that's such a great superstition, and it's kind of like a reset in my mind that you say that. It's a reset to say that, even if you were still competing, I feel like, you still have those dinners whilst, you had a comp tomorrow, but you're saying, look, we're here. This is just a bonus. You've gotten this far.
Invite some friends over and just relax and try and take that edge off a bit. And to be honest, I felt like it worked, it definitely just made you enjoy it a bit more rather than taking every heat so seriously. Because it can turn into a job pretty quickly, which, Dean Morrison was in here earlier today, and he had an amazing line, and that was, you do your best surfing outside of your thinking. Yeah. And that's just, I think it reigns so true. Yeah. As we see Mika Locke here, great surfer, I believe.
That was a lovely wave.
I think she's right from Burley Heads area. Nice turn off the lip there. She's selected a beautiful wave. Nice grab rail cutty there for a bit of variety.
Yeah, I'm definitely listening to you, Stace. It looks way better right now.
Just see how these waves are filling on the bank and they're running along a lot nicer. Like this wave here, this is just an amazing wave to surf. Well done. Alice Hodgson there having that wave on a day like today with 100 people out there. It's just the chances of you getting that wave are slim to none. As good a surfer as you can be, it's just so hard with the pack on it. We all know that, but in a contest, a wave like that, you're so stoked. Yeah. So yeah, well done, Alice. And yeah, just giving you a bit more time, like you see on this wave, it's just hitting the bank a little better and a bit more wall to work with, and just she's able to kind of bring the nose back down to the shoreline, whereas earlier in the day, all you're thinking about is just chipping away and getting down the line and not really getting any majors done. Whereas today, and throughout the afternoon, I think we'll see a lot more combination of major manoeuvres, which is essentially what the judges are looking for at the end of the day. All of us are guilty of overcomplicating the criteria at times, and I think just about every event around the world. The surfers always ask, what are the judges looking for? And I can tell you right now, it rarely changes. They're always looking for big committed manoeuvres in the big critical sections. Yeah. It's never really much more than that. I mean, maybe when the tubes are on offer, the criteria shifts a little bit, but it's the same thing. They're looking for commitment at the takeoff, and they're looking for technical tube rides, and it's, that I don't think that'll ever change, no matter what the criteria says. It's big turns in big sections. Yeah.
And so, Stace, if you were to go out there and surf a heat, what kind of board would you be thinking? Bigger, smaller? What would you be thinking?
I'd be mindful to ride a board that would be too. I mean, this is actually for a professional surfer, for the CT, I'd be mindful of riding a board today that would be too wide, just because you can see still with this tide that there's a lot of curve in the wave, and I'd be mindful of riding something too flat. So I think that even though the waves are small, I'd still be looking to ride a pretty refined board, just because the tight pockets and where you want to drive through your turns are very precise sections. So I'd be looking for something with a bit of flip in the tail and some potentially slightly smaller fins, so you can really get nice and angular with your surfing, just because of the shape of the waves. But coming back to say under 16 and under. It's a slightly different equation, just because you don't want to be getting into any bad habits with your equipment like what we spoke about yesterday. And I think, blanket, you could probably put it across all divisions. A lot of kids probably ride boards that are too small for them, and that's just all learning. At this age, you're always learning about different things, and I think equipment is a big one. And it's always worth having a conversation with your local shaper or your local board shop. And taking their advice on board, because surfboard shapers are some of the best people to have in your corner. Like, absolutely, they're usually very modest, hardworking. They see the we get to see the glitz and glamour side of the industry. They get to see the real side, and they're always going to give you good advice. That's usually pretty spot on. Sometimes hard to hear, shapers. They sometimes give you advice you don't want to hear, but it's generally always comes from a good place, and they want to help you out. And I would say, as a general thing, you want to make sure you're riding equipment that helps you get along the wave, particularly while you're still learning, learning your technique and learning about what you like and stuff like that. So, a bit of extra length, I think, as a junior always helps. And I could think of 10 really good surfers that grew up riding longer boards, and it worked well for them later in life.
Yeah. There you go, Groms. If you are listening, there are some decent tips from Stacey G there. I definitely learnt that having such a great connection with my shaper, Thomas. I mean, my dad is a glass of Thomas, but there were some times where Thomas was who's just like, just be honest. You just need to be honest and create that relationship where you can be like, nah, I hated that.
Totally, yeah. And why?
Yeah.
If you can explain, why, go into detail, because the shapers, they want to make you stuff that you're stoked on, and then the feedback helps. And it's a real skill to learn to deliver and receive critical feedback. And it's something that all these Groms are doing a great job of at the moment, because if they're putting a rashie on, they're already getting critical feedback via the judges. Because there's no more critical feedback than hearing a score get read out and associated with your name.
Exactly.
It's very very cutthroat, but I've been loving your messaging all week. It's your results and your scores definitely don't define who you are, so it's important to remember that as well.
And that's also, with the broadcast, I was saying earlier that it's so... One of the benefits of having a broadcast is that they can go back and watch their replays and analyze it with their coach, with themselves. And I know I definitely did that on the QS. We'd go back and watch it and be like, okay, this is where I went wrong. My technique was so off, and I give it to my coach, and he can meet me halfway with that. And you don't have to have someone film you all the time. You have the broadcast.
Yeah, it is. It's an amazing addition to sport and technology. As we see outside here, it's going to be an interesting one for the judges with priority. And, we don't actually have access to the priority board in here, but, my assumption is that yellow had priority, but she didn't actually go. Yeah, so first priority is white, second priority red. So I think that would have changed, because yellow, although she didn't catch the wave, she prohibited red from getting it, just because red had to pull back because she thought yellow was going, which is a fair call there, and something that Stella will learn from and look to clean up in later heats, because I'm going to go out on a limb here and say she's looking pretty good in this one if she can get rid of that 2.33 as she goes here, Lil.
Okay, so she is looking to improve on her 2.33. By the looks of it, that actually looks better than her 2.33 from before. She didn't do much on the earlier wave, but I think that will improve her situation.
I think so. So now it's going to be up to Alice, who has a great score herself, a 5.83. Here she goes. And unfortunately, that wave just petering out there. Same thing. She's only looking to improve on a small score, but if you look at just the single wave that is the highest score at the moment, Stella just has about a 1.17 edge on the two top scores there. So whatever Stella does on her backup wave, Alice will have to better by that amount on the top end. So it's going to be a little bit of potentially pushing up the requirement there. There it is, Stella Green. Her last ride was a 3.5, Lil.
Yes, so Stella is now in first place. White Mika in second, and Alice is in third. However, Alice does have a 5.83, which is a bit higher than Mika's 5.73. However, she's now needing a 4.57. And there is still 2 minutes remaining, and that is a long time. And these girls, where they surf, they're like more than capable of getting that. So I wonder what Alice will do here. I mean, she just got a wave, and I wonder where she'll sit and how she will take advantage of that priority, maybe sit further down. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, it's all going to depend on the priority there at the moment. Obviously you want to, if you've got first priority, it's a bit easier. You can just go and sit wherever you want. But if you've got, anything other than first priority, you've got to get creative. And, your first option is to just get away from, the other competitors because that have a higher priority from you, because you don't want that wave to come and then you be blocked. So you've got to be on your best game there. A couple of keen photographers getting a close look at the action this afternoon. Don't think of a wave anywhere in the world, Lil, where you could get much closer, really, from the sand.
So true. I can't think of it either.
One minute on the clock.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see here. Alice has paddled out further. I wonder if Mika will maybe follow her, because I'm not too sure who has priority between them, but yeah, Alice does only need a smaller score, and here's
I think
Alice.
You're right. White does have priority, but she actually didn't end up going that wave, so Alice is going to get a little look in here. She needs, what you said, a 4.57 to get through, but I don't think that's going to be the number. She did well to get that wave, though. It's half the trick is just trying to get a wave away from the person with the higher priority from you. So she managed to do that, but the wave unfortunately just wasn't quite the number that she's looking for. Here goes Mika Locke. Now her first task is to try and prove that 4.67. She's off to a good start there. Got a little double up on this wave. Might struggle to just get over that little lump there, but some great rides in that heat. A lot of opportunity for our surfers. Unfortunately, Billy Cook not getting too much of a look in there at the end, but I'm sure she'll bounce back and get excited for the next contest, which is no doubt just around the corner. There's a strong performance from Stella Green and Mika Locke. We'll see them moving through on to the next round. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Going to bring you the last heat of the under-16 girls, round number 1. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Occy Grom comp at Snapper Rocks. Yes, you heard it. Snapper Rocks. A Grom comp at Snapper Rocks,
I know,
Stace.
can't even believe it.
I believe we just saw Olive Hardy from WA straight into it with a 6.33. That's 2.5 minutes into the heat.
That's a great start. And if I recall correctly, we saw Olive and Father Gene inspecting the waves down the point yesterday at around about this time. So they've got a great read on the bank, and all the strategy and thoughts they had going into this heat, I would say they've done a fantastic job of executing that this afternoon, Lil.
Absolutely. The Hardys are very great at executing everything. I mean, Willow just won a Fulu in Sumatra. And yeah, she did really well over in that event, and especially Crewy. Love watching Willow surfing, and you can see Olive just love watching her surfing too. That's just so mature for their age as well.
Yeah, great wave selection there. So one of each, one really good goofy footer and then one really strong natural footer. So far from what I've seen of the family. Any more in that side of the family? Surfer Groms, 2 young girls doing great things.
And it is a thing that I believe every time I watch Willow surf really good, she's in a wetsuit. Whereas I have like this superstition that I can't surf in wetsuits.
Oh, that's going to be a hard superstition to overcome. How are you going to overcome that one?
I already overcame it. It was.
Yeah, you know what? You're not the only one though.
Okay.
I know a lot of crew that love having their shins covered, like opposite. Like they grew up in cold water, so they just, when they jump into boardies and their like shins are exposed, they feel like they're going to get like hurt.
Yeah.
It's a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think for me it's the arms. I wear short arm, long legs. I need to feel the water within my arms so I can paddle. But then I was like, how can I get over this? Because my dad was like, well, you're really silly. Because he's pretty much what you said. And
I could picture myself saying that, actually, to, certain things.
And I just remember watching this video of Sakura, Betty Lou, and who else? And Katie. And they were surfing so good in their wetsuit. I was like,
yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah.
It's just visualization for me. If I watch someone, and I struggled and I watch them, then I can do it because I just visualize that I am them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's always... The Hawaiians have always done so well at Bells Beach, so well at Margaret River. Yeah. And I've always thought, gee, it must be hard. Like, they grew up surfing in boardies all year and bikinis. So, yeah, it's, all those little things you've got to learn to get good at if you want to become a travelling tour professional.
Exactly.
And that's something that I think is overlooked. I only surfed for the first time in booties and a hood the other week. And honestly, I was just so impressed. I was just thinking about all the surfers in the world, like Nathan Florence and all these other guys that are and girls that are in these huge barrels or surfing crazy waves in that much rubber, and I was surfing this little 3-foot right-hand point going, oh my God, like I can barely get to my feet.
Yeah.
And they're doing what they're doing. I was just like, holy moly, surfing in that much rubber is, it's another world.
I can't imagine. I've surfed in gloves and booties in the wave pool in England.
Oh,
and
yep.
I had a hoodie as well. And my face was just blue, like I felt like I couldn't really surf. But you can't control your thoughts, you can't control your body, but you can control your actions. But I just couldn't.
Slightly restricted actions.
Yeah. Yes.
And the mind probably wasn't wandering too far at all because it was probably just frozen solid.
It really was.
Bit of Wim Hof in the Bristol pool.
Yeah, it was so cold.
Is it fun, that pool?
It was fun. I mean,
we're waiting for the invite to Surf Lakes. Neither of us have been.
If you are listening, we
where you
are
at?
waiting.
That little slab looks pretty fun.
It looks insane.
Seen a few cool photos of Ben Player, world champion bodyboarder, in a couple of sick drainers. Sheldon Simkus had a couple. I know Macy's been up there.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I
think... super keen. Oh, someone's lost a footy off the rock. That's a blowout. Push it in.
A blowout, Stace. Can you explain a blowout?
Like a shocker.
Okay.
Yep. You've had a bit of a shocker there.
I think you're like a bit older than me.
Way older than you. I'm a fossil.
Okay, well, you're not exactly twice as old as me.
Close.
Close too, though, and I've been following your lingo.
Good.
Like, I don't have as much lingo as you do, so I'm learning a lot. So thank you.
Yeah. It's I think it's a blessing and a curse at times.
Yeah.
The worst thing is when you hear your 3.5-year-old son repeat some of it back to you, and you go, "Oh, that was definitely me." Like he didn't pick that up anywhere else. That was definitely from me. So
That's right. That's what raise a good character.
We'll soon see. But yeah, surfing is got a very broad lingo, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As far as secret slang is concerned.
Here's Ollie Taylor. Ollie's also from Noosa, one of my good friends. Also a Billabong gal. We deal with these waves most of the time, these small rides. Also a good longboarder.
Yeah, it's at this point of the day where I think you could. There's no harm in doing like a quick run around, maybe like 10 to 15 metres, just get yourself up a tiny little bit. But I don't think going all the way back to the top of the point would necessarily be the only thing that you could do now. I reckon you could still paddle and get some pretty fun little waves just off the edge, just with that tide coming in. There'll just be a few more scoring opportunities there, particularly if in your heat, you might have some crew that are a bit more, aggressive with their positioning. If they position themselves too far up and then miss waves like this, you could be off the edge. If this one's going to push a bit wider as well, you could be really, picking waves off the end. We see Jeff Horn. He's pointing down the end there with young Tommy on top of the rocks there. They've got a heat coming up later this Sarve. Unfortunately, they're just coming undone there. Young Pearl Peters. But, it's going to be a real fun afternoon. Take it away, Lil.
Here's Ollie again. I think she was kind of listening to you, She was on her way out, and then this little one came through, and I think she's done pretty well to get, just 2 off, 2 in her campaign. That's sometimes... We've seen some people get through with 2 high 2s and 2 3s, So just staying busy as well.
And I think just important just to create like your own rhythm. And she's creating like a bit of a 4th priority rhythm at the moment, which I don't think is a bad thing. I just think what the very best surfers in the world do is they know how to play both rhythms really well. Like you watch a surfer like Kalohe or, a Jack Freestone or, all these guys that come on the tour, say 10 years ago, they're probably riding too many waves. And what like Gabriel Medina and these guys got really good at and Kalohe and Jack eventually got better at was like riding a lot of waves in those first half of the heat, but then learning to be a bit more selective as the heat counted down. So as long as you're not just like we saw with, say, some of the under 12s, which is totally fine, just riding waves for the sake of riding waves. If you can do a little bit of that at the start and get your rhythm in, I think that can work in your favour. But then there will come a point in the heat where you do have to probably drop the anchor and use your priority well. And, it becomes a game of riding a wave for yourself, but also taking a wave off one of your competitors. Because if you're on a set wave, the bonus of that is that they're not.
So true. And I think most of my heat as I got older consisted of less than 4 waves.
Yeah.
Because it was, taking advantage of that priority, choosing the right waves, making smart decisions.
And particularly the Indo World Tour.
Yeah.
Like the QS Tour through Indonesia is prime time, and that's going to help sculpt that as well.
Yeah, exactly. And but I've seen in a lot of these young girls and young boys a lot of adaptability, and athletes with great adaptability go far because considering you were just talking about the wetsuit and bikini thing, and if you can adapt to that super fast, no matter like where you are, the environment that you're in, the waves that you're surfing, I think you see that in the top athletes in the world.
Talk to us about Rio Waida, like surfing in Chengdu in a short arm steamer, just to get used to being in that rubber. Like they're the kind of levels that you got to go to at the top.
Exactly. And he has, especially representing Indonesia. Yeah. He's the first and to recently to make the world tour, and it's just so great. And
First.
There you go.
First. No, it's fine because I know exactly what you mean. There have been so many amazing surfers come from Indonesia.
Yeah.
So many, and there still are coming from Indonesia, but there has always been that, kind of push and pull thing where is a Marlon or a Rizal or any of these guys, are they going to leave? And the answer is more often than not no. And it's totally understandable. And then too, when you do leave, the environment's so competitive, whereas those guys at home who paddle out Padang, Ulu, wherever, and get whatever wave they want, it, like, jump onto the Kiwi and the waves are 2 foot and you're getting 1,000 people paddle over you. Like, it's a different environment, and, it's nothing to do with the talent coming out of Indonesia. It's more just, is it something that they want to be doing?
Yeah.
And Rio definitely wants to be doing that.
Exactly.
So he was the first Indonesian to qualify for the World Tour.
Wow.
Which is an amazing feat. And then he went on to carry the flag for the country at the Olympics. Like, that is just
insane.
Insane achievements. He's such a great, humble young man.
He is.
He puts in the work, and he surfing in a steamer in Bali in the middle of summer or winter. But yeah, it's summer all year round there. So summer temperatures, but crazy to watch. That must have been so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can't even fathom. Like, it rains over there, and my friends are wearing like hoodies. I'm like, what are you doing? It's so hot and humid, and I think that's why he's such a great athlete.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show that no matter where you're from, no matter who you are, no matter who you grew up with, or if in a place where everyone surfers, you don't have to have all of that to be the best athlete in whatever sport you're doing.
Totally.
Yeah, so there is just under 7 minutes remaining, and Olive still has that 6.33, but it looks like she's struggling to find just a good backup. Like that. Do you reckon that wind's picked up a little bit?
It has, for sure. Yeah, you can definitely see the bit of a ruffle out to sea there, but it's a much more favourable wind than the wind that we had earlier this morning. Like, the southwest wind it's a nightmare to surf in. It's not like a true devil wind, but it certainly adds like this little ruffle to the top of the lip, which just makes it like super annoying to surf. So with this wind coming straight from the south, like D-bar and waves down the coast would be blowing to smithereens, but snapper here, it just comes around into the bay, so it's it's protected by the hill behind us and the buildings. So and the direction that the wave eventually ends up breaking in is a very direction from the wind being groomed. So it really helps it.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, it's definitely picked up, but I think it's picked up from a very a positive direction. So as you can see there, it's like sheet glass. Whereas earlier today, even on this pulled back angle, you would have seen little ruffles in the lineup coming up from Little Marley, which not very favourable.
Okay.
Young Jai Kelly getting ready for his heat there, getting revved up by younger brother Cade.
I feel like it was only an hour ago that the boys were surfing.
Yeah, well, I believe it would have been, maybe an hour for us. We had an hour off.
Yeah, true.
Second lunch up at the Rainbow Surfing. And then we've done an hour, or nearly 40 minutes in the booth now. So, yeah, it comes around quick. That'll be round 2. That's heat 1 of round 2 of the under-16 boys. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say, Lil.
Exactly. I'm having so much fun. I can't believe it's day 2 already.
It's powering through the draw. And so, yeah, some interesting things to note here, just where the competitors are watching the waves from, which I think has a massive impact on how you're going to end up performing, and something that we'd always try to do on the tour would be watch the surf from where, or spend some time watching the surf from where the judges watch the surf from, or close to. That's who's adjudicating you. That's who's scoring you. Yeah, there might be a better film angle somewhere. You might want to get photographed from a different angle if you travel with a photographer. That's fine. And they're all great things to think about. Generally speaking, you're probably not going to film from where the judges are, but you need to watch some heats from where the judges are set up. It just gives you that depth of field and what they're looking at. So I think, on days like today, we're just naturally drawn to the edge of the water. And there's no real right or wrong answer, but I think at some point throughout your preparation, it's always worthy just to spend a heat or two looking from the judge's angle, which is always going to be a more pulled back, open view. It's anywhere you go around the world.
There you go. That made so much sense to me. Like, as soon as you said that, I was like, wow.
Yeah, they're the ones you got to impress, essentially.
Exactly.
In your 20 minutes.
Wow. Yeah. So here's Olive Hardy. She's looking to improve on a 1.9. I think that'll be it.
Yeah, I think so. She's got that one way down. And that's what we'll start to see a bit more with the tide too coming in this afternoon. We'll see those waves connecting the whole way down. rather than petering out at the top of the point. What do you make of this one, Lil?
I think she got 2 slashes in. I think it'll definitely improve one of her. I think her 2.7. But yeah, just really nothing much going on there. She pretty much surfed it how the wave was, just running and small. There's still a few minutes remaining, so hopefully she goes out and waits for one of those good ones. And what about this one from Olive?
Yeah, she's really well here to keep her speed going through the inside. And, again, I think we're in a pretty positive time of day as far as the higher tide coming in all afternoon is concerned. I don't think we've seen waves that long in a long time. So it's a good signs for the rest of the afternoon as we see young Maverick Wilson and Jai Kelly getting ready to go out there. Maverick from Western Australia down in the southwest. I'm too scared to say whether he's from Yallingup or Margaret River. I'll get it wrong. But somewhere over there. Been doing some great surfing. He's been coaching with Jay Davies. And, really a standout from that part of the world. We have Pearl Peters here. She's still well and truly in this. She does have the lower of the scores at the moment, but she's still within striking distance. She's got a 2-point ride as her best ride, so she'll definitely improve on that. And she does have enough time to get back out. It's just those little strategical decisions that you do need to be paying close attention to. So she's got 90 seconds on the clock, and she is going to do the runaround. Again, I've said it a few times. I'd probably be paddling from there.
Yeah, I did see that score from Ollie's last wave of 4.17, so that did improve her situation. And it also did improve for Pearl. However, she is still looking for a score to get into that top 2.
She's got her best ride there, a 3.0. And, yeah, no doubt the majority of the better waves are at the top of the point. It's just the trouble is with jumping back in there with such little time on the clock, you're just going to jump into, probably 3rd priority at best, which is just going to make it tricky. You just got to hope that maybe the other surfers have already looked at another wave and they're not there. But if they are there, you kind of just jump straight into the bear trap. And by that, I mean you can be blocked pretty easily.
Yeah.
Whereas if you kind of sneak him down the line, maybe you get lucky and the other surfers at the top don't see it, and you sneak into a little wave and they just see spray going out the back.
Yeah.
Not so likely to happen at the top of the point. With 20 seconds left on the clock, Pearl Peters is only chasing a 4.17 to get through. We've had a great couple of days here, great weekend on the point, fantastic commentary team. It's been fun to work with. Lil, you and I have got one more heat to go. That rounds out the under-16 girls. Some great heats there. It was fantastic to watch. They did well earlier in the day with some challenging conditions on the tide, and then those last couple of heats with a bit more water went down a treat. We're going to move straight into the under-16 boys, round number 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the 17th edition.
Wow, that is why Maverick Wilson on his backhand hit number 4 of 5. This is looking like a really nice wave, Stace.
Get me out there. It's firing, Lil.
Get me out there.
Don't get me out there in the heat, though. I'll get absolutely towed up. But just to surf that wave would be so fun.
Wow. Wow. And the look to the beach. I'd
just like to thank Maverick Wilson for getting that wave, because on behalf of Bugs and myself, because for the last 2 days we've been hammering on about Sunday afternoon being fun. And I was just like looking at the waves earlier today going, oh my God, it's looking pretty tough out there. But that wave, for me, just made out Bugs and I's little manifestation come true there. That was super long ride with plenty of scoring opportunity. And, really well ridden there from young Mav.
I would love to see that replay.
If we're lucky, we'll get one. Only if we're lucky. Here we go, Lil. Take us through it.
Okay. I really love his style, and I love how he really takes advantage of his back foot, driving into those turns. And when the sections do, pop up, he really gets deep into the pocket there. It is quite slow still, so he has to make the most of that section, but just like his last turn there, he really just hit that.
I'm claiming there was still 40 more turns on that wave.
Yeah.
That thing just rifled off into the sunset. And Lockie Argyros got a good wave as well, a 5-point ride. Thanks Vaughan Blakey for the afternoon lolly selection, getting us through the afternoon. Not that we need it though. Those last couple of heats of the ladies and then these first few heats of the gentlemen have been fantastic to watch. I'm waiting for scores from Maverick Wilson. The judges are deliberating here, and the main reason they're deliberating is because when the first heat of the round goes out there, they know everyone's watching it from that side of competition. They need to set this right. So they've got a 5-point ride for Lachlan. This next score of Maverick's coming in now, a 9.27, and they're sending a clear indication here of what they're looking for this afternoon. And what they're looking for is flow and hopefully a variety of manoeuvres. Now, on your backhand, it's pretty hard to have variety, but if you can show it, they are going to reward it. There's a great example of where it is. 9.27, well done, Maverick.
And, just want to say good on Maverick on behalf of all the goofies.
Yeah.
We saw...
on behalf of Occy.
On behalf of Occy. We saw the only person that's posted a 9 in the boys is Caden Francis. And he got, the same wave kind of. I feel like Caden's was a bit smaller because it was a bit earlier, but he was the only one that's posted a 9. And Maverick just proved, what? I can do that too on my backhand.
Yeah. Absolutely. Really well surfed wave, and now he's just sort of drifted off there, off just the edge of the peak going, well, boys, I'm just going to try and sneak one off the edge here and see if I can even put a little bit more pressure on the rest of this heat.
And so Stace, talking about, 1 second, we'll talk about Jai Kelly, and this will be a second wave, hopefully improving to 0.9. So do you think, being in the water after Maverick just got that wave, would you, as a competitor, say you're in the water, would you be waiting for one like that, do you think, or what would your approach be?
It's really challenging to answer that question. Firstly, if I saw it, yes, absolutely. The hard part is if you didn't see that, if you were on a wave yourself and you weren't too sure, or you were jumping off the rock and you didn't see it, or whatever, your head would be spinning. Oh my God, this kid just dropped a 9.27 on his first wave.
Yeah.
You're going, oh my God. But if you're sitting right next to him and you had second priority and you're watching him paddling and going, oh my God, this is a bomb, kind of all he's got to do is ride it pretty well. You're going to get a good score. It probably would be rattling to hear the 9.27, but at least you'd understand, okay, well, that's what that wave looked like. You've been saying, back yourself to ride that wave as good as your competitor and wait your turn. Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be looking for an opportunity like that because, look, in all fairness, he absolutely ripped that wave, but it was the wave that allowed that much opportunity. We haven't seen a wave like that all day. Yeah. So, as much as it was the surfing, it was complemented by the wave and vice versa. So, you need the right dance floor.
Yeah, I really like that. You need the right dance floor.
The hard thing is, though,
it's not a final.
Mm-hmm.
This is just round 2.
Yeah.
If you Jai, Will, or Lachlan, you might even just be thinking, okay, I'll just put myself into second here.
Yeah, okay.
So therefore, you're not sitting and waiting for that wave. You're just trying to ride waves and create a bit of momentum, and maybe you get yourself a 10-point heat total or a roundabout, and that gets you through the heat. But obviously, time will tell. But that's where the best competitors, they just figure it out. They've almost got like a sixth sense as to know, what trigger to pull. Okay, am I sitting and waiting, or am I getting busy?
Yeah.
And that's the thing that you got to get really good at. And I said earlier in the day, there's generally no right or wrong answer. You've just kind of got to stick to one. You can't play every game plan. You can't be busy and be patient.
Exactly.
As we see another replay here.
I think this is the second wave.
I think this might be, this is his 927 again. Beautiful turn there to finish. So arguably, his final turn was his best turn. Everything until that point was a nice series of flowing manoeuvres, and it was a well put together wave. But again, I will stand by, that's the best wave I've seen all day break. So I reckon that's why the judges probably just left a little bit of room there at the top of the scale. And, it's going to be a real telltale sign to see if these waves also do run through the little Marley section as well as that last wave. This wave doesn't have the same sort of energy as it, so Lockie's going to kick out. But again, he's sort of the one at the moment who is looking to get that, plan B strategy of just getting myself into second and then figure it out from there. And so he's going to have a 5 and probably call this one another sort of mid-range score, and he's going to be in a pretty decent position to try and now manage this second spot for the rest of the heat. And what he's hoping for is that if another bomb comes through, it goes to Maverick and no one else. Because Maverick's already got a 927. You much prefer that surfer to get another 9 than someone else in the heat.
Okay, so Lachlan's last wave was a 4.33. He has gone into the lead. However, obviously Maverick has still got that 927 on one single score. So I think Lachlan is quite comfortably, in second place. If Maverick needs to get his backup score, like you're saying, just hold down that second place.
Because the other boys haven't really fired yet. They've got little totals on the board, but they're sort of making up of 2 waves. So it's not like they're going to have crazy handle to sort of progress. Like even Will, his top score is only a 317. So it's unlikely that holding that score in your top 2 will be enough to see you through this heat.
Yeah. And maybe earlier in the day or yesterday, those low scores were getting you through or getting used as a backer, but I think everyone's leveled up, and like you said, it is getting better, so you got to be on those good waves, boys.
Yep, I agree. Great advice. Past the halfway mark now. It's going to be interesting to see what Maverick does here, whether he sort of just pulls the trigger on any wave that comes to him or whether he sits and waits for another bomb and just absolutely puts this to bed. I don't know if he's thinking about Caden's 18-point heat total, but he might be. He might be going, hang on a minute. I want the highest scoring heat of the day.
I think I wouldn't doubt it, because boys at this age are super competitive with each other. And we did maybe he's thinking...
Boys always get the rap, I think, for being more competitive, but I don't know that they are.
Oh, I don't think they're most competitive.
What's your thought on that? I reckon the girls are more competitive.
I think the girls are definitely more competitive. Boys are very competitive, but the way I think the girls deal with competitiveness is, a bit more, how's it going? I think the boys are
a bit more fronty. They kind of want to paddle, show flex a little bit more. But the ladies are crafty.
Very crafty. That's one way to put it.
And it goes all the way up to the World Tour. We spoke about it yesterday. Some of the best moments in the sport have been, some of the paddle battles or, hustling for the inside of sets and that between, Kirra, Tyler, Courtney Conalog. I can remember Tatiana and Malia going over the falls together at Honolulu Bay. There is no, like I said, it's the same on both the men's and the women's tour. It's big prize money on the line, big accolades on the line, and they won't stop at anything to get it done, both the men and the women. And you do start to see it shine through here in these divisions, even at a young age. We saw competitors yesterday like blocking and taking waves, and it's a real skill that the earlier you can learn how to use it and utilize it, more power to you.
Exactly, and yeah, as a young female competing, I think it comes with age. I learned, I was never friends with anyone in the water because I'm there for myself and I want to win.
Yeah.
But coming out of the water wasn't easy for the other girls. I'd say good job as always because, it's a great challenge surfing with other girls, but it wasn't that easy having to go up to them or they come to me.
Totally.
Whereas I see the boys, good job, mate,
Well, you got to be careful you can't surf around it. Well done there from young Will Meyer. He knew the rules. Maverick Wilson here with a stylish little cutty on the outside. And he'll just be looking to, put a few more little slashes on top here and just hope that this wave doubles up. He's got a sick style, Maverick. I love watching him surf.
Do you know where Maverick is from?
Yeah, he's from, I don't know for sure. He's from Southwest WA, so
okay.
Either Yallingup or Margaret River. Sorry to Maverick's friends and family that are tuning in at home. It's like saying someone's from Torquay or Janjuk. They are not the same place. Same with Yals and Margs, and he might even be from Carramup. I'm not too sure, but he lives in that part of the world, and he's doing some great surfing. I'm loving all the kids out of WA, and it's always awesome to have them out here on the East Coast and see how they fit in over here because, someone like Jacob Wilcox, even Jack Robinson, they all move out here when they really want to figure it out. Yeah. And that's not a sledge. It's just a sign of what you need to do to add to your repertoire because what these kids are really proficient in, and Jack obviously from such a young age, is heavy water tube riding, which they get so much of in WA, and we don't get as much of that over here. And this is more QS style to what you're used to than, say, WA. WA is more CT. And so it's almost like, and we saw that with Jack Robinson, and Jacob Wilcox, they're ready for the CT. They've almost got the cart in front of the horse, But when they move here and they work on their equipment and their small wave surfing, that gives them that whole package.
Yeah.
Whereas kids from the East Coast, like Ethan Ewing, he's got to learn how to get good at backdoor pipeline. He's got to learn how to get good in Tahiti, and he's done those things. So Griffin from Southern California is the same. But it's just so awesome to see all of these kids. They'll have to go down that journey too. You might have a kid from the Gold Coast who's an absolute technician in waves like this. But when the waves get a little bit threatening and overhead, they might be a little more hesitant, and that's what they've got to learn to overcome. And it's the vice versa for the WA kids. They've got to learn how to grovel.
Yeah.
And I think Maverick's doing a really good job of that at the moment. Obviously, he's got a 9.27, and he's backed it up there with what looks to be about a 4-point ride. So he's doing really well.
And I think that's such a great benefit of being a surfer. You get to travel the world and learn those things on the way. Wow. Lachlan, 2 huge hits on pretty much a really small wave. He did really well. And this is Will Meyer. He's looking to improve on a 1.57.
He's surfing good. Just that wave just sort of didn't allow him to really open up the shoulders. It's really hard when, arguably the kids with the more talent like Maverick ended up on the best waves as well. You can see Will has got some great surfing, as does Lachlan. They're both great surfers. So is Jai, but they just haven't been on those same waves. And, just have to go out and say it here. Maverick is the favourite in this heat, no doubt, and he's put himself on the best wave. That's a pretty hard thing to overcome for these other 3 competitors. So Maverick Wilson there just getting a 3.87 on his last ride to add to the whopping 9.27. And it's Lachlan, Will and Jai that just have a series of other small scores. Lachlan with a 5 and a 4 something.
4.33.
There we go. Sesame Street could have put those numbers together, sorry. It's not a commanding position in second at all for Lachlan, but I think we're waiting for a score for him to come in potentially. Yep. I think that will definitely, that's his best wave for sure in my book, so we'll see what the judges think of it. Didn't have a lot of turns, but there was one really strong moment in there for sure.
And so, Stace, how's the forecast looking for the next couple of days?
It's looking pretty good. It's the period this afternoon is a bit higher than what it'll be tomorrow morning, which I don't think will be a bad thing. Sometimes with the bigger period and these smaller swells, you can see the swell just sort of going past the bank a little bit. So with the period decreasing a little bit tomorrow, but the size still staying up, hopefully a few more little refractions of the swell will actually get in. I will say, though, that low tide will be an hour later tomorrow, which will make the midday feel like even longer.
Okay.
That's our only issue here at the moment. This bank definitely loves high tide.
All right.
Well, a higher tide. So we'll, that's the only thing we've just got to be mindful of, and the competitors as well. They're going to have to keep a close eye on things. So I think we'll wake up tomorrow morning to really fun waves, and finish in some fun waves. But just during that middle of the day, I think will be pretty difficult.
Okay.
Hopefully a little bit bigger though.
Well, I mean, considering the conditions yesterday, they've done so well, even if, the swell didn't do anything. It's still been so entertaining. And who's been an outstanding performer for you so far?
A few kids that got eliminated, I just really like their styles. Dylan Wilcoxon, surfing really good. He didn't get through though, but
I think he just missed that one wave, no?
He did. He kind of just needed a 2 and just didn't really want to go any waves, and just didn't want to, couldn't quite just pick what he wanted there. But back to that in a minute. Lockie Argyros is looking to further strengthen his position. Looks like he got a 5.73 on his last one. I don't know if that one will be better than his 5. But yeah, Dylan, he surfed really good. And then one of the young ladies had a really nice style. She's escaping my mind at the minute, but I'm sure it'll come back to me. But yeah, there's been some really nice performances, and I think for me, growing up here, it's one thing that I value quite highly is the rider. It's not in the criteria, but it's a style, and you can probably replace style with flow, and it's the surfers that piece the wave together from start to finish that are the standouts to me. Oh, below sea level. Thanks for coming. Oh, wow. And this is a bit further down the point here. This is actually way down. Lockie Argyros.
Wow, he did really good straight to top to bottom surfing in such small waves. These boys are doing really well considering how small it is. I'm blown away.
Yeah, it's a tight technical surfing, and very job well done there to Maverick Wilson and Lockie Argyros. Commiserations to Will Meyer and Jai Kelly. We'll likely see them down at Lennox Head in the next couple of days for the next round of competition down there at the Skull Candy. But for the time being, this is the Billabong Occy Grom Comp live from Snapper Rocks. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be into Heat 2 of Round 2 of the under-16 boys. It'll be Vaughn Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew taking through that one as we welcome them into the booth.
Jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
got me water, mate. I'm all rehydrated. Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp 2023. It's the afternoon of not the finals. It's 2 days before the finals, but it's the afternoon of day 2, and it's been a beautiful day. And the tide really just taking its time, moseying on in here at Snapper. Beautiful day. Under 16 boys, round 2, heat 2. Soren Smith, Ben Cray, Felix Burns, and Bowie Robinson. And this is Felix. And look at that black blade just knifing. And this is one of the better waves we've seen. Finally, looks like with the tide coming in a little bit, starting to get a bit of shape, a bit more consistency down the line. And Bowie Robinson now shredding along this one. Vaughan Blake in the commentary booth with the 1978 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Welcome to the afternoon, Bugs, and have a go at it.
Yeah, great. Tide's coming in now, and certainly that surge that we expected is coming through. This is, of course, round 2, so these are the surfers that progressed this morning, so it's all starting to come together, the talent.
Yeah, mate, it's the best under and biggest under 16s comp in the world.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, it's a big one, and instantly you can see the difference in these swell lines since the change of the tide.
Definitely. I mean, we've got the big tides at night, and it's basically going out all morning to a super low, an extended low tide. It looks low tide now, but there's water on that bank, and the south swell that's hitting point south is we're getting a sort of a glancing blow, but on this incoming tide this afternoon, we'll probably get some of the best of it.
It's like Bowie Robbo's on a Dalberg there, mate. I'll tell you what, you think of Occy, you think of 2 things, Dalberg and JS.
Yes.
2 of the all-time greats. Wow! Upside down surfing there, beautiful.
Yeah, this is a stacked little heat, this one. A couple of goofies and regulars, but this wave here is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, really pushing along that sand. Far out, you could see the speed. He did really well. A lot of the Groms can kind of misread that one. You get a little bit stuck behind, or if you try and push a turn where it won't fit, you're going to lose your rails. But all 4 of these guys, as you say, Bugs, you get into round 2, you're starting to feel a bit of momentum.
Yeah, you are, and they've all had a pretty good start to this heat too. It comes down to that first exchange sets the scale for the whole heat, if not the first wave, and we'll go and have a look at the scores now as they come in. So, see that Soren Smith in the white, that 617, that set the scale. So even though the surfer in red, Ben, he surfed it well, but 483, but not bad. And Bowie Robinson in the blue, that wave, it just was off the bank a touch, kind of like this one. It hasn't quite come onto the bank yet. Yeah, so he's out of there.
Yeah, it's interesting, mate. With the improving wave face, you're going to see, the kids who really have a good read line it up perfectly. That's the difference, really, between Soren's wave and the other guys. Like, he really timed it beautifully. Here goes Ben Cray now, and that's more like it. See the foam ball overtaking the wave face there, so sometimes they can make it exactly what we're watching, Fatback City.
Yeah, but it's got a little funk in this wave. There was a ridge running along it. He's done well to make it through.
Whoa.
He's done really well to link that up.
Oh, this is classic snapper rock surfing. What? Whoa, man, oh man, this kid has gone to town on the inside.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't think he'd be able to connect those 2 sections. There was a ridge in between it midway. If we see the start of this wave, this first turn is just delicious.
Yeah, and then you see there the push down the line.
See this little ridge, this little wave going across there, that's going to separate the wave, break it into. So right here, this section here, here's the critical, and he gets over that, and then, amazing, he pulls that off, and that tide did help him.
How busy is he getting? And that's a Salakis, that board, so it's fit beautifully into the curve of this wave.
Yeah, I mean, even though he came unstuck at the end, he'd scored his points. He had banked a mozza.
Great stuff. He's just feasting like all grommets do. Just, mate, I don't think knives and forks are necessary when you've got a grommet at the table. Just grab it in handfuls and shove it into your face. That's a banquet of points there for Benny Cray, Soren Smith, Bowie Robinson, Felix Burns. So these guys would probably know each other pretty well. We're definitely starting to see, that level of surfing, even in round 2, just a notch above what we saw in round 1.
That's right. I mean, all 4 surfers did have a heat this morning in the small outgoing tide, and they'll be relishing these afternoon conditions. We can still see the current coming from south to north, ripping around the point, and they're having to kind of just hold their position to tack. The further you go up around the rock, the more the rip, you have to really paddle hard to hold your position.
It's classic, mate. Even at this size, you can see they're really having to work to stay
right.
in position there.
Even at this size. So it gets credit. You paddle for a wave, you miss it or something. You're too far in the deep water. Not only do you fall out on priority, but then the rip has taken you completely out of the takeoff zone. So there's big penalties if you mistime things out here.
It's happened to me a million times. One time I got a wave, surfed the bank, not one wave, but many waves down towards North Kirra. I ended up way down the beach, and a mate on a ski grabbed me. Yep. But he had someone on the back, so I had to just hold on to the tray. And by the time we got back out the back, he just dropped me off for this monster set. My arms, I went to paddle, and they were just noodles.
I was going to say, you seasick, noodles.
Noodles. Oh, it took so long to get back out of the back. And, mate, I couldn't get near it. And then all of a sudden, the sweep was so bad, I may as well have not even bothered. It's a pushy wave when the tide starts coming in. It's radical.
And then, it's not easy to catch the waves either. Look at this kid; he's paddling everything he's got. Pretty ordinary looking wave here. It's a fluffy one. Has it got something on the inside? It doesn't seem like it's got the energy, but he's going to stick with it. But it's just dying out. It's good to look for a wave with a bit of a taper, but look at the one behind it.
Yeah, and Siren, he's got a beautiful read on this. Look at those. Bottom turn, top turn combos, Bugs. Really smooth.
Really smooth. So, a great exchange here. Now, Bowie keeps getting these waves where the foam ball is taking the wave off the bank. He even had to get in the prone position to get back on that wave. So, he's got to try to get the ones that are walled up and bottomless.
Dingo was describing it, when he sits off the rock there, and he's used this to his advantage, as have all the local guys in heats over the years, Bugs, but he was saying when he's out there sometimes he looks for these ones that just clip the rock, and if he sees a lump down the beach a little bit, he knows it's a grower, and he's into it, and he's pulled the wool off over so many eyes by doing that, because crew can sit wide thinking the bigger sets are going to be the ones.
No, well, that's right, and you get these little runners from that just next to the rock. See, sometimes the ones from behind the rock only go halfway. I mean, you might get spat out, and it's a beautiful halfway drive. But those little ones, and you look down, and you see that section. You go, well, there's the Marley section. I'll be coming towards that as it grows from 2 foot to 4. And
the canvas, once you hit that section, it is just do what you want.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
Well, look at that, Siren Smith, a 6.17 to go with that 5.83. And Ben, he's got a 6.27 and a 4.83. Felix a 5.33. Bowie, he's got to pick one that's got the great wall that hits the bank properly. His are just going foam balling off the bank a bit. That's really restricting his scoring potential.
He's got the goods though. Seen him get through that heat this morning.
Oh yeah.
And if he gets the right wave, we're going to see him put it together.
Yeah.
And the runaround has been an option, Bugs. How much sand, have you seen more sand than this? Have you seen it actually go around the corner and you could walk around to Froggies?
No, this is full house. This is full house. It really doesn't quite work like that. You look, I have seen it where you can walk out there, but
what's this, Bugs?
Yeah, there's a better looking wave.
Here we go. So first turn's nice. Some nice speedy sort of check turns, I'd call those. Yet to really rip into it. He's getting the snaps done. He hangs on the tail, and here's a nice steep section. Snap off the top again. So multiple turns and sticking with this. And down the line he goes. Another crack, and he just loses it. And he probably needed that one just for a bit of an exclamation, just a bit more power and a little bit more commitment out of the lip.
Yeah, because he's got some scores to catch up on, but it was clearly his best ride. So that's going to give him one. It's a good-looking wave too. A lot of manoeuvres here. So those first 2 turns are pretty crisp. Then he comes into this section here, goes a little bit soft, And I like how he just stays there, sort of holds it until he feels that wave, feeling the bank. But then he gets a little bit stabby here with the turns. They're not quite the calves.
Yeah, there's a little tail release in there, and then this thing would have been nice to just finish, just to grease it and like.
Well, it would have been because the bookends, his first 2 turns were really crisp and nice, and the finish in there would have been helpful. He got a 4:03, so he worked hard for that 4:03.
He did. He worked really hard, and the judges, I think, they're saying to him, it's nice surfing, mate. You're down the line, you're looking good. Just give us a little bit more sting.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, and so it's not volume; it's the quality of the manoeuvres. And he started out with really crisp turns, and then he just got a little bit sort of stabby towards the end. And I just think he was trying to squeeze too many manoeuvres in.
Nice smooth surfer though, and not surprising. That beautiful little rounded pin, mate. Oh gosh,
yeah,
those outlines so good. The Dahlberg, it just takes me back to some of the all-time Occy sessions.
Yeah.
I mean, Ock's been on the tractors for a long time now, and some of his best surfing has been happening. Tell you what, is he evergreen or what, man? The clips he's been posting lately are as good as anything you'll see.
Ocky's in great form. He's surfing so great. Yep, I agree.
So 6 minutes. And the 16s, boys, if you're in the under 12s and under 14s, you're probably looking at this lineup going, oh, man, I wish they were running our heats this afternoon.
Yeah, well, if you're in the under 12s, you'd be checking this out.
Oh, you'd be freaking. Did you see yesterday? I know you left a little earlier than I did, but as soon as that final hooter went, it was like...
Oh, unreal.
Mate, the Pied Piper had blown his whistle. It just went whoomp, and it was just a million little critters infesting that lineup.
And there'll be 2 million tonight.
Oh, yeah, they'll be on it.
They'll be so on it after this session.
Sunday arvo in the school holidays here on the beautiful southern Queensland Gold Coast. Far out. What a zone, man.
They'll have the ones with helmets will have torches on them.
Yeah. Do you see many night surfers on the point here, Bugs?
You do on the full moon.
Fair dinkum, man.
Yeah, there's usually only about 40 to 60 out, though.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's a lot less than usual. Yeah.
That's from the 12 to 3 session.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's the real chilled part of the day. Look how close everyone is. That's the other thing.
No, 12 a.m. That's night time. Midnight to 3.
Oh yeah, classic.
The full moon's just right up above that point, but.
Hey, check the surge that's going on here, mate. Like you can really see the water powering past the rocks there.
Yeah, that's it. Look at that. It's 2 foot.
Like he's not moving.
No, he's just got his tack and hold his ground. And it's like when you come out through the keyhole here, you hit that real rush there, and you're down. You're already past the takeoff zone. That's why so many crew jump off the rock, because it just gives you that behind the rock immediacy.
That's it, man. And you know what? Like that's what I love about surfing contests in places like this. You can use that ocean knowledge and that sweep completely to your advantage if you know the behaviour of it.
That's right. Here's Ben, and gosh, a good young surfer.
Deep bottom turns, isn't he? He's like even on this tiny wave, he's fully committed to come off the bottom so he can attack.
Yep. He's that wave petered out, but he did some nice turns. Will he improve on that 4.83? So there's only 3.5 minutes remaining, but gee, look at this stuff.
Man, I'll tell you, he's really...
he's bringing that board right back, and then this one, he's a funny one. He goes, a lot of body movement. The wave, there was nothing there, but he got 3 or 4 nice turns in.
I just was watching those bottom turns, and it just took my mind back to 3 of the all-time greats out here, Parko, Mick, and Taj Burrow.
Oh, Taj owned it.
TB on this wave.
He owned it.
Incredible. And similar sort of approach, mate, all coming from very, very deep bottom turns. Like all 3 of those guys, deep carving bottom turns.
So true. Taj Burrow owned Snapper for a period of time. I mean, the very, very first Quicksilver Pro that was here was actually a QS 6000, I think. It wasn't even a CT. Taj won that.
Yeah.
and then he won a bunch of CTs.
Yeah.
And if he wasn't winning them, he's come second. He was dynamite out here.
This is just a dream scenario for an absolute frother like TB, though.
Oh, yeah.
A wave that never ends, and you can just attack it with everything you've got in your arsenal, too. It's a full-blown blank canvas.
That's right.
It'll give you those steep sections where TB would do the big fin blows, and then he'd just do the cutties and get barreled. He loves it. This is Felix Burns. He's a lot to like about this guy's surfing too, Bugs.
Yeah. He's got a great backhand. Now, he doesn't need a massive score, but he kind of does now because...
But he's just got this ability. I'd love to just see him on a wave that was a little steeper and a bit more down the line.
His surfing's awesome. I don't know if he's going to get the score because he needs quite a big score. But I like this wave. He's going to get a decent run here, I think, from the judges.
A lot of carving. I think where it's going to work, for this guy is if he gets something steep and he can come around the corner a bit more. It looks like he's got a pretty wild backside snap on him.
Yes. And he's even still... I like how he adjusts his stance. He moved back on the board a little bit there to get that last pivot in.
Just looking at this now, a minute to go. It's Benny Cray out in front, and no surprise there after that last ride. Soren Smith's in the box seat to progress as well with a 6.17.
We've got to wait for the score.
5.83. We are waiting on scores. So Felix is looking to back something. It just feels like it might not be enough.
I think it's going to come up a bit short of what he needs. It's going to be a good score, but those two guys have posted. See, they got the 6s, and then they got the high 5s to go with it. So basically, 12 points.
Mate, this is mad. I cannot get over how much water is moving out there for the size of the surf.
Yeah.
This is a real marathon, like a paddle battle.
That's right.
Just against the elements.
Yep. Yeah, you can imagine if there was a 6 foot swell runner, like without jet skis, you'd be doing a lot of running.
Yeah, well, I guess the Groms are pretty frothing on what's been delivered here swell-wise. It's not exactly cooking, but my goodness.
It's good for them.
You get them.
Yeah.
You get the right one. You can still get plenty of turns off. Did you see little Caden?
Yeah. That was sensational.
Caden Francis this morning.
Well, we'll see him again this over.
18-point heat total. Absolutely blew the lid off this comp. So congratulations here to Benny and Soren. Oh my gosh, Felix went really close.
He did. He got a 6.07. He needed a high 6.
Yeah.
I think it was a 6.67 or something.
Oh, that's a bummer because you know what? If he'd had a better wave in this heat, he had the skills to get there. But bad luck to Felix and Bowie. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with plenty more from the Occy Grom comp in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
It's the Occy Grom Comp, and it is a full-blown froth fest here on a Sunday afternoon, and the Groms are going mad. Look at this. It's a super heat. This is actually stacked, a very heavyweight heat in terms of, well, I don't know how heavy 16-year-olds get, Bugs, but in terms of gravitas, mate, it's a heavy one, and this guy is off to a flyer, Maxi McGilvray from Evans Head.
Well, that was a step up in class right there, because his turns were just so much more mature. It was a great wave though. It gave him the canvas.
They always look like they've got all the time in the world, the best surfers, don't they? They never look rushed. I mean, Italo might be the exception to the rule, because he seems to put the foot through the floor when he's surfing.
He sure does, even in his free surfs.
Yeah, but so who have we got here? Nathaniel, Johannes, Max McGilvray, Will Martin, and Hayden Danswan. We've seen all these guys this morning, Bugsy. Actually, we called these heats this morning.
Yeah.
And we saw what these guys can do. I'm really looking forward to seeing them on a bit more canvas.
Yeah, I think, and we got that every half hour we got an extra foot of water or so, or not quite a foot of water coming in.
Will Martin up and riding in the corner of your screen here. He's hoping this one's going to grow, and sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do. It's a pretty ordinary one though. It didn't seem like it had the energy. See, that was kind of a poor wave choice. You compare that to Maxi's wave, and there's no comparison. So anyway, that's a throwaway.
Danger here. I mean, how can it get into your head to just try and hold position more than just hunt out little insiders?
Not as a Grom, you can't.
No, nothing goes past unwritten, does it?
You see it, you surf.
That's it, mate.
That's true. You see it, you surf.
We were just talking about Taj Barrow before, Bugs, and I just wanted to acknowledge right now that he was inducted into the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah.
It's the Hall of Fame inductees who decide who joins that illustrious club or
right.
on a roll. A no-brainer for you guys, hey?
Yeah. Oh, no-brainer. No-brainer. I mean, it was just like number one.
Yeah.
Taj Barrow. Bang.
Straight in. Join the crew, mate.
So deserved. And we've had some illustrious ones the last few years. Parko, Mick. I mean, absolute, iconic surfers.
Yep. Jodie Cooper and Pauline Mensah in recent years as well.
Yep.
And far out, man. You look through the honour roll of Australian surfing greats, and you feel such a sense of pride by not just the way that they surf, but who they are and what they brought to surfing. It's incredible.
It is incredible.
Characters, mate.
Yeah. I was stoked to see when Ted Spencer got inducted too. I mean, he wasn't here in that, but he was one of my favourite surfers.
Yeah, okay.
Because I love the way that guy surfed. Ted Spencer. Magical surfer.
Beautiful.
Oh, really. There was a time down at Bells, and I think I was telling you or someone that we used to go down a month early. And there was this day, it was 10 to 12 foot, really hard offshore. Bells was the best I've ever seen it. It was barreling. And Ted Spencer was out there surfing with a guy called Charlie Bartlett, whose name was Charles of the Sea.
Yeah, okay.
And they were living in a cave at Bells, at Centreside Bells. They were living in a cave.
At Centreside?
Yes. It was as good
so they were living Bells as hard as you could live it?
As hard as you could live it.
Will Martin, a mistake there, Bugs, after that last poor wave choice. He's got to just reset, I think.
Yep, that was a good wave.
So living in a cave at Bells. Is there a photo of those guys in that cave in the latest surfing world?
I don't know, but I mean, I hope so.
Yeah, I think there is.
It was real. They would come in from awesome 10-foot, 12-foot bells and go back to the cave.
Classic, mate.
And Charles was a classic guy. Charles of the Sea. He was, dancing for Krishna. Both were.
That's right. I was going to say he became a devotee.
They're dancing for Krishna.
That's right.
And then surfing. You don't get more hardcore than that, though.
Nah, that's pretty amazing.
Look at this, yeah.
I think this is a replay of
this is his great
Max's
wave.
first wave.
Great opener. And he finishes it just solid.
Yeah.
Ooh, not quite as solid. Don't surf out of it, but it's nearly impossible to surf out of that section because there's nothing there. A 7 for Max.
Wow, a 7, yeah. That's, as you say, just, a cut above. And the class is on show. I think.
So there's a 12.67 for Max already. So
that's cool. I think, sometimes it's just that first round heat, just feeling your way through it and getting into a state of momentum can really help. Sometimes people, they need a couple of heats to get going.
Yeah, they do.
Other people come out and they just have the motor running hot.
Well, Max waited till the last couple of minutes, but this morning he nosedived on his first wave.
True.
And then he in the last 5 minutes he had a .93, if my memory serves me well, and then he came alive.
And this is interesting. The surfer in red had a real crack at this. Dolphins out the back, Bugs. Oh, you've done it again, mate.
Oh, it's all time.
Just heaven. So Maxie snuck this one off the surfer in red, who might have had priority.
Oh.
And he really...
God, he's dominating.
He really gave that wave a slap as it went under him. He was frustrated to miss it. So if you think it doesn't mean something to these kids, Bugs, think again, mate.
Well, he missed a good one. So Max has had 3 good ones to nil.
5.67 on that last ride. So, you can understand why Tanya was a bit frustrated there.
Now, the only consolation with that is that the other 2 guys didn't get it. It's okay for Max to get it.
Yeah.
Because he's dominating. But second is going to be a scrap between Will, Nathaniel, and Hayden.
Nathaniel this morning was super impressive, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Jeez, he went real square off the bottom. He was not scared to attack the lip. And, he was probably one of the standouts of that early round.
Oh, yeah.
So, international field on show here at the Occy Gromcom. I love it. Like, I've seen crew from Indonesia, I've seen crew from Europe. There's crew from America here. Like, mate, for a 16s event, I mean, when did you first start travelling to do comps and stuff, Bugs?
Oh, well, I mean, there was no junior events for us.
Hawaii, that was it, right? That was your first sort of like,
yeah.
I'm getting out of here to go and win money at a surf comp?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it would have been trying to get into the Smirnoff or something and try to get a start in one of those events.
So these days, the Groms are just well travelled by the time they're sort of hitting 16. And,
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
This is a grower, Hayden. I think he might be able to get this one through if it hits the right part of the bank. Oh, it's thinking about it. I don't know if this wave is
I'm not liking
fully
what I'm
committed.
seeing in the left part of the screen here.
No, you want that little ridge, don't you?
Yeah, there's a little bit now.
It's almost done, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nearly done.
Jeez, he's
okay,
still
hang
going.
on.
Oh!
Okay.
Little bonus snaps. It's cheeky.
He milked it. He milked it for every decimal point on that one, and he needed to. He needed to get into this heat because we're into the second half.
Yep. Yeah, they go quick.
Yeah, they do go real quick when you...
Beautiful dolphins out the back there, Bugs.
It's, this time of the day, they usually come by. There's a family, and they come by and get a few lazy barrels.
I just finished a new clip, a new little surf movie with Fanning and Medina and stuff. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, mate, it's cool. They go to some secret spot, and the dolphin population, wherever they were, is incredible. Never seen anything like it.
Really?
Hundreds and hundreds of dolphins.
Yeah, well, sounding a bit African to me.
I'll just leave it with you, mate.
Okay.
You'll see it.
Okay. I like guessing these ones and prodding you.
I think you'll, as soon as you see the colour of the water, you'll get it because, you're a pretty well-travelled fella. You've been everywhere, man.
I look at the different colours of the water. And you can tell exactly.
You can do it, can't you?
Yeah, you sure can.
Far out. I can. Just years and years of working on surf mags, I guess, is sort of where my. I guess, is it a skill? What is it? My useless ocean knowledge came from.
Yeah.
But, you can pick.
It's an innate instinct.
You can definitely pick which sea it is, put it that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Every time. Oh, love the commitment to the rail, even on this little fat one.
Yeah.
It's a sign of really good surfing when you see someone lay it over like that.
Yeah.
It's a dud wave, but Will Martin has the goods.
So here we go. Hayden on that wave that he milked it for everything it was worth. He got a 4.53. See, Will Martin, he's got 2 waves there and another quick one there, and so he's going to get a 3.57. That's going to move him into second, but it's a tenuous.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, you're kidding.
Tell me it's going to stand up on the inside.
He's got it dialed. He looks down the line this way, maybe not. But
okay.
He's had a look over his shoulder. That's a bad sign.
It is a bad sign, but then, we just saw Hayden, mate. It looked like it was going to do nothing, and this is the section. Look at that. Snaps a slide, gets the combo, and the judges are going to reward that.
Yeah, that ended up being a pretty neat little ride.
5.67. Oh, it's probably there. Like, it's probably right on it.
Yeah, probably right on it. Where's Nathaniel?
Mate, he has been a bit all at sea in this one.
Yeah, we're down to 7 minutes. He's going to have to do he's going to have to do what I call a Max McGillivray, which is what Max did this morning.
Yeah, pack your heat into the last little bit.
Get one incredible 7.5 ride.
And I think Dingo was telling me, or maybe you were telling me this morning, Bugs, but you can get those ones where you get a halfway wave, and then you just quickly paddle down to the next little wobble and get the next set on the end band, and you can put it together in 2 waves.
On the same set.
Here we go.
On the same set.
This is him, Nathaniel, about to fire all his guns, and you can tell that his technique is absolutely in sync with this wave.
We loved his surfing this morning.
Beautiful.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes,
bonus.
He checked that, so to get down the line. Good thinking. Now he's in a good section.
Speed.
A little 2-point cup out. Gets him back in the pocket, though. It's a well put together wave. It just fizzled at the end, but
he's back in the mix for sure.
He sure is back in the mix. He'll do the run around, so he's still got time. He did so well. I was going to ask you about this before, Bugs. When you really put, the earlobes into the water, the shoulders right down, and you make a big paddle for a wave, and we'll come back to this, but it can put you out of sync for the whole heat if you miss it. The whole heat.
And he's done well here to just regroup and find this little one on the inside.
Yeah, well, he was slapping the water in frustration, but I'm liking the way he's linked this wave together. He's probably looking, right here, he sort of does a little 2-point cutback, but it gets him back into the power pocket, and now he comes into this section well.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a 5.7, and that puts him well and truly in the mix.
I really enjoyed that wave. It was fun watching him sort of link it all together.
Yeah, he's challenging now. He's going to challenge Will, and he's going to challenge Hayden.
And Maxie, same deal. Finds this bonus on the inside, and that little turn there.
That was a slick one.
That's the one that's separating him from the rest of these surfers.
That's right. And here we go.
Goodness me. Will Martin's found one that's a good height for him.
Yeah.
Again, is it going to find this inside bit? He needs it to, really.
Yeah, he does need it to. I think it will.
He's getting busy.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice finish, Bugs.
Yeah, it is. He needed to break out of the threes. Even though he's sitting in second, it's a very unsafe second spot. But that will solidify his second spot for sure.
It was a solid wave, and his opening turns were fully committed. So you'd think he's going to challenge that 5.73 that Nathaniel just got. So, it's on here, though. It's so on. 4.5 minutes. So this one stands up nice. Gets that little slash. He actually brought the board all the way around. That one was a little boggy.
Yeah, he bogged the second turn, so he's not going to get points there. He's really got one really good turn at the moment, and a great finish.
Yeah.
So maybe not. See where that goes.
I reckon it'll go. Yeah,
it's gone under. It's gone under, but a 5.07 is his best.
He needed it. You couldn't be sitting on threes with those other two guys sitting on a 5 and a 4. And he's done all right here. But it's
another trick you can do here in the keyhole. You can stand in that keyhole while they're all around the rock. You can see it, and you're looking out there, and you see the second or third wave as wide, and you just jump in and go with the rip immediately. Because in free surfing, you do that all the time. As you're paddling out, you take one.
Yep. This could be a grower. This is a nice chip shot here for the surfer in blue. Hayden Danswan getting his next wave or his backup score. 2 nice turns to get going. Beautiful little foam rebound. Gets a snap. No.
I had a feeling that might happen right there. There wasn't enough energy on that wave. So Hayden has a look at that one. So here's Will has a quick look. So he's just used some sort of priority situation. So that should put Nathaniel in the box seat with priority.
2 minutes 40. This is unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a good one. This is a great heat.
Beauty.
Yeah, they're really entertaining us now.
And it's a tactical entertainment too. I mean, we're really watching the brains tick over here.
Yeah.
And the heavy thing is, for the guys who might not be really familiar with this wave, like knowing which ones are going to be those chip shot growers and which ones aren't, that's hard, mate.
Yeah, no, well, that's really hard. I mean, see, Max is just sort of mucking around now. This is a pretty ordinary wave, so that would put Nathaniel in first priority for sure. Max is looking safe.
Oh, my goodness.
Hang on, look at this. How he gets his speed. That's the best turn. That was such a good turn. His maturity in his turns is kind of just a step above now.
And you always marvel at great surfers the way they can find open face, just that section to just completely open up on. And Maxie is having a real nice heat here. 7 and a 5.67. He's holding down first comfortably. And even that one, as you said, he looked like he was just going for a little jog down the point, and all of a sudden he's got this big, beautiful green wall in front of him.
Now, the big question, can Nathaniel get over the fact that he missed that wave and he slapped the water? And is that going to prove to be a really big mistake?
Look at the east bugs.
What a beautiful... That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's certainly had the pick of things. This wave here is a dud.
That could have been the big tactical blunder. Hopefully not. Oh, Hayden has moved up into second.
That's right.
A 4.53 and a 4.47.
Oh, look at this.
Paddle. Oh, he's paddling hard. And he gets it. Oh! He gave up on it, I think.
What the heck?
That looked like he just pearled it.
What? Oh, he's throwing away priority.
50 seconds, and that is...
I don't get that.
The wave looked all right.
It was fine. He needed it. He's got a 5.73. Yeah. And... he nearly missed it too.
Whatever happened there, it surprised him.
It surprised me.
Yeah.
The way he fell was he felt like a tree.
It kind of looked to me like he.
I nearly thought he must have given priority to someone.
Right. Yeah. I just. Yeah.
And someone taking off down the
line. I get you. He's slapping the water. He's unhappy. Man, I tell you, missing that wave early in the heat.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
That's what threw him.
Yeah.
Don't think he ever really felt relaxed in that one. But Maxie McGilvray, another clinic from this up-and-coming superstar. And Hayden Danswan.
Came from nowhere.
He really did not, command a lot of our attention in that heat. And he gets the job done. I love that. I love the dark horse slipping through while no one's looking.
No one even saw him coming.
And we're going to take a quick break here from the Occy Grom Comp. It's 2023, Sunday Arvo. Join us in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
Vaughan Blakey and Rabbit Bartholomew in the commentary box for, what do we got? Round 2, heat number 4 of the under-16s boys. Day 2 of the Occy Grom Comp, and we're at Snapper Rocks, one of the great world-class sandbanks. Man, oh man, they don't really get much better than this wave. And Bugs, it's been a wonderful day.
Yeah, it's been a pretty magical day this morning. We had that low tide, super mega low tide, and now it's really turning on with that incoming tide. It's might be the peak of the swell. I think it's going to be backing off slowly over the next couple of days, but points south are really copping it.
Yeah, they are. I saw a couple of lineup shots from friends, and they were it's solid down the coast, mate. It's juicy as.
Oh, Red's missed that one. That's Ocean Lancaster missed that wave and has handed it over to Hunter Anderson.
Wow, this guy is really laying it over off the bottom.
That deep bottom turn.
Yep. It's always a sign of great surfing. It's the ultimate foundation for just basically freedom out of whatever you want to do. If you're coming off the bottom and you've got the speed, you can just really wind it up.
That's a keeper. That's a keeper. Loving that deep bottom turn.
Who are your favourite goofs to have surfed this wave over the last, let's say, in the professional era, Bugs?
Gosh, well, I mean, look, Occy, unbelievable. The Occy bottom turn is the one that they all try to... A
touch of the Cansdells on this guy's backside bottom turn.
Yeah, Cansdell. I even saw a bit of Mick Lowen there.
Mm-hmm. Bobby Martinez, he's a weapon.
Bobby's one of the best surfers ever.
Yeah.
He's such a great goofy footer. He's still great. Still great. You know, I've got to tell you, back in the day, it was in about the mid-'80s, I had a final out here against none other than Bobby Bain, Chappie Jennings, and it was just I'll tell you.
Well, a three-man final.
No, there were six of us, but who cares? Who cares about the rest? Like, the thing is that it was blood on the rocks.
Wow.
Like, it was a bank that wasn't really behind the rock, but we had to go behind the rock and basically take off over the surge rock to hold the inside. And Bainey was deadly on that, and he got us that day. Yeah, never forgave him.
Classic.
Yeah, it was just Chappie, all time.
Mate,
so there was a couple of great goofies out here.
All time goofs.
I mean, Bainey's not a regular here, but he won that contest that day. I think it might have been a mango contest,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Bainey, the Masters World Champ. And his son, Billy, he's going to be releasing a TV show for NAIDOC Week. I think it's on the ABC sometime. Check it out. Yep. He's a fantastic artist, mate.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Really fantastic artist. And yeah, that's
awesome.
Oh, it's really cool. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Just getting in touch with his Indigenous heritage and finding out what it means to him and the connection and the impact and the it's had on his life, the positive impact. It's been unreal.
Unreal. Well, Bainey is an impact man himself.
He is.
We had some
he's
pretty...
a fierce competitor.
Oh, he was fierce. He was fierce. It was fierce out here that day. I mean, we came in bloodied, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He was gnarly. Yeah, it was gnarly. He took it to us, though. Yeah. Me and Chappie were kind of ruling out here at that time, and Bainey would not take any prisoners, and we were behind that rock, and we shouldn't have been. And if you took off any deeper, you were on the rock.
Backhand out there too. That's a challenge. Not many people can master it right on that. The backwash is treacherous no matter what way you're approaching it. But there's a few crew who have absolutely mastered it.
Nick Jasicek,
he's the man.
He's the king.
Damon Harvey.
Yeah, Damo's so amazing. Yeah. Nick's the man. He's just the boss.
He's such a good surfer, man. I love that. Nick could go anywhere in the world and be one of the best guys in the lineup, but I just love that he's so tied to this break.
No, he's tied to this break.
Yeah.
I mean, a guy that's not as tied to this break, but is one of my favourite goofy footers of all times, Neil Purchase Jr.
Oh, thank you, Bugs. Holy smokes, look at this wave. Leo Matchett has found a full-blown gem. And he's lighting it up. He's got the Rob Machados all about him, this Grom.
Doesn't he?
Wow.
He's even got the hair.
The really young footage of Machado looks exactly like that.
He
exactly.
Does. I know. I saw. It reminds me of going to the US Open and watching, when Rob Machado won the juniors.
Yeah.
It was like...
That's exactly... Look at him.
Yeah, no, really. It looks like young Rob Machado. You're right.
This is madness. I am so frothing back in time here. Look, there's Kelly, just a little fan over the back to juice him up a little bit.
Yep, high fives.
And look at this section, though, and he surfs it so well, Bugs.
He does. He puts this wave together so beautifully.
Jeez, those lines are so... Like, the way that he's able to do his turn and just cruise back onto the foam to load up the next turn, that's really stylish.
Nothing out of place.
Nice work. Leo match it.
Has gone into second spot on the one wave.
And that's a good score.
Gee, that's a good score. That's a keeper. That's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Hunter Anderson, he got a 7.67.
Yeah.
And Leo has just come out with all the style in the world and matched it with the...
really beautiful style.
Oh, Leo's matched it.
Yeah.
Classic. Darcy Dwyer out there in the blue. Ocean Lancaster now.
He missed that wave. He missed it. He missed the wave that Hunter Anderson
I don't want to jinx him by saying that, that's going to throw him out.
No,
but
we saw Nathaniel last year. It kind of threw him a little bit.
You got to keep a cool head, mate. If it doesn't go to plan, you just got to keep a cool head.
It's not so much throwing it out. It's just that you've missed a rotation of the sets, and if it's a quiet heat, it really does take you. It kind of pretty much took him out, I'd say. Although that was a weird finish. I don't know what he did on that last wave. So let's see if Ocean... I'd like to see Ocean get a wave, though, and get in the mix, because you don't like to see him getting skunked.
Nah. No, well, there's one thing we can say for sure. It's the quality of the wave is really on the improve this afternoon.
Now, let's get back to Neil Purchase Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Because...
It was Neil Purchase Jr.'s birthday yesterday.
On the second, or the
first of July, yeah.
Same as my son.
Is it?
Yeah, Kirra.
Aussie ride as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
There you go. So, Percher.
Yeah, look, I remember, watching him. Oh, he was just ridiculously good at Kirra, like outrageously good at Kirra. But off the wall D-bar, you got that wedge. Let's see what Hunter does on this one. The Goofy footers have kind of dominating this heat, Vaughan.
They are, yeah. They've taken over here, and he's found one of these wide ones. And look at this surfing. This guy is just connecting the dots so beautifully. And there's just no wobble here, Bugs. This is the kind of surfing that you just go, yes, thank you. I love this.
I'm totally with you on the Sean Cansdale.
Yeah.
Totally with you on that.
Yeah, one of the all-time naturals. I mean, all-time natural goofies, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it
but
does.
just, like Occy, a guy who has no, and I say this with pure respect, no thought process for what's in front of him. He plays what the body's feeling, and that's it. There's no thinking about what I'm going to do. It's just all flow. Love that, mate.
God, he's going to get another good score here.
Yeah, this is incredible.
This way, now it really lines up. How's the poise? He's just timing. He waits off that bottom until it's just right. That's a sign of a very accomplished backhand surfing.
That is an impressive wave. That's just so well put together. We're giving Maxi McGilvray props for the maturity that he was showing. To me, the inside of that ride just then was just perfect, beautiful surfing, eh?
Oh, come on, Ocean. Get a wave, son.
Yeah, it starts to get a bit frustrating.
Now, off the wall, Debo, when you got that real wedging wave behind, Neil Purchase Jr., you could be out there paddling out and you'd see this wave with a foam ball inside it and you still could not see him. And he made it 100% of the time. Like, he was the best backhand tube rider.
What is it about his technique? Because you don't see anyone tube ride like that.
No, he had the best backhand tube riding technique of all time.
Yeah.
But he would get behind the foam ball.
Like when Bruce and Andy came along and started dragging that butt and releasing the tail, and it inspired an entire generation of tube riders to do that.
Yeah.
So everyone took their lead. But you just don't see anyone using that
No one
Purchase
emulated
technique.
Neil Purchase Jr.
Just there's something magical about that, don't you think?
Yeah, I do.
So a nice little snap off the lip, and Darcy's getting busy here. He's already got a 4.83, and these guys are doing so well to get these bonus sections, Rabs. I'm really stoked that it's finally starting to link up.
Now, another classic character in Coolangatta.
Yeah, here we go.
China O'Connor.
The Switchfoot Lord.
The Switchfoot Lord.
Yeah.
And he could actually go into the barrel 1 foot and come out the other, ambidextrous style.
Buttons-esque.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he is such a freak and so really underrated for the quality of the surfing he was doing.
He's so wise. The character of characters in this town. He'd be in the barrel. He'd be deep in the barrel making animal noises. Like, so classic.
That's so cool. And when he was, he's a goof, so
yeah,
he would get, like, switchfoot barrels.
That's right.
Longer than most regular footers.
Absolutely. It was back when, Kirra would be really great at 2 to 3 feet. Like hollow, super hollow, like this, but really good at 2 to 3 feet with that, that little extra thickness of Kirra.
One of my all-time favourite Kirra contest bugs is, I'll try and remember the year. I want to say 98, but it probably was earlier. But it was the year that Kaipo Hakeas won
at North
Stratty.
Yeah.
But earlier in that contest, it was like classic 3 foot.
Yeah, 3 foot.
Ruler edge Kirra.
Yeah.
And Shane Beshin got 3 10s, and his fourth wave was a 9.8, which could have been a 10.
Yeah, 3 10s and a 9.8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the fourth year of that I'd run the event, and the fourth year in a row. It was actually more like 95.
95, you're right. Sorry.
Yep. We started with and we got 3 years of perfect cyclone swells, like bullseyes at Kirra, with no waiting period, and then that was the fourth year, and Beshin got the perfect 10s. And then we did a cool thing, and we all went over to North Stratty. It was Jeff Booth, Kaipo, and
Flavio maybe.
Flavio Paterat. I can't remember who else, but I think it was. You know what? I think it was Hoyo. I think it might have been Hoyo.
I think it was too. Yeah.
And so Hoyo, we've all gone over there on the bus on the ferry all together, and we forgot that we were in the CT, and we turned into this holiday in North Stratty, and Hoyo had us all down the pub, But it was just this incredible bonding. And Kaipo went back to Hawaii and named his daughter Kirra.
That's right.
It was so beautiful.
Yeah, that's unreal, man. That's like all these stories that come out of these moments. But you basically turned that contest into a surf trip with the boys.
Exactly. Like it was just
How
this
fun.
idea that we saw the Northerly coming. We'd gone from Kirra to Burleigh, and then the Northerly came, and we said, "Hey, man," I said to Gordon Merchant,
Billabong Pro, wasn't
let's all go to North Stratty. He went, great idea. Like Gordon was really up for stuff like that.
That's so cool. And
that was when the surf companies were run by surfers.
Yeah, well, I remember you telling me that you did the same thing with Cabba. Yeah, you just woke up and went, "Hey, mate, there's a good bank down there. Let's go." And he was like, "Yeah, sweet."
Well, we had the quarterfinals at Kirra, and it was kind of a bit lackluster.
Yeah.
And me and Gordon are standing on the hill at Kirra Point the next morning, in the last day of the waiting period, and I said, "Mate, I think I'm going to take it to Cabba." And at first he was a little bit sceptical, and then he went, I'll back you.
Yeah.
We went down there, and Bo Emmerton won, and I think it was Nathan Webster.
Yep.
And it ended up, it was a classic fat cabba,
Yeah.
But it was, it's a beautiful walled wave, though. And they just surfed up a storm, and
well, I just remember
that was the last event I ever ran before I took on the ASP.
Classic, mate. Well, I just remember my far out. The memory that sticks in my brain is the colour of the water that day was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was straight out of like a tropical oasis.
Yeah.
It was the most turquoise, crystal. It was a beautiful day. And, it was really cool to see pro surfing down there.
Now, look, we've got to get back to Ocean Lancaster, because now we're in a critical situation. He missed that wave. He'd be bloody kicking himself, because Hunter Anderson kind of nearly got to the point where he didn't need it.
Yeah.
So come on, Ocean, get a wave. We saw the last heat. It was a miss at really through the heat, and now he's been waiting with priority. But he's starting to get
he's getting antsy.
Well, he's got to get 2 waves,
and he's also splashing the water, so it's getting into his blood. And the problem is, you said it, Bugs. As soon as you paddle for a wave with this current, you are so far out of the picture. You've put yourself completely out of rhythm.
Yep.
And it's hopefully, come on. The good news is you can do it. You can do it. A quick one and a wide one.
The Dino one, where you actually do take the first wave of the set. You surf the first wave of the set with all the bump and then halfway through it, so you get like a 3-5 or a 4, and then you flick off, paddle even wider again, and the one behind with the draw, and you turn and you get a 6. And that'll do it right now.
The big problem is that Leo Matchett has a 7.43, and he's yet to get a backup score. So
that's even worse.
Yeah, that's it's all starting to build a big old stack of obstacles here.
Whoa. This is gnarly because Darcy Dwyer's hanging by a thread in the second spot. Hunter is safe. He is through. But Leo Matchett with a 7.43 on a beautifully choreographed wave. And here we go. Here's Ocean. Is he going to get it, though?
But is Ocean got priority or has Leo got it? It looks like Leo's taking it. And, wow, Ocean blocked. And that means 2 waves he's paddled for that he's not allowed to ride. And
oh, no.
Now this guy basically needs anything. He just needs a turn here, Bugs. It's been a lot of shimmying. That might be enough. I mean, he's really not going to need much at all here. Oh, he's got a little low ride and snaps it. Gets the little ride out. He's a cool customer, this guy.
I think that's going to be enough, you know.
It'll definitely be enough. That'll shoot him straight up in a second. It's no 6, but it'll probably land around a mid-3. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be... What did he need? You know what? I think he only needed a 2.
Yeah, he needed nothing.
No,
this wave gave almost nothing, though.
I don't think he even needed 2, you know.
This little turn here might be worth every last inch of a point.
Leo Matchett, a 4.17.
Oh, wow. Well, the judge is actually enjoying that one.
I'm really feeling for Ocean, though, because he's going to be having a heater snapper and not get a wave, and it's just, that sucks.
Oh, that's heavy.
It really sucks. But, there's a minute rate. Now, just to make him feel better, give him a wave.
Well, that's...
No, that sucked that he had to give that wave up. I don't know how he got himself in a situation where he didn't even have priority. I see a little wall coming here. It's going to be... it's going to go... I think that one went wider again. But he's going to go this one. I'd go it. Well, he's going to catch it, though.
He just needs to put something on the board.
This was a grower.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is a real grower.
Oh, my
look
goodness.
how good he is.
He is so good.
Oh, wow.
Oh, mate.
I saw this wave coming. Oh, that's great.
Okay, look at this. 30 seconds, Bugs.
Go wide.
Go wide. Look, he's looking at his watch. This will be the all-time comeback if he can somehow wrangle a score out of it.
Darcy. Darcy's got another shot now.
28 seconds to go, so still a little bit of time here. Darcy's looking busy.
There's got to be a wave behind this, though.
Is there something that Ocean can find? Ocean style. A 6.17, Bugs. He has pulled an absolute miracle out of the hat. 10 seconds, though. Oh, we're going to lose a couple of really good surfers out of this one. A stacked heat.
Oh, look, that's a bummer. Gosh, he's a good little surfer too. Good surfer. Yeah, good sportsmanship.
Yep.
He missed that wave, and Hunter got it. And Ocean, gosh, man, he could have been first in this heat.
Oh, wow. He's a real live wire. Just showcasing what he's made of in that tiny little effort.
But Leo Matchett really showed his mettle there and hung tough. And he had a 7.43, nothing to back up. Very good. Dramatic.
Oh, dramatic finish here as we wind into the last few heats of the afternoon. It's the Occy Grom Comp. More after this.
Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
go. Here's Will Fitzsimmons up and riding on this one.
On your Lil. At least someone's listening around here. Never can be too sure. The microphones are always hot, you know. Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. This is heat number, I'm not too sure, maybe number 5?
Yeah, heat number
5 of the rounds. There's 6 heats in this one to round out the day. There's 2 more heats remaining, this and 1 more. And it's a stacked heat. We've seen some great waves coming through this afternoon and non-stop action. How was that last heat, Lil?
It was pretty stacked, hey?
Bit of an upset, eh?
Oh, for sure. We just a last minute, like little 3-minute, I think it was 3-minute beater. There's been a couple buzzer beaters today too. It's been a couple of upsets, but that's what you're going to get on the lead up towards finals day, and especially in this heat too. This is a stacked heat as well.
Definitely.
And most of these boys have surfed, like this is the second time they've surfed today, you know.
Yeah. So they've kind of got their eye on a little bit, don't they? They sort of know what they're dealing with, and they've got the good pick at the conditions this afternoon. I think yesterday afternoon the 14 girls had it in the afternoon with the high tide, and now the 16 boys do, and I think that's definitely the better time of the day with that tide pushing in. And
I've been seeing a couple of novelty ones come through. I need a bodyboard.
Oh, so many little novelty grinded pits. But yeah, it's sort of just big enough to be competing, I'd say. Any smaller would be pretty tricky. Here's a replay of Phoenix, Lil.
Yeah, I just love watching goofy footers at snapper. I was saying to Vorno yesterday that there's just something, there's no wait time in between, and it's just really good to watch. I'm not really sure where Phoenix is from.
He's from Redhead or somewhere in that region. I could be completely wrong. I'm pretty sure he's from Redhead down south of Newcastle, yeah. If he's not from Redhead, he's from one of the other suburbs near to there. And yeah, he's a good young lad, a big, strong, goofy footer. Yeah, plenty of support up here. I saw lots of Redhead Board Riders Club's shirts up at the surf club earlier today, enjoying their time up the coast. And making full use of his heat today, jumping on the runaround. I've been watching most of the day, and a lot of the waves are breaking up right next to the rock. There's no doubt about it. That is the best spot. But I'm still seeing a couple of cheeky little waves off the end as well. So something to keep an eye out for these guys as the clock counts down. I think the one disadvantage with doing a runaround is you just take yourself and 4th priority straight to the inside of the lineup, which is always going to be tricky to deal with as far as getting a wave's concerned. But
unless you run super fast. I've seen a couple running battles on the beach.
Oh, the run versus paddle battle. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely another element. But yeah, as you can see here, Phoenix is going to have to get creative with his positioning in the lineup here if he wants to make the best use of his next ride. If not, he might just have to wait his turn as he climbs up the ladder of priority. But at the moment, it's young Fitzy, Will Fitzsimmons, out in the lead with a couple of 4s, but he does have the best of the 4s with his second ride. There was a 4.83. And Mitchell Peterson, he's from the Sunshine Coast, a 4.73 for him. Phoenix a 4.1, and Callum Duncan just a 2.83 so far. But, how's your weekend been so far, Lil? You've been doing a great job with Tapper.
Yeah,
the beach commentary.
I mean, we missed a couple countdown calls this morning, but
that's all right. I always bound for a couple. What's the fine for missing a countdown? Coffee? You owe someone a coffee?
I think it's the judges. You have to get the judges a carton of beer. So.
Oh, nah.
We'll settle a coffee.
No, they're fine. We'll say a coffee, I reckon.
But there's these nice little runner ones just under the feet here, kind of a little bit further to Little Marley over there. But I've seen a couple of Groms going out testing the JS boards. Look like Max McGillivray in the other heat. Made them look really good.
Yeah, he's a quality young surfer, and same with Hunter Anderson. Those two guys are little wind-up power bunnies, aren't they?
For sure. There's a couple good girls coming up too, like through the day that saw some like incredible surfing. Even the 14 girls yesterday, Eliza Richardson was like a 9.33 or something.
Yeah, she was on fire.
And even that one, wow.
And we've got young Will Fitzsimmons taking a look at this wave here as he gets it through the inside. Nice setup carve there. He's already got a couple of 4s on the board, so he'll be looking to try and up the scores now as he brings this one through the inside.
Super smooth, hey, like really fluent with his style.
Doesn't look too rushed.
No.
He's He's one kid who I wouldn't want to have a run-around race with.
No.
He's like the national 800-metre champion or something ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's fast.
I raced a couple kids today. I definitely lost. And
I heard you put your body on the line out there.
I think I needed life support afterwards. I'm not going to lie.
Got the lifeguards around the corner. They can set you out.
But, yeah, that just looks really, like, can keep on the wave really well on that one. Looks really light on his feet. And there goes 800 metres, run around the rocks.
He's just at a saunter at the moment. He's going the long way.
Maybe he's going to jump off Froggies. I saw one of the kids do that in the other heat.
Yeah, I think Maverick Wilson came from behind at Froggies, which is, definitely not a bad option with the sweep as strong as it is. Got Mitchie Peterson and Cow and Duncan there just trying to pretend that they're not right next to one another.
It'd be hard if you had, like, you're staying with your mates, hey, and you get a heat against one of them.
It's always the way, isn't it?
It always happens.
Always happens.
I surf with Rosie Smart a lot, and she's from back down my way, and we always...
So where's that Coffs?
So I'm in Iluka.
Oh, cool.
So we know each other from, and we're mates and stuff, and we always manage to get heats
You're
together.
an Gary board riders, aren't you?
Yep. And Gary. Making a comeback this year.
And Gary are?
Yep.
Should have never left.
I know.
Plenty of talent down that way.
Oh, we've lost Codes.
I was going to say, you waited too long to fire it back up. You've lost Dakota. I'm going to call him the world champ because I guess, the Australian board riders, we're the best at it. And we had a pretty big event at Newcastle every year. And, Codes and Solly, Duke.
So you're in Byron Bay?
Nah, I grew up here. I'm from the Gold Coast. I'm in Snapper. But it's that event that's probably one of the favourite events of the year to watch, actually.
For sure.
Yeah.
We've lost Chris Zappis as well.
To North End. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you reckon you could kind of get him back, though? Because, he moved up here. I guess Dakota did move to Byron. And the family are up here now as well. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. It is a tricky one, but still plenty of talent down there. Plenty of good masters in Gary.
We've got Jonesy.
Yep.
Mr. Jones.
Who's that, Matt Jones?
Yeah, Matty Jones.
Yep.
And we got Luke Hitchings as well. A couple more new ones that have moved up as
Nav
well.
Fox?
Nav Fox. I think he still does it actually too. Yeah. But
what about Zane? Is he kicking around?
Zane Byrne?
I'm not too sure. Blonde hair, natural footer. Laurie
Towney, yeah. I actually teach his kids surfing.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but they've got a whole bunch of new Groms coming up, and it's so good to see.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you got little Phoenix Talbot.
Oh, he's such a frother. This morning just skating on the road, and I'm just almost getting run over.
Yeah.
But and even Medora Barton in the contest too.
I remember her heat.
But she got unlucky in her heat, with the priority calls and stuff. You just always got to be wary of that. Always looking back to the board for the judges and making sure.
Did she get interference? Did she?
Yeah, interference.
Yeah. So what was the story there? I remember that actually. Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, just got to look inside you sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, and always got to make sure you're looking back at the priority board, making sure you're in priority or who's first in priority.
Yeah.
It's always going to even in the QS events, you see it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's
always
so crucial.
There's almost one per event that you just sort of see. We even saw it here at the Challenger Series event. Zoe Benedetto, unfortunately, dropped in on Sarah Wakita. And
oh, really?
Oh, it's just a bummer, you don't get a second chance with that.
No. And obviously, other Challenger too. Is there a wrap-around?
No, it's straight knockout.
Wow.
Exactly the same as this. So, yeah, it was a few comments, obviously, every year coming to this event. It is very cutthroat. It's an opening round, no rep charge. But we are trying to get these kids ready for the Challenger Series, for bigger events, and that's how they're run.
That's what I was saying too. Even the setup for this event, as we've got Mitchell Peterson up at lobster diving there, but the setup it feels like a little mini Challenger Series. You've got the live webcast, which is super lucky to have, and it's so good to see. And every year the Groms just get better and better. It was a bummer Ocean Lancaster got knocked out last heat because his surfing was so impressive this morning.
Yeah, he's definitely surfing good. It's one of those things, though, today is you're not going to get many opportunities, so you've got to make the most of them. And as you make it through that first round, and we're already in round 2 here this afternoon of the Blue Ribbon event, there's no more easy heats.
And this is a 5-star event, isn't it?
Oh, you'd have to keep me up to speed on that. What's the highest rated you can get, a 5 or a 10?
I think it's 5 stars. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this one and
this is your zone. So are they the 2 highest?
I'm pretty sure.
Is 10 not the highest?
I think it only goes to 5.
Okay.
And it's just like, then you get points on the
Yeah, that has like a
leaderboards.
national rating now, right?
Yeah, the national rankings.
Yeah, I did see that, but I didn't know how they broke down. But yeah, you have to imagine this and the Skull Candy are definitely the top of the top.
And you'll be commentating at Skull Candy this week as well?
Not this year, no. I'll be popping my head in though. I'll be going down for a look for sure.
Okay. Oh, I heard whispers that you were going to be on webcast.
Oh,
as
gee,
well.
I don't know. I haven't got a text yet, but I'm might be around for a day or so. I'll come and say good. Are you going to be down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Little tap team back together.
Awesome. So good. His heat's kind of whittling away. It's Will Fitzsimmons still out in the lead. Mitchie Peterson's hanging on to second.
That sweep looks really bad watching it, hey?
Yeah, even at 2 foot, it's still like got the current of like a 6 foot swell.
And I was just saying before, in the webcast, the time goes so quick.
Yep.
Compared to watching it on the beach, like, in 20 minutes would go so quick out there too. Like, as you can imagine, you're out there with 3 other people, like, surfing one of the best breaks in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty big call, but...
No, it is. It is one of the best breaks in the world, for sure. The only thing wrong with it is sometimes it's hard to get a wave. But if you Photoshop the crowd out, it's definitely, we're very lucky to have these waves on our doorstep, and even down your way, plenty of quality waves. The whole east coast of Australia, the whole coastline of Australia has world-class waves, within stone's throw of most people's houses. It's something that you really realise when you start travelling with these events around the world. You realise, like, even D-Bar on a bad day is still pumping for most places around the world. And, no better spot for these kids to be learning how to deal with all those kind of external factors, like loud beach commentary, which is something that is a good thing and a bad thing. Like, you might be someone in your heat who you don't want all that information, but you've got it. There's big setup here. We've got all the information, the priority board, professional judges, live webcast. So, yeah, these kids are stoked that they're getting to surf a world-class location with a world-class setup. So, yeah, it's good to see them making the most of it.
Like, already 5 minutes remaining.
I know.
That's gone so quick.
Young Vish and Cow and Duncan haven't actually got a second wave yet. So, the good news for Phoenix is he does have that 4.1. Cowan, he's sort of, look, I'd be surprised if he's still holding that 2.83 at the end of this heat. So he's probably looking to replace that and get another wave, which is going to be sort of difficult with 4 minutes 40 on the clock. Or he could just look to drop, like a 6.5 or a 7 and really sort of try and just do it on 2 waves.
And that's the thing with tactics as well. Like, there's a lot of people that like to wait for that really good wave to come through. Like, I know we've seen a couple have gone to waste today as well, but then there's a couple that are keeping busy, like Mitch Peterson. He's been keeping busy most of this heat pretty much, and Will Fitzsimmons as well. Like, there's two different people.
Totally. And sometimes it's just something that you kind of have no control over. It's just sort of like, okay, it's my turn, here comes a wave, and then you paddle back out and another one pops up and you go again. And those rhythms, you're just so stoked when that's you.
Yeah.
And if you're on the other side of it, the waves aren't really coming. It can be difficult.
There'd be so many things to think about as well, like the time, the scores, priority, like who's paddling back out, who's got what score.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. You quite often see these kids' heads on a swivel, like looking around. What did my competitor just do? All that.
Yeah.
But really,
I'm an absolute stress head out of the water. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be like, looking at my watch, going, okay, I've got this amount of time. Just always trying. I think I was saying to Tapper the other day, because the priority yesterday and even wave selection was a massive thing, and today, because the waves aren't so frequent, you're gonna want, some people are just gonna want to catch anything and anything. And I think I caught 20 waves one time in a heat. And then they're all ones and twos. When the waves are small, I feel like that's a massive thing that comes into play, wave selection.
And we've seen that this event, like in the 12s and the 14s, is that froth factor, which is we all have it, we've all been there, and then it's something as you get a bit older and you get a bit more mature and you build into your heats, and you look at now the 16 boys, they're catching 2 and 3 waves a heat. And they're not riding these little waves on the inside. They're just waiting for set waves. And as we see, Phoenix Fisher here, important wave. He needs a 4.73 to get himself into second position.
A couple nice turns to start this wave as he brings it through to the inside. Another one there. This one just shouldering out. He's done well to grovel this one through to the inside. And,
that was good calculations. Hey, I was trying to figure out. I was like, where do you see that he needs a 4.73?
I've looked at a few scores in my time. What do you make of this wave, Lil?
He's got a strong backhand. I just feel like the wave is just a little bit too weak. Like it's just a bit one of the smaller ones on the inside. So I'm not sure if that'll go into the 4.73 range. But he's still got a fair bit of time. Maybe a wide one might just come on through if he's super lucky.
Yep, and he's putting himself in a position there. So there it is, a 3.7. So that requirement will stay the same. So now it's sort of, red and yellow with a higher priority than Phoenix. This is where, with this amount of time on the clock, and Phoenix certainly doesn't want to hear this, but this is where you'll see those two competitors who are in an advancing position start to think, okay, maybe I just need to keep an eye on him down the line as well as my positioning here, because their job's done. They've got their, roughly 9-point total. Managing your competitors as well as managing your own heat with, less than 5 minutes on the clock becomes really important. And this is all the strategy that, they'll learn throughout these events. And obviously we're sitting here in the webcast booth. The competitors can't hear us in the water. But it is something that, you will see the World Tour competitors use quite effectively. They don't just use their priority to catch their own waves. They use their priority to block.
Get people off.
Yeah.
I've witnessed that in a couple of heats and once,
probably had it done to you a couple of times.
I had a brutal one at Newcastle, and I looked back on it because that's what's so good about this too. You can go back and watch it, and you can see what everyone else's view is on it. So I think I had Ronnie Blakey commentating it, and he was just like, "Oh, the girl's like a mosquito, like following her, just sticking around in her ear, like." I did like 2.6 or something, so it's pretty brutal, but it happens. People have got to do that in heats. And
it's kind of swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Yeah, you'll have it happen to you. You might dish one out, and you'd hope over a long career it evens itself out.
The worst thing is, though, you're like friends in the water. No, friends outside of the water, and then in the water it's like game on. Like
totally.
Everything aside, and then you come back in and it's all... But that's going to happen, I feel like most of the kids in this, they all come in, shake hands, which is so good to see, good sportsmanship and stuff. I feel like that's kind of dying.
It's a pretty important exchange there with Phoenix Fisher off the end. I don't think he'll get the score, but we did see Cowan Duncan. He needed one of the better rides of the heat, and just by the look of the size of that wave, not out of the question here. It's going to be a tall order. I believe he'd need a 6-point ride even to get it, and it's from what I saw, I don't know if it'll go that high, but it's not out of the question. So we might take a quick break here at heat number 5. That was the second last heat of the day. We'll bring you heat number 6 very shortly here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp live from Snapper Rocks, and we'll update you on the latest results as they come in.
Hey.
Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
yesterday. The waves are starting to turn on. It's crazy running from behind the rock there. This is local boy Tommy Horn up and riding. Beautiful first turn in the lip there. One of the stronger opening manoeuvres of the day. Gets it up into the lip for a second turn there. Gets out on the open face. He's got a good strong carve on him. Backs it up with another one there. And comes through the inside. Blasts through the lip again. And one more. This is great wave selection from the local lad Tommy Horn. And a big finner to finish. We'll have to seek clarification from the judges there, but I'll go out on a limb and say that he did not ride out of that one to the level that they'll require to give that the full score. However, some fantastic surfing done at the start of that wave.
That board looks excellent under his feet. Just like super, like his drive off the bottom looked great. Like his bottom turns just all aligned up so nicely. It was a bummer on that last turn that he didn't make it out of it. But,
totally. This is a stacked up heat already. Oakey Fraser's got a 6. Oscar Glossop with a 4.83. A good score to come in for Tommy Horn. And it was the man of the hour this morning. Caden Francis is sitting out the back waiting patiently. He scored 18 points earlier in the day. And this is Oakey Fraser bringing this one through the inside, Lil. And that's Jasper Glossop behind. What do you make of that one, Lil?
There you go. I think that one's a pretty good one here too. I think maybe I'm going to go possibly in the high 3 range, maybe 4s. But let's make this one all the way through. I'm not a judge or anything though.
You probably are though. Everyone says, "Oh, I'm not a judge." Oh, really? I think everyone's done a bit of judging from time to time. And this is Tommy Horn's wave. Lil, take us through it.
Yeah, just swooping that one back to the phone there. I really like this turn right here. Maybe it's that one. They just kind of threw a little rooster tail there, and he just keeps. There was no wait time in between it.
Oh, would have been a big score if he made that last one. Local lad Tommy's going to make the most of the rock jump there. 6.07 for that wave. I'm going to say there's probably another 1.5 on that last turn if he's able to ride out of it there. So a little bit of score left on the board there as he makes his way around. The trouble when the sand is this shallow at the moment behind the rock here, you do have to go the long way round to jump off. And if you're not from here and you've never done it before, it's certainly not something that you'd want to learn mid-heat. No. But Tommy twinkle toes across the rock there. He did that no drama. And he'll find himself straight back out in the lineup. But even that wave that Tommy got, you could have been on that wave 20, 30 metres deeper for sure. So I know Tommy will be taking note of that. And as we look to see sort of these next few exchanges go down. And any other surfer in this heat, actually, that saw that wave, they'll be thinking, oh, okay, maybe there's some sets starting to brew up this afternoon.
Yeah, Caden Francis a bit quiet in this heat. He got a highest wave score of the day this morning. It was like 9 point. I'm going to go out on the limb and say 7.
Yeah, I think he had an 18-point heat total across 2 waves, which is just
crazy,
extravagant, considering what we've seen today as far as heat scores are concerned. That one was the leader by a mile, and this is another replay here of Tommy's wave. I mean, if we're super critical of that, it's probably just a little bit in the lip rather than just out in front of it.
Yeah.
And when he did get up through the lip there, he just wasn't able to ride out of that, probably the best turn of the wave. So the judges just looking a little reserved in their number there with a 6.07. I think, and that's, every heat's different. And so I think that's why sometimes, it's important to pay attention to the judging as the day goes on, but it's more important just to worry about it in your heat. And, because every heat has a different story.
Yeah.
And it's at the end of the day, it's just comparing back one to another. But they won't necessarily, they're not going to compare away from this heat to a heat 3 heats ago, the wave 3 heats ago. So it's, it's important just to play your own game and see what you can make of the conditions.
The webcast
Will you get out there after this, Lil?
Oh, no. I'm already looking at all the Groms getting ready, and I think that's kind of turned me off surfing.
They're going to get the jump on you.
Yeah. We watched it yesterday, and it was obviously smaller than this, and I was like, look at all the people. There was like, I think, I'm going to say at least like 35 Groms about to head out. And
at least.
Like perfect waves, and don't get me wrong. I didn't bring my ASIM up either, which would have been kind of perfect for this kind of spilling, but yeah, back on to your one before, like that's what's so good about the webcast, because you can look back and see like what you did wrong in the heats, and so like, if you missed a wave or if you gave someone leeway to actually like jeopardize second position or like you'd be spilling, but it's such a good thing to learn from, and with the back-to-back events as well, you can learn from that for the Skull Candy.
It is, it's such a cool leg to have them back-to-back, and you get to kind of really check yourself out. As we see a little lump running through there, it does have a bit of a split on it down the line, so I'll be interested to see who goes this wave. It's Caden Francis up and riding here in the red. He had a fantastic heat earlier this morning. Beautiful first carve to start. Follows it up with another nice turn there. Here comes that little split in the wave that we could see from out the back. It'll be interesting to see whether this one doubles up down the line. It doesn't, but I think Caden at this point in the heat was just looking to get something on the board. He, like you said, giving the other competitors leeway. You don't want to give everyone just a free run and start getting 2 waves before you've even stood up once. Take us through this one, Lil.
Yeah, well, I really like that turn, and he's just so fluent and it just silky smooth style. Like, I've always loved Caden surfing, and especially this morning, just blew the judges away with that. What was it again? 9.77? Or
He had an 18-point heat total.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I actually didn't see the individual rides, but couple of 9s or a high, a mid-9 and a mid-8. Yeah. I mean, it just looked absurd scrolling through the results and just seeing who was doing well. And I was like, oh, yeah, cool. That person won.
Yeah.
Oh, that person lost. That's a bummer. And then 18 points. I was like, whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, I need to go suss some replays.
He had everyone in combo, blew everyone out of the water. And even on that one, the last one is 6.23, which is pretty good start. There's still like early stages of heat, plenty of time, 11 minutes to go.
And it's intelligent surfing there from Caden, because I think any of us, when you have one of those really big moments and a really big high, you're kind of like, oh, I'm on. It doesn't carry into your next heat. You still have to work just as hard, if not harder, to get some scores in the next round. So it's a really intelligent play there from Caden, just to keep the ball rolling and not post up and wait for another 9.
For sure.
He just needs to get his campaign going here today, and like I said, not let these guys get too many waves under their belt before he'd even stood up. So yeah, a good choice there to go that wave, and did some nice work before that wave sort of fizzled out. But
smart tactical.
Are you doing the Pro
thinking.
Junior at Lennox? Or
No, not this year.
Not this year.
Trying to save a little bit of money. I got it in going 4 weeks.
Oh,
and
awesome! That'll be fun.
Come back for 2 months. Go to Hawaii after that.
Oh, you're cheering.
I know.
Yeah. Speaking of Indonesia, Oscar Glossop in and out there, but could have been a bit of a shampoo behind the rock. We're not too sure. Just kind of got the tail end of that ride, and I know he's a really skilled surfer, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was a little bit of shampoo action back there.
He's just jumped to the lead, 7.16. So
2-wave total.
Yeah, 2-wave total.
Yeah.
For sure. But
sounds like he got about a 2 point something on that last wave, because he's already holding on to like a 4.83, that wave that you called earlier. And then I think that Caden and Tommy have the single wave scores at the moment. I think Occy has 2 as well. Clarify that for you now.
Oh, look, all the
my bad. Actually, it's actually all the lads have got a 6. Caden, Tommy, and Occy have all got 6s, which is great scores to start there. So it's going to be super competitive between those 3. It's Oscar who actually is in the lead, but he just has the lowest single score. He's going to need to make sure that he looks to improve on that 4.8 through probably as quick as possible, because these other gents now, they're going to get a good swing at it. As we see Occy Fraser up and riding. Nice first slash right in Cade's face. And another nice big turn there as he brings this one through to the inside. Another big wrap, big, strong, tall lad. I believe he's from the west as well.
From the west, okay.
Oh, they've had a couple of competitors fly over for it.
For sure. Olive Hardy as well.
Yeah. Oh, and a nice finish there. He's done well to ride out of that one. It's good small wave surfing. He's going to get on the trot and try and get himself back out the back. Take us through the replay, Lil.
There we go. Nice sweeping cut back to the foam there. And another one. I really like these wraps these kids are doing. Like, the rail game's a big play in all the contests lately, I feel. Like, there was the air game for a little bit, and then there's the rail game. Everyone wants to see more rail work. And that turn there where he released the fins on the end. Have to confirm with the judges whether that was a make or not a make.
Can we give it to him? Yeah.
I would think so too.
Yep. So he's jumped out into the lead there. I think he's dropped a 4.5 on that last wave.
I can't believe all the Groms that are already getting ready to go out too. One of the dads as well.
Good luck, Dad. Whichever dad that is. Might be out there for just a bit of security / assistance to one of the junior Groms.
Sure.
So it's going to be absolute rampant out there. And
they're full frothers though. Like, even on the beach, they're like, "Are you going to be racing against us?" And I lost big time. I thought I might have had it.
He needed to get you a coconut water.
I know.
Some extra power.
I know. But it was cool. Everyone won some Billabong gear. You know, cleaned up Snapper today too, which is really
great
cool.
news.
Like,
yeah.
yeah, I can't believe how lucky they are to get 3 other people out at Snapper.
Totally. So you see Oki there, he's just jumped off the rock and he's really really skilled at doing that, and it is a great bonus to have to be able to just jump in and get out behind your competitors. But he got a pretty clean jump there with a little bit of backwash up. I probably would have liked to see him maybe hug behind the rock a little bit longer and maybe try and catch one of these waves that they kind of go underneath everyone out wide. But he's just joined the pack there, so he's just going to have to wait his turn behind the surfer in white, Oscar. Oscar and the rest of the pack do have a higher priority over Oki as he rode the very last wave. So back to gentlemen's rules now with 6:40 on the clock. And this heat is wide open. It's still anyone's game. No one's really taken hold of it so far.
For sure, it's seriously an upset either way, whoever gets knocked.
There's no easy heats now. We're into round 2. There's Oscar up and riding. His highest single score is a 4.83. He won't look to improve that on that ride. How long are you going to go to Indo for, did you say?
A month.
Oh, cheering. Where are you going to go?
So we're going to the Mentawais first, then South Sumatra. So everyone's just come back from there from the QS event.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go to Sumbawa and then just spend 2 days in Bali before we fly home.
Awesome. And then Hawaii at the end of the year.
Yep.
Cheering.
Staying at Haleiwa though, so I've realised now that I have to get a higher car because
you kind of have
my
to get
legs
a car
will not
anyway.
be walking up that hill.
That's
let
you're
alone
sweet.
riding. But
there's you either end up on a car or a bike. Because, if you don't have a car and you're staying on the North Shore and Haleiwa's pumping, you're going to want to go there. But if you're there, you're going to be the first one out there. So that's kind of perfect.
For sure. The only thing I'm worried about is the foodland prices.
Oh, yeah, well, comes with the territory.
There we go. Yellow Oki Fraser up and riding again. I like hearing Tapper's commentary in the background as well.
Oh, you're too kind, Lil. I grew up with that in my ear. Tapper's got the mute button in my brain. Love you, Terry. Uncle Terry. I'm sure he's sick of hearing me as well.
He does a pretty good guacamole, though. I have to give it to him.
Tap's done you a guac?
Yep.
I've
we
never
were all
copped it.
sharing it.
Oh, Tapper. Come on.
I couldn't finish my burger. It was so good.
He's a rock star, Terry. Oki Fraser here looking to just put a little bit more daylight between him and the rest of his competitors. He does have one single strong scoring ride of a 6.0. He backed that up with a 4.5 and he's looking to improve his total here. I'm not too sure if he's going to do it. It's really good small wave surfing, but the wave was just super flat. He couldn't quite get any real strong manoeuvres on it.
It kept looking like it was just going to jump up too, and then it just would kind of fizzle out, and you need to kind of be behind the foam, I think, to get a really good run on these ones.
Yeah, Oscar, similar story there as Oki's last wave, just sort of going out to sea a little bit. It's, a telling time in this heat, though, because if Oscar and Oki can just add even incrementally to their scores, it just puts a little bit of pressure on Caden and Tommy, who, if you just look at the individual column there, they are sitting on the 2 higher scores. So even Tommy Horn, to say go to the lead right now, he only needs a 4.43, which is not a huge number. He needs even less to go to second. I don't think that score to go to second will stay the same. I believe that there'll be one more exchange and it will probably elevate. But nevertheless, it's super tight out there right now.
It's a nail-biting heat. I think that's an absolute upset if Caden and Tommy get knocked too, because they surf snapper all the time. Tommy is always sitting behind the rock every snapper swell.
Yep.
Just snagging every barrel, left, right, and centre. Calling Mitch Parkinson onto the good ones too. And
yeah, Tommy put a turn up on his Instagram the other day that was just lightning. Big layback out at D-Bar.
And D-Bar's been good the past couple of weeks too, I think.
Yeah, D-Bar's generally pretty trusty. Good little bank in the middle. But we have, we've run 16 years of the Oki Grom comp over the hill there, and have made the jump over the hill, over the border, into southeast Queensland here at Snapper Rocks.
So it's been at Snapper twice?
Just once.
Just
this is the first year, yep.
Wow.
Yeah, yep. So, 16 years at D-Bar. D-Bar was a faithful venue to us. Very good. Plenty of good memories. Even had Andy Irons show up one year.
No
have a surf with the
way.
Groms. Yeah, that was pretty cool, pretty special. And then
I was going to say it would be good at the commentary tent if we could have a sheet of what pros have actually won it back in the day, because I know they do that at the Newcastle QS event. So, like, you know, Tyler has won it, like, back in the day. And like
Totally. I can tell you Jack Freestone won this event. I think he might be the only surfer that I can recall that won the under 16, so the blue ribbon event. This into the Skull Candy, he did the double.
Wow.
As we see, more on that later. Tommy Horn, nice carve to set up the ride. He brings it through the inside, little setup slash there. He wants a bit more of a money turn there. Gets a little check snap in the pocket. Brings the carve back around. So he's certainly eyeing off that number around that 4-point ride now with these series of turns. As I said, he doesn't need a huge score to go to the lead. It sounds like the surfer up behind as well. So Tommy, and then this is Oscar. So the interesting thing to me is that Caden Francis didn't end up on any of these waves.
Yeah.
Oscar tagging away down the line here. And all the way down the line. And
there you go, and they've given yellow leeway out the back.
well, there's still some damage getting done on this wave right here. It's not leeway if there's just buckets going everywhere. Caden has a little look behind him, but it's sort of it's a fruitless endeavour in a situation like this. You're either on the wave or you're not. I don't know if looking behind really helps. And Caden gets the finish. Has a little look back, almost like a questionable look back. What did the other surfers do?
Call that the no claim claim.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that was a claim.
No.
He looked worried, if anything. And I would be worried too. Oscar got a great wave. Tommy Horn got a great wave. And out in front at the moment, Oki Fraser is 10.5 heat total. I think that'll probably be the number that is needed to go into second, is my guess. I think Tommy Horn got a couple of nice turns there in that wave. I think he might go to the lead. That's just a guess. We will wait for exact scores. And here's a replay of Tommy's wave, Lil.
Yeah, he's made this wave look so fun. It almost made me want to go out afterwards. But I really like how he sat behind the foam here and then starts to get a bit more work done right on this beautiful wall to play with here. But I look forward to seeing what the outcome is for that. I have a feeling we'll be on hold.
Yeah, well, it's the last heat of the day, so why not? Might as well add a bit more drama to it. It's a well put together wave there for Tommy. He really didn't nail any major, but we're not talking about him needing a huge score. He put together a couple of nice turns, and he only needs, like I said, he needs nothing to go into second, or 1.5 or around about that, or a 4-ish to go into the lead. So I would be thinking he did that. I think he went into the lead now. And then it would be the same thing for Caden Francis here. He needs around about a 4 to challenge this man here in second, Oki Fraser. If Oki didn't improve, that's the thing. So Oki did ride a wave as well. So it is well done, lads, for giving us this drama this late in the day.
Sure.
This is easily the tightest heat of the day. And I'll wait with bated breath here. We will stay live.
Oh, well, look at that.
Well, I am not surfing. We have some really important scores to come in here. So we're, waiting for, I would say, there it is. So Oscar Glossop, he got a 5.17. So he got his best ride of the heat, but he didn't go into the lead. I would have thought for him to be safe in this heat, he would need to go into the lead for sure. Because like I said, I was thinking Tommy Horn's going to get a pretty good ride.
There you go.
And he does.
6.33.
A 6.33, the best wave of the heat. And then it was Caden Francis behind him, who was only chasing a small 4. He got that, a 4.47 for Caden Francis. So a very, very tight heat at the end there.
Wow.
It was Oki Fraser who had the lead for the whole heat. It was pipped at the post there, an unfortunate case of going from first into third. There was a valiant effort though, and no doubt a very close heat. All 4 surfers in that heat will go home and watch the replay. I'm sure the judges, the parents, the competitors, everyone's going to have an opinion on that heat about who got first, second, third and fourth, and rightly so. That's what we love about our sport. It's you don't all have to agree with it.
Yeah. Everyone's got a different opinion.
Yeah, but a great heat, great entertainment, and we're stoked to be able to offer this lineup to the kids for 4 days. That was the end of day 2. Thank you so much for tuning in here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the 17th edition. If you've got a big day at the desk tomorrow, Monday, around the world, tune in. We'll be live from Snapper Rocks at 7:30 a.m. See you then.
Welcome to the jungle.